Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Pro League time, Season 11, and we're here for EU Playday number 2, recasting North America, but now we're in for the region.
The region?
The region.
The region.
I'm not going to comment.
It is quite a large region.
Some people will say that bias it comes in play, but I don't know if I should believe that or not. Welcome, Alassane Miloš Finj, and this is Devin Emzo Becker. We're going to bring you, so far, the region of the champions.
Well, I mean, they definitely have been historically outside of the Latin American win and some of NA's past, but I think I mean this is definitely a dominant region at the moment, and so obviously these games matter a lot because there's a good chance to see who goes eventually to the season finals and potentially dominates it.
So to get there, you got to go through the standings, and we'll be going through those as well. See Team Empire, Force, G2, and Rogue. We'll talk about that in a second. Remind you of it. Are all on top? It makes sense. There were 4 matches. All 4 of them were wins for one team or another. Na'Vi, the reigning Pro League champions, losing their game. BDS also against G2 in a tight matchup. Chaos very close against Rogue, and then Vitality being bodied by Empire for many, many reasons that we will talk about later during Vitality's game.
Yeah.
For that, our schedule for the evening.
So should be pretty interesting first 2 matches. Empire versus BDS. I think BDS being the newcomers kind of storming in. Everyone's looking to see the new Empire, just judging by how they played on Monday.
Yeah.
Looking pretty strong, and I imagine that should be a bit of a good match. Rogue versus Na'Vi. Na'Vi looked a little sloppy last time compared to how they were, and Rogue, they made some changes. I think will be an interesting match as well. G2 versus Vitality, though, that'll be interesting to see because G2 trying to make changes and trying to improve, but Vitality, a pretty poor showing on Monday, looking to make some changes as well. And then the last match could also be, either way. We had a couple of blowouts, as you mentioned, on Monday, so might not see the same thing today, but, Latin America was a lot closer matches than we saw here. But let's see Empire's roster. Because you know who these guys are. They haven't changed anything except for roles.
Yeah, we'll talk about those in just a moment. But if you watch their game against Vitality, I won't say the scores. I'll usually just give a spoiler warning before that. But Shepard, Joystick, Karjeka, Scyther, and Dan, you've known them for quite a while now. But they've had those role changes. And Joystick being on more of a flex support role is not something we're used to seeing.
It's working fine so far.
Yeah, Scyther is now playing more of an entry. Dan is more also that flex assault as well with them, so you'll be seeing him running like Thatcher. It shows there. Yeah. He's alongside his teammates, but I really want to focus on Karjeka.
Yeah,
I think he's a player that's not underrated, but I think we don't talk about him often enough.
Doesn't always get the credit he deserves.
Every time we talk about Scyther, we talk about Joystick as well. We talk about how Shepard is the clutch master.
Yeah.
And then you're like, Karjeka literally is on top of the board every single time. He's the one that holds flanks, he drones, he kills, he entries. He does anything that his team needs. And I think this man is and he IGLs. So he embodies the ultimate flexible player.
Yeah, and I think it makes a big difference for the team because you have others in a bit more defined roles than that, and because of that, especially now with Joystick on a bit more of a support role, a little flex support. Because I mean, you talk about like Thatcher as a support role, but we often see some very strong fraggers on Thatcher.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily like, oh, he can't do anything. It's more like he's got a job to do, then he can go frag out, as opposed to fragging out and then potentially dying, which is something Joystick was doing a lot. So I think this is a good change, and Scyther going back to an entry role is actually kind of going back a little bit because he used to be a very strong Zofia, like second entry, things like that. So, but he took over the Ashe that Dan was kind of playing. So I think that, there's been some movement, but I don't think anyone's in too uncomfortable position. But like I said, Karjeka has been kind of the linchpin that holds a lot of that together, I think.
I think Goga also said this a while ago. It's like everybody that's playing right now, especially heart support, started off as an Ashe main. So it's kind of, we're just going back to the basics.
Yeah.
But that's Team Empire. Of course, BDS, their opponents, the French lineup now, fully French, with Panics being put on the side, no longer playing for the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty sad, isn't it? RXWD, Shaiko, Renshiro, Rafal, and Alems. Regardless of whether you believe that the change is not so great, or maybe it hurt Panics as a person or something, Alems has played very well in their first matchup. against G2.
It's great because it's a mixed roster from multiple Pro League teams. You've got a former member of Vitality, their fall. You've got former members of what now is Rogue, back when it was Millennium, or Renshiro and LMs, who also was on Secret. And you've got RXWD and Shaiko from B Genius back in the day. So all these guys have a nice variety of experience, like a good breadth of experience playing a different. Obviously, Shaiko lacking a bit more Pro League experience due to being gone for some time. But, all these guys, just a ton of experience there. And as long as they gel, and this might be finally a French team that can go all back to French.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably some of the draw for them, because we had Vitality finally go off French.
Yeah.
And I think that was the last one to really kind of like drop and go to English. But I got to imagine that's uncomfortable. And I imagine these guys feeling a bit more comfortable, being able to go back to French, and that speeds up their call-outs, things like that. And you have some of the aggressive players that can play off just swifter call-outs, benefits them as a team.
It seems like that was a problem with Vitality as well in their game. Like, there were some communication problems, and maybe it was due to that, like, getting used to it. Of course, all of the players are used to playing in English.
Yeah.
But it's just communicating with people that you haven't played with, especially in an actual competitive game. It takes a while to warm up, which is why I'd say give it until the end of Playday 4. By Playday 5, you can start judging the real performance, at least in my opinion.
Well, we know Vitality are slow to start, so there it is.
Who knows? Who knows how it goes? But we got matches. So with our game, means we got a map to play on, best of 1 series as is tradition. We'll get best of 3s until Invitational.
Yeah, and we have auto bans now because it's Playday 2, and so it's based off of the bans for what was played last time, Border and Bank. So we had no duplicates on day 1 in terms of maps. Here we're going to end up on Coastline. Should be interesting, as Empire's record hasn't been so great on that map, at least in terms of Pro League. They lost and drew the last times they played it. The very last time they played it was a pretty big loss to Chaos. Whereas,
which is just unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a decent map for them. It's the one where they went that legendary huge number of rounds when it was the infinite overtime against G2. So we know they know the map well, but BDS have had a much better record on it as of late.
All right, what do you guys think? Of course, you can vote on these polls every single time before every matchup. Go on twitter.com/ESL Rainbow 6, and that's 75 to 20 to 5%. What do you predict this one, actually?
Honestly, I would think it would be a lot closer. BDS has been playing very well. I mean, yes, they're just now in Pro League, but I think they've shown they deserve to be here. And Empire, I think some of that's just due to the old fans, some of that's due to how good they looked on Monday.
They really did look.
But I think this is going to be a bit closer than that.
I think on Monday kind of really adds some mist to the whole equation, because I think it was more Vitality not playing well.
Well, we'd seen Empire play very well in the Russian league as well, though.
Yeah, but then they play in Pro League, and it's just completely different strategies.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, so I guess they just have everything ready for whatever situation. That seems like what Empire have been since the Raleigh Major. They might not have qualified to Tokonami finals, which that loss against Chaos on this map.
Just meant more time for them to work on things.
Yeah, it really is. And then you play a Russian Major League, you end up winning that. You're fine. You're good to go. You got your time to get to Invitational, and there's Buck.
That seems like a target ban against how Karjaka played Buck so well on Monday.
100%. I highly recommend people to go back and watch the VODs of these matches. Even if you think that it was a runaway victory for one team over another, the fact that it was such a stark victory for Empire against Vitality means that there was something working very well for Empire and a lot of mistakes from Vitality. And oftentimes you can learn a lot from those one-sided matches than you can in games that on the surface look very close in the number of rounds on its own. It doesn't really tell the whole story. That's for sure.
Good to see that Goyo hasn't become a ban yet. He's definitely been played quite a bit so far on Playday.
You should see, like, EMSO literally right now is just eyeing every single time somebody plays Goyo.
It's because I think it is a very influential operator, but I think people are still figuring it out.
I completely agree. And I can't wait until somebody actually plays it to all of its strengths. Yeah. So you can break it down. I want to see Reaper making a video about it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's now's the time, because we've been waiting so long with that delay. And there is Goyo, at least if he doesn't get 6th pick off from Raval. That's going to be for Hookah. That seems like a pretty good candidate for a Goyo. There's a couple of good choke spots, not to mention default plant spots that you can kind of deny. The 6th pick is going to come out, but it's actually from Mozzie to Valkyrie. Now, against Empire, Mozzie seems like a better choice, honestly. But Valkyrie is still pretty strong on this map.
I think a couple days ago, what Kix and Terror were saying was something I highly agree with, is that on a lot of maps, if you're playing against Empire, bringing multi-mute is almost necessary.
I think it's absolutely worth it.
Yeah,
the return on investment is high against Empire.
Because they're just so good at droning. And one thing I really noticed with Empire is not only are they good at droning during the round, but they set up their drones early on in the prep phase so well that by the time we're hitting those crucial moments in the half round and beyond, their drones are close to the positions where they should be. They didn't get destroyed. They're very good at conserving them and leaving them until the right moments. And it really catches a lot of players off guard.
Yeah. It's definitely something to keep an eye on. Some good Goyo shield placement already as well. You got one right by the default plant spot, right where you want it, because it's going to be pretty easy to shoot that and stop them from planting default plant, which is good because if smokes come out to try and block, you've got the Maestro cams being able, those will likely be taken out. So you just pretty much hit the shield at that point, delay them so that they can't use their own Capital Fire and smoke to be able to go for a plant. But they could also go for planting inside Hookah instead. It's interesting to see the Hibana get banned as well. This is not a map that needs hard breachers, but if you get a big one, it's almost always a Hibana, especially for this bomb site, because you can open up some of the wall near the cocktail bar there to be able to kind of get some angles onto the player in there.
I like this. This is good from BDS because once they saw the Empire ban the Hibana, then they don't really need to have the mute, but there's the first drop. Now RXWD is going to get finished off. Yeah, there you go. Kajeka will be the first one to land it. He's so low on HP, but he's done the work.
The important thing, though, is he's still going to play the sledge and still have the grenades, but he can't hit the floor from below the same way he would if he was able to bring that buck that they banned.
Shaiko's going to keep spraying through the wall, but it's Shepard to find Renshiro. Now 2 down, and that was the Maestro. How did he even find him? Did he just go up and peek him through the hookah doorway? That was... Reload. I don't know if that was completely worth it there, but BDS find themselves in a very tough position right now.
Shaiko already at half health, too. It's looking really good for Empire here.
Oh, he's watching one for the cross, and is that Rafal? Yeah, he just keeps firing with TCFG. Alems in the meantime will find joystick. There's a Nitro Cell to Dan. We're not going to see a run out just yet. I wonder if there's somebody covering here with Dan, but it's Shepard that actually is covering by the Billiards big window. Kajeka's joining in. You see the shield. Just make sure nobody is in Aqua, and that is clear. The Zofia is upstairs in the meantime. Scyther is just covering for any runouts, actually from the bar.
Well, with Karjeka at such low health, it's not going to be too hard to even this up to a 3-3. But Rafal also has lost quite a bit of health as well as Shaiko, so this really could go either way at this point. 51 seconds left. There's still quite a lot of time to set this up. They have to make sure they clear those Maestro Evil Eyes. You saw one below the pool table. Look, and I imagine Scyther already cleared that. He gets caught a little bit more, but the shield works in his favor here.
He finds one headshot onto Alems, and another he drops the Jaeger and finishes him off. But Rafal will give away his position, and he gets shot in the back. Shepard walks on in very swiftly there into Hookah. He's going to be the one to find the last kill. There you go. That's a great angle. And the fact that Scyther just walked in, jumped over, and instantly headshot the smoke sitting behind the minibar.
It's how he was playing on Monday as well. He's playing a very aggressive Ashe that, we've seen, or not even Ashe this time.
Yeah, he just runs Zofia, whatever it is.
It's Dan's back on that Ashe.
Is there a gun? Yes.
Click. Win. I mean, while it ended up, with quite a couple of members of Empire dying, it wasn't a flawless round for them. That seemed like a very dominant round for Empire. I mean, yeah, they took their hits back, but they kept pushing. You saw they didn't even really go for a plant. Usually you see them try to set up for a plant, the default spot in Billiards. No, let's just push up and kill everyone and just take it. Like, it wasn't even a let's set up for a plant kind of strat. It was just let's kill everyone because we know where they're positioned. We can box them in. So that was very impressive. We're going to see Goyo try it again here. Got one shield already placed next to the B bomb inside Sunrise Bar. 2 more shields, of course, to be able to play. One thing we do often see so far with Goyo is often another operator bringing a deployable shield as well. On top of that, it's usually the smoke, and in case you see RXWD is doing that. It just seems, when you're already going to be bringing 3 shields that explode, bringing one that doesn't seems to really benefit teams, and I feel like it's kind of funny that one operator has actually changed the secondary gadget of smoke. because it's often Smoke now doing it, and it's very common to see it combined with Goyo. It also makes it so they have to drone to see which shields are worth killing, because they don't necessarily know until you drone to the backside, is this an exploding shield or not?
That's true. I think the position of the shield as well can give that away, right? Just because,
Sometimes, yeah.
Maybe if it's set in a bit more of an open area, you're like, okay, this is a Goyo shield.
You know, it varies though too, because so many players are using it just as cover as well. Because you get 3 of them, you don't have to set them all in positions where it's about blowing them up. But with Maestro in play as well, I think it makes even more of a difference where you position those to be able to hit those with an Evil Eye. If you can, because that hugely benefits you, because you can remotely detonate them completely safe.
Dan chucking in his flashbangs. Stun grenades will just burn off the ADSs. And he's going to sit in the same position we saw him at before. He's got Shepard as well in support. So you can see the crossbow bolts coming out later on. And he throws one in the back here, charge to destroy the shield, but it at least hits a Lems, and he's going to heal himself back up. So just trading off the damage, and a crossbow bolt also used in the back. So this is burning a decent chunk of utility off of Empire, but the Doc has been forced to drop down. So, oh, what is this? Rafal. Okay. He just gets pushed by Karjeka. There's nobody to help him. The barbed wire didn't even do anything to him. It wasn't even covering the entirety of the hallway. You'd think he was a defender at this point. Shaiko will find 1 kill, though, on the Scyther, and Shaiko another one on the joystick. But Karjeka, with the refrag, drops him. 3v3 with a Lems. Where is he? He's going to be droned as we speak. Shepard is verifying the site is clear here in Hookah. And all 3 players being downstairs. This will help BDS so much, and so much damage done to Dan. The smoke is still available, which means every bit of damage is going to matter so much.
This is actually a pretty good position for BDS to be in. Yes, they've lost top floor control, but low health for Dan especially. And the fact that Empire tend to play off strength in numbers, now the numbers aren't there as much for them, but they did kill Shaiko, and that is a good start for them because he is definitely a strong fragger for that team, so that will definitely help. I like that Empire, though, brought all 5 operators with strong utility, not a single one of them just about the gun. So they are well positioned here to be able to have a lot of utility. He sees the Goyo shield from above. He could detonate it right now if he wants to as well, because he did potentially have an angle on that gas canister.
You assume it blew up there. The grenade won't roll. But Karjeka at least will be zoning out some of the defenders. There you go, you see the Goyo shield that was just destroyed with all the flames around. Karjeka will reload and drop on down to contest a difficult angle, but at least will allow his teammates to walk in. But Lems will find 1 kill on Dan. The kills you're looking for? No, there's the drop. But Lems gets another one on Karjeka, and Shepard is the last man alive. He actually gets the plant down, but runs away, gets tagged through the wall. 3 of them. They're trying to line up here. Renshiro will be the first one to fall. Shepard, the clutch master, as he's called. He can save the round here, but he's got to contest with an ACOG probably. Can he win the gunfight? Oh, he did not spot the player around the corner, and there's the drop. Shepard's out. Lems gets the 3K, and that's the round saved. BDS tie up 1-1.
Definitely a pretty good round there for BDS. Shaiko's 2K, though, that's what really changed the match here, because it was looking like Empire were just doing what they wanted to do, especially Karjeka just running up, getting the player behind the shield.
Yep.
And again, the barbed wire, this is the second time the barbed wire has done almost nothing to slow them down. They just steamroll through. But Shaiko picking off 2, that was the start that they needed. Then from there, Dan getting shotgunned from below as well, getting taken such low health. And then just too many players lost trying to get the plant down. That's what you need to do against a team like Empire. But get 2 early picks.
What do you think is allowing Empire, specifically Karjeka, to just walk down the hallway and not be contested?
I think some of it's good intel as well. I think they really have some idea where the players are playing generally before they push in like that. We don't always see the drones moving forward because it depends on who we're looking at. But I think these guys are doing a great job. And one thing I feel like Empire are really good at is sectioning off areas of the map so they don't have to sit there and second guess is their players here. They will section off areas of the map, take that area of the map, and they're very quick about establishing map control, covering their flanks, and then just clearing. And then from there executing. And I think not every team is good at that. Some teams get a little sloppy, they get flanked from different spots because they're not doing good flank control, or they're trying to do too many different jobs at once. Whereas Empire, I think they just push behind those drones, get that map control until someone like Shaiko all of a sudden opens things up. And then things slow down for Empire after that. So they're definitely going to have to watch out for him. He has been strong on Jaeger, especially on Monday as well. So that is the one to drone for and try and stop him early. I think if they could do that consistently, could be a little bit better. They do have the Mozzie this time here from RXWD, no mute to go with it, but The Mozzie itself is definitely going to do quite a bit of denial. But they're, again, leaning on this Goyo shield here to try and help slow things down for Empire, and I think it's worth doing. Again, with the Maestro unbanned, it's a good combo that they could be taking advantage of.
Maybe this will turn into the same game with Navi where
there we go.
Yeah, there's one for Dan, Shaiko, and Karjeka will find another. Okay. All right, there's the entries, I guess.
Yeah. And that's the Mozzie down as well, so even if you lose a drone, it's not going to be remotely controlled at least. You can just watch through it. So that's pretty good of a start, especially with the Shaiko kill early. And only a little bit of damage taken on Karjeka. This is looking like it could go for another potential flawless round. Well, not another, but another round for them. That could be flawless.
See, this is what I was saying before all the action happened, is that this is starting to turn into Navi's matchup against Fours a couple of days ago, where Goyo was in play, but every time he didn't really have an effect, and it seems like everything was built around him, but wasn't really able to do much, and it was just bypassed completely.
I mean, it's nice to have those shields to be able to fight from behind. You saw how Karjeka dealt with this player here inside Cocktail last time. The shield didn't do him any good because you got to peek to be able to shoot. You can't just shoot through the shield. And they just take advantage of it. They seem to be on top of capitalizing when those peaks come out. Right now, a bit of a droning phase, though. Now that they've established control, they've got man advantage, time to take the map and start to press them, find out where all the players are playing. They know at least one behind the shield and Cocktail. They know there's probably going to be one either Cool Vibes or inside Hookah. They've got Aqua control, they've got the window, Joystick finds the Lems. It's just down to these last two to be able to try and fight this. Two strong operators, but Rafael is a bit off-site down below. So it's really going to be over Inshiro, and he almost, well, he does find Shepard, but Dan, trading it off, this is not BDS winning this round.
Yeah, the Nitro Cell is already used here by Rafael, and it did not hit anyone. So they should know where he's at. He's making a lot of noise. And the moment he taps anything, he's expecting maybe somebody on the rappel, but it's not here. That's not it, Chief. They're already away. They're planting on top of the pool table. In case you even spawn another Nitro Cell, they're opening up more of the wall. You get one kill, but Joystick is just ready for you, holding on to the blue stairs. This Cool Vibes. And even the shield at the end works against the defense.
Yeah, it's good to see Joystick having a bit more success with the... why am I blanking on the name now all of a sudden? The operator.
Nomad?
Nomad, yes. He had played it a bit in the past, and I don't feel like he was having a lot of success with it before. Seems to be doing a little bit, still getting killed occasionally, but just a bit more effective. We were talking about him being a support player, and that was more talking about him as Thatcher. But he's definitely found, I mean, this is a strong operator on this map in general. You see Gridlock or you see Nomad cutting off those rotations, being able to cover your flanks with a gadget, so no one has to sit there ADS'd onto a corner. Definitely makes a difference. And it seems to be working for them so far. It's really just the bar that they struggled with, because the top-down control didn't do them enough good. And we'll see if that ends up being the problem here. For this, the top four site, Hookah, has not been a problem for them at all. This is what I wonder though. Are they going to be able to take top floor control of VIP, Penthouse quickly, and turn that into something that hits them hard on the site? Or is it going to be another stall out and losing players from Shaiko like we saw in the second round? It's entirely possible to go either way, but it's good to see that they want to go downstairs and be able to fight this multi-floor, which worked a little bit better for them. They also have the Legion this time to be able to slow them down a little bit more than Barbed Wire was able to, I think.
Yeah. I think it's a very wise decision. You go for the Legion, you make sure that, hey, if we're going to get pushed in any sort of hallway, we at least will know what's going on. Maybe we can slow them down. At this point, anything will help.
Yeah.
And you got to try it.
I mean, it's only 1 point behind, but it's just the performance from Empire. It seems so dominant that it feels like a 4-1 right now.
Yeah, it really does. Okay, the standard old school peek. There's nobody playing inside of the bathroom. A couple bits of the big window upstairs have dropped to the floor. This will alert Empire that, hey, maybe there is someone that we'll need to deal with inside of the penthouse. They wouldn't be wrong in that assumption. You see there's a reinforcement spotted. So wise from Scyther, but even wiser there. Just bringing RXWD, playing with his Mossy. It's gonna give him some extra information, at least denying that singular drone. Every bit helps, especially for a team like Empire, where they rely so much on diligent droning.
Yeah.
That, one drone or two away here and there It can
also
really start to.
I mean, the thing that's going to work the most though is being able to help give Shaiko extra information. I think good dodge.
That was a dodge and a half there, and there's the second stun grenade to burn off the ADS, escaping the damage that might be coming their way. And on the Ash.
Joystick, so close.
Oh, there you go. They're so close. They're firing right into him, and the Maestro's trying to hold down the angle all on his own. Renshiro will be forced back for just a bit. And there's the flange bang to confirm it. The drone will come in, and he spot the entire setup in 90. Grenade will come in. That was an alibi. In use, and behind the shield. Oh no, it works against him. Karajeka gets one, but it's Shaiko. The refrag onto Dan. The Ash is lost for the alibi, but Shaiko dropped as well. Thanks to Scyther and Joystick with another on Renshiro. The Maestro playing so calmly inside of these back stairs, and now he's dead. RXWD and LM's the last two alive. There might be gold mines everywhere, but it's not going to do much for you when the rest of your team is dead.
Yeah, looking pretty good again for Empire.
Oh my god.
RXWD still at 0 frags, I believe, unable to really put much on the board outside of stealing a drone.
This is the Empire we've known before, and there's everything being triggered in the face of Ralems. The Gizmots are out, and they know where he is. Although has 2 angles of entry, both of them will be covered. Joystick is the one providing the overwatch, and Lems is going to go down. Empire I mean, that was a round.
Yeah.
That was start to finish. Empire in control.
I mean, especially the fact that they traded Shaiko. He was able to get the 1 kill, but then immediately traded. That just shut down any momentum they would be able to get. Going back to Bar here is definitely the smart choice. The only site they were successful on. They couldn't go back to it till now. Maybe they'll be able to get the second point here, but this is a map that could definitely be attacker dominated, especially when you've got operators like Nomad able to lock down any rotations.
And that's what I want to talk about. We didn't really see the Nomad being effective in terms of the gadgetry, but how is he having an impact on this?
I mean, it's
other
the
than
threat,
the
right? Because you can't, if you know they're locking down certain rotations, you have to make those rotations carefully. There might even be air jabs going off that we're not hearing just because we're not close enough to it. But it's the threat. Much like with Gridlock, a lot of times it's just the threat of detection, especially with such an aggressive team like Empire, being able to actually just turn on a dime on that information and land a kill off of it. Like, at this point, if you're BDS, you know if you get air jabbed, you're pretty much dead immediately. So they have to work very carefully, but it's also Empire using the gun as well. I mean, Joystick's able to hit his shots with that gun. It's a very strong gun, so it's not just about the utility, but the thing is, that's what I was saying earlier, is all 5 of these operators bring useful utility.
And one thing I want to check, Marcio, if we can, where did LM's position his bulletproof camera? Oh, there you go, in the hallway. So, thank you so much. So BDS have understood, finally, that is a problem.
That plus the evil eyes.
So information, just gathering it so they know where to predict Empire will be coming from. That's going to be the name of the game. Will it work? That's the big question.
Yeah.
Empire, in the meantime, know that because they put BDS on the back foot, this might be a position they can exploit where BDS will just be afraid constantly.
Yeah. They are playing a little bit predictably, though, doing pretty much the same positions they had previously. Dan, for example, was replaying on this last time as well. They did take Hookah itself pretty quickly and opened up the floor pretty quickly as well. It's just turning that into something. That's where they struggle, is at actually attacking. I'd almost like to see a bit more pressure from the blue bar, especially if they can not lose players early on this time. Maybe that will work in their favor. But again, they've got to find Shaiko early. The rounds where they can do that, they're able to dominate a lot more in terms of like just a loose cannon being shut down. And of course, that extra intel from Bulletproof Camera will help contribute to that, but the actual player of OMs will not, as he's taken out, as well as some Firebolt there to make sure no one's playing behind that bar as they did previously. That cap towel really worked out. And again, the same shield placement, the same player playing behind it, inside Cocktail, it has just not been working out for them back there.
Now look at it on the bright side. At least the Lems can now sit back and watch his own camera in the meantime.
That's true.
If it's still even up. Now you might tend to believe that this is a top floor defense in billiards, but it's not the case downstairs in the bars, but you still have to invest a lot of utility on the top floor. That's exactly what's happening here from BDS. Losing the dock is not great, but Nitro Cell also has been expended. Karjika missing the wall, but he'll be able to destroy it here. Rafal will trade against Joystick, but it's Dogoyo off for the Nomad, and I'd expect by this point that all the traps would have been used. The pre-fire in Karjika, what a shot onto Renshiro. That's the Maestro, again, ineffective. And 2 players left from BDS against the 4 of Empire. I think we're falling into some sort of repeat scenario.
Yeah, this is though where they struggled a little bit, but this time they have a little bit more manpower. It's 4 versus 2 instead of 3v3. So this is looking like a huge advantage Empire again. They just aren't able to land a lot of kills from above here, but the point is to pressure them, corral them into certain positions that allows then your attackers down below to start to pressure from the doorways. But time management is key here. Dan watching an angle, but it works. There goes Shaiko. Now it's all down to RXWD, who has been able to find a single kill. He's finished off by Dan, who just comes off the kill on Shaiko. This is working so well for Empire here. This is not the Empire on Coastline that we saw last season.
No, this is Empire on another level. At least in online play, and I really want to highlight this. Like, online play is really different than how you would play on LAN. But this is the great start to the season you're looking for. You want to make sure that you're taking wins against, especially the teams you're going to be probably fighting against for the top 2 spots in the region. And not only winning, but winning with as much of a round differential as humanly possible.
Yeah.
Because that 7-1 against Vitality that they had actually works so well on Empire's side because they get the 3 points, plus they make sure that one of the top-rated teams for this season is going to have a hard time against them should they tie in points. Because when you tie in points, the next thing that breaks the tie is your head-to-head score with the team that you're tied with.
Winning that first match against a strong team like BDS is a great way to start the season. I mean, obviously things could change when side switch, but speaking of switching, Scyther, 6 picked over to the Lion. Possibly counterplay to people like Shaiko, able to move around a little too flexibly. That combined with the Nomad should really shut down the roam play here. Now this is a site where I don't think they've really needed to change anything. Hookah, they've been pretty much dominating on their performance, which is, it's almost odd to see BDS try it a third time. Honestly, I would think have a penthouse strat at this point because the other sites haven't been working that good. And well, Bard just got torn apart that last time. Hookah has always been the component where they're able to clear it pretty easily with the utility that they bring. They're not going to have the Sophia this time, though, so that'll be interesting to see if they're able to do a bit more. But Goyo not being played this time also means they don't need the Sophia as much because it's a little bit less to take out. They still have the Maestro Evil Eyes to take out, but that could be Dan's job or Kozheka with those nades. So plenty of utility still, as this has been a very utility-heavy lineup. So we'll see if Scyther's Lion play here catches them off guard. I mean, they're not going to know it for some time that he's playing that line because it was a 6th pick. And unless you go outside and look up for that drone, you're not necessarily going to know that the Lion's in play till you hear his gun. Which most of the guns being unique for the most part, with a few exceptions, you can usually get an idea who's playing what just from the gun sounds. And
man, Dan is on a mission right now.
Yeah.
This is Solid Snake on a different level.
This is such a common Ashe entry spot, too. You just take from here, you can contain, you can move forward, you can drone for yourself. There's rarely going to be anyone...
Oh my god!
Totally anticipated.
Just... Oh my!
He's gonna be watching the kill cam. You know, I know there's no kill cam, but he's gonna be watching this death, just be like, "What just happened?"
I think Kick said this a couple of days ago. If these 5 people from Empire go up and play in ranked, the only response you get is cheater, 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 because they're just so good at what they're doing. Nobody even noticed that the drone was even there, and yet when you noticed, it was too late. You're already dead. This is basically how they're playing right now. They're now checking for every single Maestro cam, and he still does a lot of damage. Kozheka staying alive and half HP off of RXWD.
That was not a good
great.
Play, though.
Not great, but he's still alive. That's the important part.
Well,
he
was.
How do he even does that?
Good night.
There's the E1D being used, and that will allow Empire to get a bit closer to their target. Utility used in the back, and Nitro Cell will be expended. They're checking for the cool vibe stairs, and Dan should come around to slap the face. There's Rafal, and then Shepard for the last 2. Flawless from Team Empire. They are... I mean, I don't even know how to describe this right now. This is...
At this point, the first couple rounds just feels like a warm-up to that point. I mean, we'll see. Now, side switch.
Yeah.
This is where things could change.
There's the first half of T-Hunt done. We'll be able to... Like, look at this shot. I mean, he plans it so perfectly. He knows what's happening. He distracts with a flashbang, and there's the shot. It was perfectly timed. Dan the man.
Yeah. Well, we'll see a bit different lineups here. The attacking lineup especially a little bit different with the gridlock and an IQ. And then on defense, we're going to see a pulse. So they're definitely changing things up. Oh, no, never mind. 6th picked over to the mute. We're going to have that mute Mozzie combo then. They are going to have the gridlock pretty much replacing what the Nomad was doing in terms of locking down rotations.
Attackers need to
Honestly,
locate and
imagine
defuse as many
Siege
bombs as they
if you didn't have drones.
Well, remember Siege back when you could only have one at a time.
That's true.
It's such a
I think
different.
Zoronic remembers that very well.
It's like between the defense and the attack, like the intel game is just, it gets higher and higher in this game, and that is honestly one of the best parts of this game is the intel, the tactics that come out from that as the round unfolds versus other games where it might just be, yeah, a little bit about team communication, but mostly about, you know, how you go through the map and how you play is just in terms of fragging out. This game's so much more about thinking smart, game sense, communication, just on-the-fly tactics, and really like staying on top of what you're doing at all times. Intel factors that so much, but the big thing is that means dead players are always contributing.
Yeah. Once you've had a taste, you can't get enough.
Yeah.
That's definitely it. Well, we continue on. As you said, we're at the second half of this matchup, and right now, Empire are looking for the second 7-1 of the season. But there's the entry. All right, RXWD will be the first one to find a frag, and that's either out of this round.
He might have been going for a peek, or that might have just been a lucky hit through the window when he was just shooting the window. Hard to
Possible. I don't know where the Valkyrie dropped, but it's definitely possible. See a body somewhere.
No, I assumed he was at that window, but I guess not. Karjeka, though, with a nice refrag on Shaiko. That's going to be the Ash down with that C4. Nicely done.
So entryway here, and I like how RXWD is trying to control here from the circle couch, but he needs Rafale to really guide the Mozzie into him.
Yeah, they're just trying to corral at this point, but unfortunately, you got to land your shots. If you don't land your shots, it doesn't do a whole lot of good. He is trapped at the moment, tries to get away, does so.
Karjeka is ducking and weaving around everything, and all of that movement, the crouching, the moving from side to side, that's really difficult to predict. And there's joystick. We all forget.
Joystick on Jaeger.
Yeah, Jaeger joystick is just a hell of a combination, and because you're so distracted, this is where he pounces. And now it's a one-man advantage for Empire. They might have taken damage, but it's okay, because both the Sledge and the Ash are dead.
IQ doing some work here, at least in trying to identify the site setup, but it is a man advantage for Empire here.
Oh my god. Dan knows what's up. There's the SMG-11, and he's going to get pushed. This is Zofia using her utility. Alems, for the love of God. You've got the utility, but no, he's actually going to go and contest from the rooftop. Maybe you catch somebody on the cross. No, okay, this is how he's going to cross it over into Aqua.
Here we go, the pinch between him and Rafale.
RXWD is going on for the vault here. There's the Gizmot landing inside of Aqua. And let's make sure that this part of the site is clear. So the traditional Valkyrie camera inside of Aqua is going to get destroyed. Joystick is actually looking for peeks onto the roof, but there's nobody in there. Down Supreme Fire through the wall. So they're looking for the push. There's one bit, and the second one didn't actually bounce. Karjeka, beautiful bullet hole. Another one for Karjeka to make it a 3K, and RXWD is the last man alive. He's going up the staircase. Dan is going for the fire. His utility being used. Karjeka will get shot down, but Joystick confirms the kill. RXWD is out, and Empire secure the round off of Joystick's beautiful roam, but also Karjeka's oh so important picks. I mean, the man can do it. It's attack, defense, intel or not. Well, every player on this team just seems to be so good at identifying where their opponents would be
and
knowing how
like
to deal with it.
I think it's a little bit easier because
yeah,
it's
100%.
a more constrained map, but they are on top of it. I got to imagine the communication is probably flawless.
And you might be looking at this like, what is this orchestra? Beautiful orchestra and music. It's like going and, you know, spending the entire night just listening to some Tchaikovsky or Korsakov. And you're like, this is amazing. How every single move, every single step that they make is calculated, it's predicted. It's just beautiful to watch this sort of play. And you might be saying like, oh, why are they so biased to BDS? Or to Empire against BDS. Not the case at all. Look at what Empire are doing. They are manhandling BDS just as much, if not better, than what they did against Vitality.
We've seen this Empire going back to when me and you did the Milan EU Cup. And, and how good they've been since then. They had a little bit of a slump the second half of S10, but outside of that, this is the Empire we expect at this point. But I gotta say the community was looking like they might have been right if there's no comeback here, because
5 seconds left.
this is looking a bit more like those percentages we saw.
You say the slump after season 10. By slump, we mean they
Not winning every single.
they won the Rally Major, and then they couldn't make it to Tokoname because there were only 2 spots, and kind of Navi just kind of snuck in there near the end of it. So with G2 and Empire both hot on their tail, it's like, oh, eventually someone is gonna have to go.
Oh, so close to Shaiko on top of it.
It's a great shot there from Shaiko. It's a great opener. You're kind of expecting it, but I think right before he went for the shot, Karjeka meleeed the barricade, and that really gave him away.
Yeah, sound is a big part of this game. Well, we'll see them slowing down a little bit here, just trying to be careful now that they've got man advantage. They don't want to lose that. Joystick now found out and eliminated. This is looking like a round BDS could take. So far, not a scratch on Shaiko, even with 2 kills. Looking pretty good, and it's Karjeka and Joystick. Those are the 2 players that were really just making it hard for the attack last round. Those 2 eliminated early. It's all on the other players. Now, all these other players are fantastic in clutch situations, so don't get me wrong, but this is looking much better for BDS this round, and I imagine this could end in 7-2, the way things are going.
Definitely so. Well, Shaiko right now is still the spearhead. As you said, him being alive is definitely going to help BDS. RXWD making sure that nobody can come up from those main stairs, and it's a great way of doing it. You see a lot of the holes have been opened up through the wall. They're not reinforced at all. They're meant to be more intel gathering positions as well, where you can just lie down on the floor and see when people's feet are poking out. Empire's way of playing this is we will be immensely reactive to everything that BDS are doing, and here reactive to what Renshiro was on to, just trying to destroy as much of the floorboard as possible. This will make RXWD's job a lot worse, but he still finds it. Oh, what a shot onto Dan.
He hits the tracks. It might have actually stopped them from leapfrogging out, but it traded his life for it.
Shaiko's watching, and the Lems in the meantime is planting. See the entirety of the wall here leading into the bathroom has been opened up, and the pre-fire from Scyther. He flicks away and finds the kill on Shaiko. That's your entry. And there's your 3 left in this post-plant situation. 1 on the floor. Can he find the Zofia? I believe there. Lems drops on the floor. Oh no, the edge! Lems perfectly done onto Scyther. It leaves only Shepard alive with no nitro cell. You might need to long arm it. You can't do it from there. Nice try, but it's done. BDS very successful in the round.
Definitely a much better round for them. But that was a very different lineup as well, and different bomb sites. So, you know, Hookah they were very strong on. They played a very different setup in terms of their operators. This time, it was that early kill on the Karjeka, and then the Swift went on to Joystick. There just wasn't, I don't know, they weren't really coming back from that, from what we saw. It seemed like those are the 2 power players in terms of flexibility on the roam. When they lost them, it was just, Shaiko kind of the spearhead pushing through the map, pretty much doing what Empire do. And then RXWD with a nice kill on the Legion as well definitely helped. So just a few misplays and mistimed plays really from Empire, but good droning as well from BDS. For example, when they caught Joystick, they were playing the way that Empire did. Follow those drones, lead them into kills. Don't just find where someone's at and then lose the drone. So Empire are gonna have to be a little more careful. That first round they did have the Mozzie. The second round they didn't, I believe, if I remember correctly. So they have the mute this time, but the mute Mozzie combo I think would be good to go back to. You don't want Shaiko to have that extra information.
No, not at all. Not the way that he's been doing things. In the previous round, really, if it weren't for his 2 entry kills, things would have been a bit different, but it was really off of Empire's mismanagement of it. I think
a lot of it was just timing, really.
Yeah, it was Karjeka that messed up his timing. Joystick also pretty much getting tapped very quickly.
It wasn't a bad play, though. He knew he was getting droned. It was expecting someone to peek, but it was just Shaiko was a bit more on top of it. And also, it was just he didn't have to peek as far, whereas Joystick was kind of out in the open there. And that was the problem. Joystick peeked it a little too wide, just kind of in the middle of the doorway. So it was a nice try, though.
Yeah, one thing that you're expecting usually when, especially BDS are on the attack, is Renshiro doing work on repels. I think in the matchup so far, there's just not been any calm that BDS can shine in.
Yeah.
And would allow Renshiro to do that sort of work. He's been getting taken down very constantly. As I say that.
As you say that.
Thank you, Renshi. You've done it. Okay, great job. There's Joystick out of the round there. And we didn't get to see him, but he says nice shot, so we'll assume it was a pretty nice shot.
Yeah, it looked like it probably was a pretty tight angle through the doorway.
Well, that's what Shaiko does. You give it an angle, and he will hold it literally until the end of time.
Well, let's see if he can get into the room here. This is where he's really struggling. He's just getting through that doorway. That shield there really working out for Dan. It might get naded here shortly. Little drone coming in just to verify the positioning, so they can go for that. And the wall bang, nice try. Almost does damage to Dan.
What's very different in this defense, for sure, from Empire is that they're kind of not even trying the Goyo setup, right? No. They saw how BDS were kind of forcing themselves into playing it and didn't work out for them at all. But here we are. Rafael will find one onto Karisheka, so that's the second operation.
Again.
That's the double entry, basically.
Yeah. And it's not even from Shaiko this time. It's the two other Rs.
Well, they're trying to push them away, and oh no, Dan, the wrong moment. He looks away, and now the Titan double bar is open. Scyther and Shepard are the last two alive, and Scyther is rotating in through the office. There's nobody upstairs. He also used his Nitro cell, so won't be able to find anyone. Renshiro with a beautiful grenade, but then gets finally eliminated by Scyther. He's just wreaked havoc on this defensive Empire in the round. You see some quick peeks around here. Nope, it's Alem's actually go for the plant. There's Scyther, though, denying it to 2K. He'll have to ace this round to make the W. Flashbang to come in. He gets shot in the backside. There was only one bullet, but from above. Actually, no. Rafael, as he drops, he finds Scyther from behind. There's the kill. There you go.
Well, things have definitely switched up here. And again, it's the loss of those two players on the entry. Losing Karjeka and then losing Joystick. This time it was the reverse, but that's the problem, is without those two really kind of shutting down at least one member of BDS early, it seems like they're falling apart a bit. The attack's really dominating in this matchup so far. Both teams have only won one defense so far. So we'll see. They're going back to Hookah, the one site that they won, now that they finally can, and they might be able to close things out here with it still being match point, having been match point for 2 rounds now. We'll see if they could do something a little bit different to be able to hold this a little bit stronger than those last 2 rounds, but this is the bomb site that they won before, so they can do it. But now BDS are going to know a bit more about the setup, so Joystick going to have to try and stay alive along with Karjeka, and if they could do that, pretty doable here. It's really about shutting down Shaiko as well. That Ashe entry player, when they're able to kind of do their thing, it really helps. You saw how effective that was for Dan or Scyther previously. So they're going to have to play off intel as well, and then intel denial with the Mozzie. Let's see if they're able to hold this. Those Valkyrie cams also going to be a key component along with the Evil Eyes. So just a lot of eyes around the map.
5 seconds remaining.
They did go for a plant previously, so you know they want to push for that. So Aqua is definitely going to be a place to contend, because it seems like that is a bit more of a concern for BDS than it was for Empire to push into there and take from there for potential plant into Billiards. As opposed to the way Empire played it with a bit more of a pinch, taking Aqua, but also focused heavily on Hookah itself as well. See if BDS changes that up or not, as they weren't able to win that attack previously. Try to go with, the typical Ashe entry spot here. You got to know this is coming. And this is not just 1 or 2 teams. A lot of teams Ashe entry from here. It's hard to contest. It's a good long angle. Again, hardly anyone plays in that bathroom, and if they do, they're going to get droned out pretty fast.
I think this is the olden way of playing things. When you have a Pulse, for example, that's playing downstairs and you want a Nitro with it. That hasn't really been the case for a while now. It's a bit of a rarity, just because the attacker is so much more efficient at assaulting from exactly the spot you were talking about. Like, it's definitely not unusual to see an Ashe just entering from that delivery door and just staying there for a while to make sure they clear out the entirety of the bottom.
It's funny that BDS bans Buck and then just uses the secondary shotty on Gridlock. I mean, that's smart, right? You don't need it.
It's that, yeah, I guess that's not exactly what they want to do with her, but or what to do with him. And there we go. There's you don't want to use the breaching round, but he's going to be able to drop the Mozzie. Karjeka is.
If Joystick's next, we know where this round's going.
Yeah, I'm quite sad that Dan hasn't really had much of an effect on the round so far, but there's a Lems. He's down, and can you find the second one? There's the pre-fire. So close. Shepard pulls out the shotgun and fires into the side, actually, of the map. And won't be able to find anyone. There's Joystick on the run out, trying to check for anyone on the rappel, and that'll be Rafal. That actually gets spotted and taken away. Drones will be spotted. And Joystick is setting himself for a gunfight here. Doing a bit of damage, pulling out the pistol. He's still there. He's still in the bar. Shepard gets Shaiko, but it's Renshiro on a Dan. Usually when Shaiko goes down on BDS, that means Empire are looking better and better.
One thing I really like about the way Empire is playing is they almost always expect to be traded. So when they get a kill, they immediately turn, or even when they take shots, they immediately turn and expect to flank.
There's the Nitro, and it gets shot in the air. Very well done there by RXWD. And Renshiro is holding on to a window as we speak, something that is very traditional, to say the least. Bit of damage done to RX before he's able to drop in, and Shepard actually gets taken out, dropped on the floor in the meantime, before he could tap his smoke canister.
We've got to play time at this point, 15 seconds left.
This is so smart here from Empire to go for the pickup on Shepard. He still has utility, he's going to be using it. RXWD focusing down to get the plant, but no, right before he's able to put it down, it's the kill that come out from Joystick. Oh no, RXWD is dropped on the floor, spray through the wood. And there it is. A victory for Team Empire, a 7-3 on Coastline. Definitely way better than what Empire have been doing over the past 6 months on this map.
That was a much closer round, though, for Empire as well. It definitely came down to BDS doing a better job adjusting for what Empire did the first time on Hookah, but Empire absolutely came back on that and played time smart. I mean, that got pretty close as well, not being able to find a lot of players. You saw a lot of blind spraying towards the end, spraying towards Cool Vibes, spraying into the bench inside Hookah, just trying to
just
land
in
hits.
case.
Yeah, like we've got bullets left because we've been conservative all around. Let's just spray everything. If we get the kills, we got time advantage right now.
Even if it do 1 damage, we're not going to be the ones that just push out and fight, and you're not expecting BDS even to run into you and go for gunfights. So it makes a lot of sense to just throw rounds downrange.
Yeah.
And it stuck. A couple rounds stuck there, and it made it easier later on for Joystick to fire his last couple rounds that went through the wood and got the tag on the player planting in the back. That was RXWD playing on the gridlock, and it was done. Finished him off with a pistol, and the round was over.
Yeah, absolutely great performance by Empire. Some good performance back by BDS, but at the end of the day, Empire takes it.
All right, well, we have our interview ready, so let's go ahead and have a quick chat with Joystick.
Hello.
How are you, Joystick?
Fine, as always.
As always. Now you go for a 7-1 victory against Vitality, 7-3 today against BDS. I really want you to walk me through some of the changes that you guys have had when it comes to the lineup, because we saw you now playing on more of a flex support role.
Yeah.
You have, Scyther, more of an opener, but Karsheka is also doing quite a bit of work for the team now.
Yeah, we just changed the role with Dan and Scooter. Sometimes we change the operators, and I think it's we can be more flexible and do more quicker. Sometimes something like kill somebody or destroy ADS or something like that. So we just change position. That's okay.
Now, a lot of times we don't get to see how the kills happen, like the setup to the kill, but when we do, we see a lot of droning on your end. It seems like Empire's rounds start off very slow when you drone a lot, and then suddenly you descend and find a kill, and out of nowhere, the round's over. How do you set up for that, and how fast is the communication in the team? Because everything seems like it's executed perfectly.
Yeah, we just always first drone and then kill, and Shepard is the best droner in the world. I don't know, he just stay on drone like 2 minutes in rounds and just he have all the info, and we just know how to execute frag and what we need to do to execute him. So he's the best.
But that's what you do on defense, on attack, excuse me. But how does it go on defense? Because you don't have the luxury of, having access to those drones. Does the Mozzie play a lot into it in setting you up, especially when you're running the Jaeger?
We just know when where are they from coming, and look first round where they're coming, and then in the second round we just prepare some holes, and someone play below and heard the info where they come in. That's why we don't have so many info with the cameras. Like, we just take info in the last 2 rounds, I think Maestro and Moji. Yeah, and we destroy their info. We pick mute, so we know that without info they can't do anything fast, so that's why.
All right, well, that's done. Congratulations on your victory. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans or anybody out there?
Of course, we love you all. Our fans are the best. Mwah.
That's a hell of a kiss. I know there are people, literally millions, fighting over that kiss right now at Joystick. So thank you very much for that, Daniel.
Yeah, thank you too.
So your next matchup, who is it going to be against? You're going to have a couple big games coming up to finish off as well the half of the season. But next up, you're playing against Rogue. That's going to be a big game in general. How do you prepare for them? You have a week pretty much to get ready. What scares you about Rogue more than any other team, if anything?
We don't scare anything. We just know that we can beat them. We beat them before, and I think it will be really 50-50 matchup because they change roster and they have some strong maps. We have some strong maps, so I think it will be a really good game.
All right, we hope so too. So thank you very much, and good night. Congratulations.
Good night.
It's good to see the shout outs for the drone player. Like you don't hear those a lot, but it's Shepard is so good at supporting his team. We saw it in Raleigh. We've seen it since then. But it's just doing their thing with the drones. We're gonna highlight Shepard.
We're gonna have some highlights here. Well, there you go.
He's doing his job. Like, even if he's not showing it up in terms of points, even his rating is still pretty good for being on drones.
He's a droner.
For 2 minutes of droning, and he's still.
He gets 8 kills.
But it's the intel game. You hear that? That's what we were talking about during the match. The intel game, Empire is on it. Maybe not as much on defense, and you heard that from Joystick as well. Also, I noticed Joystick has changed where he lives now, so I wonder if he got upgraded from his successes. If so, good for him.
Maybe in a mansion somewhere.
Yeah. Well, I hope that their success has continued to benefit them as a team in better, maybe better living conditions or whatever benefits they may have gathered, because Empire seems to be doing well for them.
Yeah, we won't see that until they're wearing Gucci on stream. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, we still have a few matches to go. 3 of them, that is. Rogue versus Na'Vi, or match of the evening, coming up in just a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EU Pro League. We had a bit of a bash in game number 1 of the evening between Empire and BDS. Of course, game number 2 is Rogue versus Na'Vi. So first of all, I'd like to start with a bit of a chant. Happy birthday to you.
Yes, that's for aces out there.
Happy birthday to you.
Congratulations on living another year.
He's now 17. Oh, wait, we shouldn't say that on stream.
17.
No admin watches this.
Yeah. He's so old now. So
It
I
looks
think
like.
expect a retirement announcement soon after the season.
Speaking of which, there's the Rogue roster. Here is Hicks, Rise, Aces. He's 17 now. We're going to roll with that. Corey, who's actually 13. And then Rips, of course, Mr. Jan Hucke, who has joined the squad. These were old Giants.
Yeah, for
remember
those
the past few months?
Weren't aware who didn't catch on Monday. Rogue has picked up Giants.
And honestly, I wouldn't fault you for it, because in the past year, this team has gone from Millennium going up to Invitational, then going as Le Stream Esports at Invitational itself, then
LFO.
drop as LFO, which is looking for org, then to the Giants, and now to Rogue. In the space of a year, they've literally gone through everybody to get to this point.
Maybe no one likes them.
I mean, at this point, it makes a lot of sense because a lot of North American teams have been importing EU players. Rogue did the smart thing. Instead of importing 5 EU players and having to get them visas like United is doing, they just move everybody to the EU and they pick up a European team.
There you go.
Rogue with the 300 IQ plays. Though, their opponents for this matchup is the reigning Pro League champions of Na'Vi. Out of nowhere, these guys come in.
Yeah, it's funny to see Pi without stats there because he showed up coming in for Doki and did quite a good job with that all the way up to a win at the finals. And they look pretty good as a team with the exception of Monday where they didn't look so good as a team. That was definitely not their best performance. So we'll see if today they can adjust for it. But you've got Pi, Kendrew, Citizen, Nello with many extra E's there. And
Yay!
saves.
It's fixed. It's fixed.
There we go. Pi's stats showing there.
He does have stats. He ended up playing the past like 3 or 4 playdays. Yeah, 3 or 4 playdays of the last season. So it was really in the second half of the season, the last quarter, where Doki is out. Doki is set to come back in the next like 3 months or something like that. So
Hopefully he can behave himself.
he's reformed. Okay, I believe.
At least it was a short ban. But yeah, I do hope they have a better performance today. But at the same time, Rogue looked pretty good on Monday, and it's a team that can do it. So Na'Vi up against tough fight, to come back from a poor performance the first day. This is not the matchup you want to try and make up for that, especially when you've only got a day in between to work on things.
So what's the important thing about this? It's the same thing that we talked about when it comes to Empire's victory over Vitality. You not only want to win, but you want to win with as much of a round differential as humanly possible. Yeah. You might be sitting at home thinking, why? Who cares about that, Milosh? You should care, and so should the teams, because if you're tied at the end of the season in points, that head-to-head round differential is what is going to break.
And we have seen that factor
last season and the season before that. So it's important.
Yeah.
Do not ignore it. Not only the victories matter, but also by how much you win.
Yeah. I mean, we may not have relegations this season, but that didn't increase the number of spots to go to the finals, which you need to do. So
we don't have relegations, as you mentioned, but we're going to have more teams in the next season, as they said, but it's the same 2 teams that are going to land.
That's it. So
maybe
we'll see if it's the same 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, for a long time, we were thinking like, from APAC, it's always got to be Norengo coming out with Fnatic.
And then
from NA,
we go to Japan,
Rogue.
it's not even a Japanese team there.
And the APAC teams play so well.
Last season would definitely change things up in terms of the finals.
Incredibly well.
Yeah.
Honestly, I can't wait to see. Obviously, all of the teams that were present in Tokoname will be playing at the 6 Invitational. So
yeah,
they have the second highest seed when it comes to coming in, because they made it to Pro League finals. That automatically qualifies them to invite winners of the minors, are the people that are just under them. Number 1 in seed is Team Empire because they won the Raleigh Major.
Yeah.
So get auto-invited, the first team to get invited to the Invitational. And of course, the last team is the direct invite.
Yeah.
So seed is important in the group stage. It can really help you. But when it comes to playing against the other 15 best teams in the world, you're going to have a hard time no matter what.
Yeah. And let's be honest, Rogue as an org now have a better chance of not only showing up to the finals, but also potentially winning it. As, you know, the other Rogue had not done so well, and then obviously to the point of relegation. That being said, this team formerly known as Giants has also not done so well at LANs, and sorry, Aces, you're still not doing so well. Nothing's
He's playing well.
No, he's playing fine, yeah, but Corey's apparently going blind and likes to team kill, so that's not helping.
Sorry, Corey, we have to take you to an optometrist. You know, he lives in East Germany. Maybe we can help.
I would say he's probably saw that coming, but probably not. Let's see where they're going to be playing, though.
I don't know if he can see where we're playing on.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He doesn't know the difference between orange and blue anymore. Just shoot at a silhouette.
At least he knows my team is the fully blue one. The other one is the complete yellow one.
Yeah. He's probably colorblind on top of things, too. I don't know if he is or not. I'm just kidding. Consulate, though, that's a good map choice for both these teams. Their records to the second half of last season was wins across the board for both of these teams on this map when they were playing it. So,
what do you guys think, though? Show me the money. Tight game. Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
After Navi's last performance a couple days ago against Fours, 2 days is not enough to recover from that.
No.
But hey, maybe they can.
You know, if it was mistakes that easily identified and can correct, it's not a big deal. Then.
But they played so heavily into Goyo.
And I wish it had worked. It didn't really work today for BDS either. So while he's a strong operator and an influential one, it doesn't seem to be creating a lot of wins just yet. Although, if you looked at the SI qualifiers when he was played, it did help quite a bit. There was a lot of rounds won with Goyo in play.
Have you looked at the SI qualifiers? Did you? There would have been absolutely no way to know that you spend literal hours watching and rewatching and rewatching and analyzing everything about them.
Thank God YouTube has all those playback controls.
Actually, yeah, that's very true.
It helps so much. So, Capitao and Dokkaebi. Interesting choice. Capitao being a little bit more common, but Dokkaebi being an interesting ban here. And Corey too good on Dokkaebi, so Citizen admitting the target ban there. Apparently, happy birthday to Corey. 1 month late, so Corey apparently recently had a birthday as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was in December, and he posted a photo. It wasn't a month.
Oh, wow, our first Goyo ban here. I believe our first. There was another one I missed.
In PL? Let me check.
I think so.
I'm on it, boss.
And Maestro on top of that, so should be interesting. But that means Mira and Echo still in play. Mira maybe not as much of a play here, but Echo definitely useful on this map. So it is likely we'll see him at least one round. There you go, right off the bat. Rips, the newest member to the team here. Former teammate of Corey's as well, going back to the team that was ordered. It was actually the team that was originally Na'Vi. Interesting.
I mean, yeah, this is Orgle's taking over Rogue now.
It's getting it's shifting
Ribs,
around.
Corey, and Aces.
The
right?
6 picks there from one Heartbreacher to another too.
It went from Millennium to like a French team to a German team.
Yeah.
I'd assume that they would have like a 6th player. Maybe someone would pick up Panics, Vitality, or Rogue, and they would bring Panics to play with them in the French national.
I would think you'd want Panics on sub-team because he's a player with a lot of good experience.
What we're trying to say here is hire Panics, please.
For something. Waterboy at least?
Hey man,
Give the man a
Zaku needs a career.
Does he? Because I'm pretty sure he's pretty busy posting on Twitter.
Well, he's pretty good at it.
I think he's a full-time social media weeb.
Social media weep. Is that a thing?
If it is, he is the one.
Okay, so far, when it comes to our 3 regions that we commentate here, we didn't have a singular Goyo ban, so this is the first one.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it is. It's mind-boggling.
Attackers are moving out to
But that does free up a lot of other defensive operators that were, commonly banned. Nice placement here with Rips supporting potentially some play here into admin. I like this. He's got one player in there to try and fight back, potentially, although it looks like he might have rotated and dropped down the Visa hatch. Kenju's going to be the one to start to open things up. They're going to have to, of course, huck some drones in. So hopefully Mozzie of Corey has put one of the pests on one of the windows, because that's an easy free drone.
I'd imagine so.
You just have to guess which window. Oh, saves almost getting a kill here on yellow stairs.
Oh, they're just ducking and weaving, man. The Jaeger really wants to get him. Stun grenades are coming in because you're expecting the Jaeger to, go what is referred to as the ADS trick. You know, to have one in the back pocket.
Or pocket ADS, yeah.
So strategy works out. Unfortunately, one of the charges gets burned.
Yeah, because he just finished setting it down as that last flashbang came out, but the previous one at least didn't burn the other charge, so still got one charge left. So they probably feel like they burned up most of it. Nope. Citizen confirms, nope, got 2 to deal with potentially there.
When they're turned off, does IQ not spot
I was
them?
wondering that as well. I don't know. I think they still show up.
But you don't know if they're burned or not.
Yeah, I can't confirm that. I don't know for sure.
That's what I believe it is. It's definitely something that...
the test, yeah. Maybe we get the Core Ross on that, figure that out for us.
Yeah. Han, are you watching? I need you. Han Solo. Oh, there's
He's
quick
the
peek.
real rogue.
That's very true. Well, Pi is looking in, and Hicks is speaking every now and then, but not really able to do much against him. A lot of softballs that can be used, but Rise actually wins the gunfight. Kendra diving in a bit too slow, but he finds the second. Takes a while against Hicks, but he does find him. Now it's a 3v4. Crossing here into the rest of the bathroom. It's all clear. The default cam has been sniped off. Impact grenade opened up by Aces. What a shot onto Kendra. Perfectly timed and played. Kendra stayed in the bathroom for a bit too long. And, well, that's numbness setting in. But Corey, in the meantime, gets shot by Pi. Dallo going in for the plant. Rip's going to go to his yokai drone, but it's a bit too far off. He doesn't know what to be dealing with right now. There's one player on the reverse repel and one already inside of the console chambers. Dallo takes down Rips, and that's Na'Vi victorious on round number 1. They obviously did not need the thermite in this round here. We're expecting the garage just in case.
Yeah.
But that double rush up yellow into the bathroom worked out well.
I mean, the positions were pretty well known, and it just seemed like a little too static a play from Rogue. Na'Vi were able to read into it, get angles on most of them, just playing very smartly, pinching when they could, just taking advantage of the fact that Rogue weren't mobile enough. That's really what it came down to. Interesting that Corey's going to try and put up some windows instead. Now, they are going garage this time. There's the thermite in play as well from Nello again. It's always nice when you finally get to garage and defense wins it, then you know you don't have to bring thermite for a couple rounds. But don't always get that benefit. So this is one map where it's always kind of a pain in terms of knowing whether or not you need thermite. I think some teams that are just really good at using Hibana to get the garage open are almost in a better position for not having to do that. I do miss when we would occasionally see the CEO plant with the thermite on the top of yellow stairs, the little half wall.
Yeah.
Blow that open and go.
Yeah.
It was so rare.
Oh, it was a while ago. I haven't seen that.
Yeah. It was a risky move, but it was fun to watch. A lot of reinforcements going up here for the bathroom. Got to imagine that's going to be Corey setting up a mirror probably in there. Might be playing in there, might just set it up for a teammate. A lot of times it's the Mute going to be playing in there, so it could be Aces to play it if Corey just sets up a window for him. Mute Jammer is very helpful in stopping them from verifying who's in there. It makes it easy to burn up a lot of the utility first. Now, of course, they don't have any Thatchers, so it's an interesting choice. We're going to attack Garage without Thatcher? That's always a risky proposition. It does mean they either need to take Piano or just open up Yellow Stairs door and peek in. Interesting Claymore placement. It's usually on the side, but in this case it's set up so that if they open the door, it will kill them. So if they go to open it and then peek for a Claymore first, that won't work. So I like the thought process there. But sometimes it can work against you if some of the door gets open first and they see that laser.
Oh, the smoke's going to spot the drone, but no, it's going to remain alive at least from what I could tell.
Mute certainly didn't stop that door from getting opened.
Rip's trying to get info, and he does confirm that there's 2 players upstairs. Citizen, nice shot there. We didn't quite catch that. But X is off. Aces, though, refrag onto Kendra. Aces solo. Aces, how does he keep doing this all on his own?
It's his birthday celebration.
He's always so good at doing this sort of thing. His game sense is definitely on another level.
Yeah.
When it comes to professional play in general. There's the...
Wow.
Okay. I'm not sure why the smoke was peeking around there for the gunfight, but Pi with the ACOV, of course, superior in that position. The SMG-11 missed, and that's the smoke dead, which doesn't look great when there's a minute 45 left on this round.
Oh, here we go.
Rogue turning around the corner, and Aces able to get a 2K there, taking out saves. Still on a 3v3. Definitely possible for the defense. Can he look around and he gets it? Aces with the 3K. Citizen is dead, and Aces is an absolute beast. Corey will be shot down. It's from Pi. Rips turns around the corner. There's Nitro Cell out. Aces is looking for the ace all on his own. That's the quad kill now. Nello, solo on HP. And Aces is going to stay calm. He turns around and Aces with the ace. Here's Birthday Boy.
He finally earned his name there.
I mean, this man is just so good. Literally, in my opinion, the best German player ever.
That was the definition of walking around the map, killing everyone.
Genuinely.
And it was, you saw how often they were holding angles against him. Clearly, that's not the play. Like, just holding the corner does not work against Aces. We have just confirmed that.
You know, it's already in the first 2 rounds, we kind of find a contrast between this game and the one before it, is that in game number 1, Empire was so active in their droning, right?
Yeah.
Not the same way for Na'Vi.
No, and it's really working against them. Like, they think, oh, we're pinching him out, but they don't have the intel on that. They're just holding angles to try and do it. They're not pressing him. They're not droning. They're not doing what they should be doing to take advantage of any kind of information. Instead, they're just hoping he walks into them. It's not the way to do it, but congrats on your birthday ace already in round number 2 of your match.
I mean,
He's feeling the birthday spirit.
I think I got to cast an ace on my birthday. I don't remember. I think it was something like that, but...
Well, that's the closest way you'll come to getting an ace on your birthday.
Hey, man. I got an ace in my first game day.
Playing what, poker?
Playing Siege. Coming back in 2020. That was a great start. I don't know what you're talking about. I felt...
Those silvers are easy, huh?
You want to talk, man. Come on.
True.
Yeah, see? At least we're not in Taro. That's fine.
That's what I say to myself every morning in the mirror.
Always
Cheers
look
me up.
on the bright side. Well, actually,
Then I comb my hair and I'm like, enjoy having this.
and Taro's definitely on the bright side of life, Fred. Does this count as being a terrible person? Because if it does, I don't mind.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Yeah, he regrets it, which is great. We can just...
That's why you don't make bets.
Off of only 500 retweets on Twitter. Come on, man.
It's
Like,
dumber when you make a bet over a tattoo, though, as well, because then that's a little more permanent. Then your hair does grow back. But we're seeing some drones that actually come out now from Na'Vi, so that's a good change here.
just don't tell anyone about a bald spot.
Yeah.
Well, here we are. Na'Vi are taking control of the roof. They were very effective before in just burning off the ADSs, and Rise is going to go for double ADS now in his back pocket. So this is the change, so he can trick things off.
He might even die with both of those in his pocket with how aggressive he's playing.
You gotta be careful still. You can't trick if you're dead, right?
That's the trick.
So there's the ADSs, and both flashbangs go off. This might trick Na'Vi. Now, this is a very difficult position for the defense to fight. You might think that there's a lot of exposure, you know, something that really might hurt you, but this is actually very beneficial for Nello. We've seen this position get a lot of map control off to the attackers, and Kendrew and Na'Vi in general are really just setting up for this play. Now, because of the Jaeger tricking, the frag grenades have all been expended for actually nothing.
Yeah. Not to mention some flashbangs as well. They're really trying to get this yellow stairs, and this is really why they're going to lose this round if they spend so much time on this and can't get it. Teams that do this and just get stuck on the stairs, even if they get the kill, if it's less than a minute left, they rarely win those rounds. Well, that almost helped there.
Takes it half HP, and Rise the one contesting. Smoke will do a bit of damage through the wall, maybe, but Rise will go back into yellow. Nobody peeking him from above. You hear a stun grenade coming up from Pi as they walk on into the site. The Nitro from below. Corey unscathed, but it's Citizen that takes down Hicks. The smokes no longer available as Rise walks on in to contest. He'll lose the gunfight. 0 damage done to Citizen, but the Yokai drone of Rips is watching. Nello gets one on Aces. Corey's trying to rotate around as there is nothing to deal with him just yet. Well, he's got a shotty. He's doing damage, but that's just a bit. It'll force Kendrew off for a moment. Rips is going for a gunfight. A saves takes down Corey off on the window. There's the Nomad in play. Unfortunately, the Echo could not be protected. It's basically like the MVP, or is it the high value target?
Yeah.
Once the Echo is dead, the round's over, and in that case, it definitely was it.
Yeah. I mean, I take back what I said in the sense of like the time burning, but that was on Rogue to throw it. They got way too aggressive. In Bathroom especially, losing 2 players there, unnecessarily trying to contest that window. They had time advantage at that point. They could have played it. They could have worked with it, especially with the Echo still alive, doing his job with the Yokai. If they just hadn't thrown their lives away in the bathroom, they would have been in a good position to just try and pressure. They could have had one cover the skylight while the other one rotated in. to be able to fight into the CEO console office. But no. Instead, the C4 kill was a nice attempt at that, but it was too few people left, and he was forced to try and rotate or fight, and he got caught off guard and punished for his C4 kill, or not C4 kill, but the shotgun play from below. So he was doing a good job, but again, just not enough manpower left. If Rogue hadn't thrown away 2 in the bathroom, I can almost guarantee they would have won that round. But, you know, they were too static before, and then too aggressive that round. They just haven't found the balance yet. We'll see if they do a little bit better in lobby, as so far they have only one garage. CEO or console, as it's officially known, has not been good luck for them. So we'll see if things change a bit. Not too much of a change in the lineup for the most part. So I think pretty much the same. I'm not sure if Corey was, or no, I definitely know Corey wasn't Legion before. He was the Mozzie, but I'm not sure if they had a Legion before or not. But Ace is not going to be on that mute. He's going to be on that Mozzie. He's still denying drones. We'll see if he's going to be on as much of a roam as he could be, but 6 kills there. The rest of his team only with 1 or 0. So he's definitely hogging all the kills that they have been able to get. That was, of course, of his 1 ace round, you know, taking up 5 of those 6. It was good to see that air jab in action as well last round, being very useful. The one up there on the balcony, very important, especially if you can have a Claymore with it, connect a window there. Getting telegraphed a little bit, but opening it with melee. See, melee is a bit different than gunshots, and when someone's meleeing the window, you know where they're at. They're right there at the window. Whereas if they shoot it from farther away, a little bit safer in that you don't know exactly what distance they're at.
I think maybe a lot more teams should be using the joystick/Team Empire approach of winning a round. First drone, then kill.
Yeah, I like he was very direct with that first drone, then kill. There it is. There's his algorithm.
Thank you very much. How do I improve my gameplay?
Have a player who
Shoot
drones
heads.
for 2 minutes?
Shoot heads.
Yeah.
Kill enemy, okay.
I feel like Karjek was really on top of the shooting heads game. Like, his headshot percentage must have been so high that last game.
But we know now that the top players in the league are people that go for body shots, so that's something to watch for. Saves actually going in for the rappel, the same that he was doing before. This is actually very tricky and you know, very ballsy to say the least. It requires him to be very safe, just in case, because at any point in time, Rogue can walk up against him. Citizen, though, will grab one, rise with the refrag on a Kendrew, and aces onto Nello. That denies the diffuser from being planted, as Aces really plants himself in that side of the lobby. By the default plant, a bit of damage done here to Rise, who's actually taken very low on HP. Corey is now taken away. All right, Citizen off on his own pretty much. And that was the pick that he got also by the service stairs. There's the shot though from Rise. Pi is down and Aces with another on it saves. Citizen is all on his own. He's got to rotate in, coming around from Max stairs, but it's Rise. Still, hauled up upstairs. He has control of the hatch, and that's all he needs, because you can watch literally the singular entryway that is afforded to the IQ.
That was a great early plant attempt, but they just didn't have the coverage on it.
Nope.
Letting the diffuser drop like that. Had they been able to get the plant down, that could have been so much of a different round.
You know, it's not like even Rogue were putting a lot of pressure on the top floor. They didn't have much in the way of utility either. They had like 1 reinforcement, and that's it.
Yeah, it was definitely down to them just peeking. Yes, they lost a lot of those fights, but it's the one they got on the diffuse being planted that changed around for them. Because all of a sudden the diffuser's trapped in there, and you saw a little bit more desperation from Na'Vi. You saw him running into the front door, for example. They just couldn't get those players out of those positions. Also, the contesting on the repelling on the CEO console window, that was not a great choice. Repelling like that where you're telegraphing with the repel rope where you're going to be. Not smartest. Now they get to go back to Garage, their better bomb site, but now that they've won 2, it is tied up. So Rogue not in a bad position. They just need to get the rhythm down. And last round definitely seemed like it, but a lot of that stuff, the backs of players like Aces doing his job. Nice, interesting mirror placement there from Corey. Not one you see too often, being able to look through. Usually you see it in the security office next to the cafeteria. Be able to watch it there. We still may see one up here in the bathroom, as Corey's rotated up there now. Very likely. It's just so common to go with the setup where you set up, where Corey's setting up, reinforce the wall in the bathroom, put the mirror, open up the wall, soft wall a little bit, open up the hatch, be able to rotate down and just burn time up here. That's why Mute's good at it, because you could deny a lot longer, burn a lot more time. But I think Corey might be sticking up there. Hard to say. He might have rotated down now. I see this movement, so he's probably rotated down. We could have someone else moving up. They could even abandon the bathroom and just leave it like that, but there's a lot of utility to commit to that if you don't at least play it for a while. Citizen been trying to do a good job with that IQ outside the building, trying to identify whatever utility they might encounter. I like this efficiency here in terms of like the way they open this garage. Because it's only Mute being played, they're not playing Bandit, they're not playing Kaed. It's very easy for them to open this garage without a Thatcher, and I think that's a mistake from Rogue, not having a bit more denial on this garage and letting them open it pretty much for free with just the cost of a single lifeline. I mean, that's not very efficient from Rogue on their defense.
You could have actually grabbed that rip. Still had one pest in the back pocket.
It's very true. It's hard sometimes because there's a bit of a delay in hitting it, or you have to hit it perfectly.
Also, you're kind of conditioned to just shoot the drone.
Oh, yeah. It's better safe than sorry with the drone. If it gets away and you're chasing it, gets shot chasing it, that's much, much worse.
Oh my god, the amount of times they're spent magazines just trying to fire into a drone.
Yeah.
Doesn't look pretty. Pie's gonna drone on in and make sure that he has tabs on his opponents, but clearing the one player, at least so far in the server, is gonna be really tough.
Almost had an angle there for a second, but he moves off. Rip's gonna just abandon ship, but I like the pressure from the hatch there. It's a nice extra bit of pressure on the backside. Try and help support players who might come from cafeteria's rear entrance.
It is definitely unusual to not see a pulse in that position, right? But still, it's an op that you want to keep away and safe. That's the Mozzie in this case, and once you capture a drone, staying safe is something that can really help out. There's one drone, not only you take it away, but it's like basically having an entire army of monks in Age of Empires. Not only do you have your enemies losing a unit, but you also take it yourself. So welcome, Mozzie, the monk of Rainbow Six. Oh, Citizen, nice, hitting all the railings. That's not gonna work. Nala's going in for the plant, and Rise trying to fight it. Is able to push Nala away for just a moment. Saves, finds Rips in the meantime. That's the Mozzie in the back. Citizen for one more. Rogue are falling apart at the seams here. This Pie is looking down from yellow stairs. Smoke's been used, and Citizen will dive on into Piano out of the window. Corey trying to hold on here with the Mira, but oh no, this is not the flank here. 1-2 kills for Rise, even going in for the knife to confirm. And still it's a 3v3, but the Fuser will be planted. They're coming in the flank in the back, and that's the Nomad. Saves with one, but Rise on the refrag. He's got a 3K in the round. 2 players left. We've already seen an ace. It's possible to see another one. Rise coming around the corner in yellow, but he gets shot from both angles. And now all onto Corey. Runs by the yellow van. You're playing as a slow operator right now. He's got to be careful, but the Vector can really shred players at any range. He's up by yellow, and this is smart. Citizen just needs to stay back, and he can protect this very easily. Close one near the end, but Na'Vi, you were just picking Rogue apart one by one. By the time they went in for the plant, it was pretty much done and dusted.
Yeah, that was a very efficient take. I mean, they went for a plant early just to see if they could get away with it, but also to bait out the smoke. And that really just kept things going, and just a lot of pressure from a lot of different sides where Rogue weren't really able to find a lot except for Rise's 3K, and that was just due to catching the player on yellow feeling a little overconfident that he was able to play so far down yellow stairs. And then the Buck just not expecting someone to run around that corner at that point. But, you know, you have to almost expect once the player on yellow is dead, you've lost your coverage. But it was just too quick for him. So Rise definitely put a lot of pressure on, but then once he got shot from both sides, it was like, there's not much you could do at that point. And just a great play from Na'Vi in terms of really controlling the areas around the bomb site so that any movement from Rogue was just right into a trap at that point. Again, they really need to do more to deny this garage, I think. Or, you know, force them to go up to Piano to open this. Now they have the Kaid this time, so that is the move that they needed to make. You have that with the Echo Drone to be able to hit them when they try and go for a plant. I think this is a much better setup. Rogue should be doing a little bit better this time. The mirror just wasn't doing much for them. So I think this is the appropriate change. No changes really coming out from Na'Vi because they don't really need to for the most part. They're likely to try and go for the same take, although it won't work the same. That Electric Claw is going to be difficult to deal with without the Thatcher. So all they've really got to do is hit that one Electric Claw up. They can throw one up, wait, and see if it gets taken out. If it does, get the second one. But that's going to force them to either peek from yellow or go to Piano and hope they can find it. Or, I guess if they really want to be desperate, push from the back of the cafeteria. But you really are forcing them to play your game at that point, and that's why the Kaid's a good choice. Sorry, I mean Kaid.
It doesn't rub me that, you know, that wrongly.
I don't believe you.
It's okay. There are so many people that dislike the way I do it. Probably people that also made this game.
Possibly people at this desk.
Okay, no need to get that specific. I don't hate myself that much.
I don't know.
Do you now?
I don't know if I believe that either.
Fair enough. Well, ADS is going to get burned as Pi will drop on down. Rogue are going to retry this defense here. As, last time they really got shot apart, and because they lost their backside, because the entire flank died off, it really forced Rogue to answer with as much firepower as they could, right? Save still got a kill off of the Nomad that he played there. It was 2 kills in total. And by the time he was dead, the damage was already done, the diffuser was already set. You're wasting time from the defenders as well because they're unable to pressure the attackers. And right now, those Tilas with the Electro Claws are definitely doing work and slowing things down for Na'Vi.
Yeah, this is the important thing is now it's a minute and a half into the round. They have yet to open the garage. They really need to find this Electro Claw. Finally take it out there. Another one could be thrown in its place now if Corey has anyone in the pocket. And that's going to slow him down. There's smoke as well to stop him from doing that. But doesn't seem like they're able to stop the garage. It's open now, but Hicks gets a nice kill off it on Kendra.
Yeah, because right now Na'Vi spent so much time on the wall, it allowed Rogue to keep control of the top floor, but still Pi finding Rise. As Hicks is still alive, and Aces setting down as much utility as humanly possible there with the goo mine. Saves though, finds Hicks in the meantime when he tried to rotate back down to the site. They're going to try to pressure here, Rogue. They got Aces coming around to contest the bathroom. We'll walk out the spot, maybe somebody on the rappel, but there's no one in that. Nello pushed off of that plant just for a second, but the Yokai drone is going to give Corey room to maneuver. He'll get 1 kill, but Citizen takes down Aces. That's at least a flank off. 3v2 with 30 seconds, definitely possible here for Na'Vi with the diffuser set literally in front of the van, and Pi gets the most important kill. Corey out with the Ripsaw alive, but there's the headshot. Does he have a Yokai still left? Did Citizen snipe those Yokais? That's really the big question. You know, with Rips firing and just looking down at every single angle, probably means that those Yokais are no longer available. 10 seconds in. Flashbang's been thrown. Citizen will go for the plant. And Rips, he's got to go for the gunfight. There's 2 available on the other side. There's the drop. He gets 1 kill on the Nomad. Falls back. Diffuser's been sent, but this is a retake that the Echo can definitely go for. No, it gets shot from the side. Citizen comes around the white van, and for the 2nd round in a row, Na'Vi close, but still grabbed the round in Garage.
Nice 4-2 set of attack rounds there. Some mistakes by Rogue, but some of it just Na'Vi being very efficient in their frags. Rogue losing way too many gunfights. They had the smarter utility plays. You had the Electro Claw did a great job delaying for so long. Then they tried to go for the plant. You have the Yokai stopping that, giving the time for Corey to get the kill on the feet. But just so many picks coming out from Na'Vi that they had such man advantage at the end. Didn't really matter. It's just that was a real struggle for Rogue to fight back against. We'll see how they do on their attack, though. And we will be starting on Garage. 30 bringing that Thermite from Hicks. We'll see if this goes a little bit differently. Ace is actually not wanting to play the Nomad. He's going to be bringing that Twitch. Potentially, yep. Going to be sneaking some of those shock drones around. Potentially clear up some utility if need be, or even just use them for fragging. You definitely see a lot of Twitch players not necessarily using the drone so much to take out gadgets, but more to just help them get kills in that sort of Ash-style droning for yourself. Now they are not going to go with the Mira on the middle wall, I don't imagine there, as they're opening up quite a bit of that. So probably the security wall that's reinforced, but we'll see. We could even see them go for that the really weird Mira on the garage door, but I don't think we'll see that. That's always an odd choice. 10 seconds remaining. You don't see very often. Plus we see the ADS right there, yeah, that definitely indicates this is the more typical position for that Black Mirror. I mean,
Na'Vi are running the Mira now. Rogue tried it, though.
Are they? They're good. Okay, I thought they were actually going to peek soft wall and garage.
No,
that
usually it's the middle, right? If someone actually does that.
Yeah, that was just an odd.
Like the soft Mira in the center, or triple reinforcement with a pop Mira in the center.
Yeah, you can do that. It can be a way to try to deny from some angles, but much like with Maverick, you're really opening up holes that can work both ways. Nice kill there by Rise.
Are you trying to say that holes work both ways? I've never heard that before.
I read it in a fortune cookie once.
I hope you got some cash out of that one.
I got a cookie out of it.
Rise is checking, allowing the Twitch drone to come on in. And yes, save that drone. You're going to need it. Come here, little drone.
Oh, almost ended up shooting the drone there if he had peeked at the wrong time. Ooh.
If only. If only. Of course, we can see all these changes. And at least now the drone that is set in the center, there's one on the other side of this hallway here. It'll at least give some information to Rogue as to, hey, there's a guy in Banana, maybe you should be watching him. Because at some point, he's going to peek around. But having lost Citizen early on actually doesn't help Na'Vi too much because it allows Rogue to be comfortable that they won't get flanked anytime soon. Just something back in the day with Alfama on the team was always something that they could pull out at any point in time on the defensive console.
Here's what's confusing to me. They didn't bring out any denial of the garage door, something that Na'Vi took advantage of and opened the garage door early, yet Rogue are not opening it. There's nothing to contest the garage, and they're just not bothering to open it. That seems like a huge mistake to me. It's an easy early opening. You open that garage door, and you just don't have to worry about it. Then Thermite can die, or frag, or whatever, set up for the plant, whatever he needs to do. It's just, why not do that earlier? Like, there's nothing denying that garage door from being open. Yes, there's the yokai you want to deal with. Obviously, that's something you've got to take out at some point. But it might even be easier if the garage door's open to get an angle on that. So, I don't know. That just seems like a mistake. 50 seconds left, and they're finally opening it now. You just got to go do something with that. But to be fair, they also have all 5 alive without a single scratch, and only 4 left on Na'Vi. So they're not in a bad position, but they're not set up for a plant just yet. No, it looks like the garage not get opened? Oh no, it just got opened on the far side there.
Yeah, well, there's the grenade. Popping off Pi. Valkyrie out. Rogue are looking good for this one. You see the shield in play, and they're just waiting to use that thermite charge on the garage. Ace is coming around from the back. He's very good at this, and he does indeed find the flank on Kendrick. You know that there's a second player inside, and they'll find the Echo. In the meantime, though, Saves will take down Aces. So, trying to equalize the numbers. He'll drop the Zofia on the floor, but she can pick herself up. Rips, fortunately for Saves, will come around the last second. And checking from Yellow, he'll get the last kill. There you go. All soft walls everywhere. This is really, as you would say, they work both ways.
Yeah. And if only, could you imagine if there was like, I don't know, an electric claw or something to deny that garage door from being open? How much time management problem they would have had there? I mean, they had the yokai to try and help with that, but just overall, that was I don't know, not the best round from Na'Vi, but they are still at the point advantage here as they went into the second half with 4-2. They are going to tease the Echo, but actually bring out the Castle and go Archives Tellers. Now, that makes sense, as Castle is very good for that site and almost mandatory to really set up choke points and funnel the attackers the way you want them to go, because it is a pretty open place to attack inside Visa, in that little teller's office there. You also have to worry about Archives being rushed, which can happen. Team just wants to go in quickly. And that's why you see the hatch being reinforced there inside Visa, near where the barbed wire is placed, to make sure that you can't go for a quick rush on that. They could go and maybe a little bit faster if they had a Habana, but you know, no one's bringing that for this map so far. It's just Thermite or nothing in terms of hard breachers. We got Aces on the Twitch again. Worked out pretty well for them last time. Just doing some initial droning. Kendra almost catching the drone there of Rise, but oh, there he goes. Cannot get away.
Attackers are moving to defuse a
There's
bomb.
2 black eyes left in his pocket. They don't know where the locations are of yet, but we see pretty consistent IQ play on this map from both teams. They've been making sure most of the gadgets generally get spotted. We're seeing a mute this time as well. I gotta imagine that's gonna help deny at least a little bit of intel on the site itself. And that's always good because if they know when they can rush site and plant, it makes it pretty easy for a take, especially if you can get up on the furniture and they can't hit you from below with the C4.
Yeah.
Because they're not bringing a pulse or anything. And that's always the thing is I feel like you should bring a pulse on this site.
Yeah, just because what it at least does is put your opponents on edge, right?
Well, it's less
you need to clear
open up that you can be shot from.
That's true. Well, Kendra's going to find Rips. Well, that's a great entry here. Taking down the AQ on one of her repels. Assume she was...
That's a lot of gadgets that won't be spotted now as well.
Yeah. And there you go. A lot of people calling now the Ember Rise Claymore, but it's just so in your face that you just don't expect it to be there. That's really its powerhouse. Aces will come in and take down Manello. He's close to controlling the entirety of the top floor here, but he's being pushed from the main stairs spiral. So check the service stairs very quickly. There's a player down below, and the grenade will be lobbed, though, the other way. If only they knew. He's going to slowly walk around the corner here. He's actually going pretty fast. Mr. Sonic over here. And he checked around the corner. He already walked in. Oh, no. Ace is just ducking and weaving between everybody. That's your own drone. But Corey will still find the kill on Pi. Aces know that there's another player, and because of the nerf of the F2, you only have 25 rounds in the magazine. 600 reload completely. So you gotta watch. Those few extra rounds really would give you a bit more flexibility. And you see the castle barricade has been tapped, and Hicks, he taps the head of Citizen. This does allow Rogue now to enter the site without worrying much. You know, players from below, Saves and Kendra can do all they want, but I don't believe there's a nitro cell available. Kendra's already been dropped. It doesn't matter at all. Fuser's been planted, and there's the last kill. Rogue, very effective in this round, though.
Yeah, way too many players of Na'Vi peeking, getting killed, trying to push back Rogue. It just did not work at all. Rogue just seeming to bulldoze in. Outside of that early kill from Kendra onto the IQ, it didn't seem like they really could hold Rogue back at all. They just were able to kind of take Visa, and then every single time Na'Vi tried to push back, it just ended up with a kill in the favor of Rogue. Ace is doing good with that F2 that you mentioned. Yeah, you have the problem with the high fire rate, meaning you're going to burn through that magazine very quickly. But if you're landing shots and getting kills with it, 1 kill per magazine, still worth it at that point. I mean, worked out pretty well for them that match. And Archives Teller's not the choice anymore, unfortunately, for Na'Vi. And now the score evened up at 4-4, showing that attack definitely working out pretty well for both teams. They're going to go with Lobby instead here, not having won a single bomb site yet. They have not gone top floor console, though. As you can see, no successful plant wins. It's pretty common these days, unfortunately. Not a lot of wins by Diffuse Planter. A lot of them just end in kills. But it's always nice when you see it. Someone actually successfully playing the objective. We will go for, of course, a lot of top floor utility and reinforcements to make sure that they can control that for as long as possible. But the lobby, pretty much mandatory, especially controlling that projector that you see right in the middle of the map there above with the hatch open. You want that open so you can, of course, contest it. You want to be able to fight anyone trying to approach the circle desk. There are some angles where you could try and plant, though, that you're not as accessible. But a lot of times it depends on smokes to be able to get to that point, and they're not really bringing any smoke operators here, so they definitely don't want to go with the smoke plant. So I definitely think that could be something that works against them. But the way they've been laying out members of Na'Vi, I don't think that's going to be as big a concern if they continue to do that. Oh, the smoke player getting caught off here and taking a bit of damage.
Oh, that's so close! If only he had a bit of extra ammo to actually throw the Twitch drone right at Corey.
Oh, nice!
Oh my god, that entire, like, it's just 6 seconds of what is going on. He tries to get the kill, he can't, pulls out the pistol, then has a Twitch drone fired into his face like, don't worry bro, I got it. That was just a hot mess there for Rogue. After the last round where everything was so well coordinated, this is a bit of a whoopsie.
Well, that initial kill last round didn't seem to matter much as well to Rogue, though. But then again, this is the Corey the Buck down early. That's quite a bit of utility lost. Now they've got to start finding members of Na'Vi to take out. They know at least where the smoke was playing, so trying to pressure him out now out of the bathroom if he's still in there. So I imagine he probably couldn't escape unless he escaped down a hatch. Now they're going to finally start to take some top floor control starting from admin. Put pressure towards, but no. Oh, Ace is on top of it. No one can seem to stop him here. Does take about a little over half his health, but Pi now lost. That means no control over any drones he might capture. And a shock drone captured, of course, would be especially nice because you could potentially use it to try and help finish off Aces. But not going to happen. So now things are evened up with Saves having lost some health, Aces having lost some health in this 4-4, but a minute 15 or so left here. They've got to start to get more top floor map control. Because, of course, you have to get that top floor map control and then plant down below. It's not the bomb site, so you're going to have to start doing something a little more aggressive here soon. And if they've lost too many drones on this, that's really going to hurt them.
So Aces here by Long Desk trying to fire into the bathroom. He actually makes it through. Okay, there's nobody contesting him from the bathroom. He's still alive. Hicks will still find Citizen. It's a good position for Rogue to be into now in this 4v3, but because there's the Echo alive with 40 seconds, it ends up being a bit of an equilibrium. There's the bullet holes, and Rip's missing the shot. Now this window is really going to mean the end for a few players of Rogue here, isn't it? Trying to go for the quick peek. Saves. He's taking a lot of damage. There's the smoke being thrown, but it actually will not hit. Rips. He'll cross around the chassis of that A-bomb set as Hicks goes in for the plant. Aces is watching. Rise will find one on Nello. Doing saves, and Kendrew is the last 2 alive. Hicks going in for the plant. Can they find the yokai? There should be one somewhere. Rise will take down saves, and there's Kendrew. He fires in. There's the yokai out. Should be a second one somewhere, maybe. Yes, there is. Should be able to spot it. And oh, what?
Oh,
What?
poorly
Oh
timed.
no, Kendrew, the millisecond timing mistake on the yokai. Oh, this really has to hurt. He's on his own. He was so far away. He could have won the round easy peasy, but he's gonna dive into his death.
Wow.
That was just that. No, that was such a massive mistake.
He's really going to have trouble sitting after how hard he's going to be kicking himself. That's just a half of a second earlier.
Not
Too
even
greedy.
Not even half of a second.
Yeah, too greedy.
It just because the yokai is so far away, it takes a bit for the blast to travel,
Yeah, it's true.
and that's what happens.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate what he was going for. Had he been able to hit that at the moment he did, and if it would have got him off the diffuser, that might have been the round win right there. But the timing was just off. They're going to try lobby one more time. So they feel like they did an okay job at it. But this is Rogue now coming from a 2-round deficit to now having a 1-round lead. Looking pretty strong here. Just attack rounds really doing well for both teams. Similar to what we saw on Coastline to an extent. But Rogue 1 round away from guaranteeing themselves 1 point here. And as we talked about earlier, those points matter a lot, especially to teams like this who are at the top of the leaderboards. And then you've got, of course, Empire and G2 playing a lot better so far this season. A lot of contests for that top spot. Now, of course, it's only the first half, but with it being so tight towards the end, the first half matters a lot in making sure, because you don't want to end up in positions like G2 where they have to make up for the first half and just can't do it in time, even if they play perfectly. So we'll see. Kendrew actually bringing the dock this time. A little bit of a different choice. Hopefully Pi can do a little bit better with that Mozzie this time around. He did have some pests still left alive. As you can see towards the end of that last round when Echo was rotating back up to the top piece of stairs, there was still even a pest left alive up there. So they did do some good job of at least Pi denying some of the drones from coming around. Look at that. Rise and Aces though, 12 and 13. Looking pretty good for their team. Only one member in double digits, I believe, on Navi. They are going to try and take admin a little more swiftly this time, I think. Last time they took a while to get in and start to put some pressure towards top. These actually looks like they're getting very swift control upstairs. And Rise turning that into a kill again on Pi. Trying to push them back here and just not working. This is looking like a really good round start here for Rogue.
I mean, this is the same that they did in the last round, right? Go
Just a
up,
lot faster.
take control of the top floor, and more effective. They've taken no damage. They've gotten the kill off of it on the Pi. Rogue, well, Navi in this case actually, are falling into the same mistakes that they had a couple days ago. They want to push the player out, and they do a lot of damage to Nello. He's at 25 HP. The grenade will be thrown right into his face, but he's going to get docked up to full HP, realizing pretty much all of the utility that Kendrew has available. And actually, this forces the Zofia to expend a lot of her own. Firing in, but Nello will be the one to collect the kill on Aces. And as the Jaeger drops, he's be shot still alive. Oh man, there's one in yellow and one in the admin office. And the Visa office there. Oh, look around the other side. There's the console chamber cleared. No, Nello is still alive. Somehow he is still alive, but there's Corey. He takes down Kendrew. Citizen is already dead. Yellow stairs clear, but you still have to deal with the Valkyrie on her own in the console chamber. There's no more grenades to use. You have to peek at some point, and oh my god, the miss, but Corey's ready. Nello gets the kill, and the last is all Hicks's. Rogue secure the round.
What an efficient round, too.
They didn't even get on the site.
No, they didn't need to. And this is the one map, I said it before, this is the one map where you can kill almost everyone from outside. And just win, swing someone into maybe plant. But it really worked against Navi that round. They just had too many misses. Now they're definitely not playing bad like they did on Monday. They're definitely playing much better, but Rogue seemed much more on top of the positioning of Navi in terms of just being able to execute on that. Like you saw how swiftly they took the top floor, how easily they were able to just pretty much pinch the members of Na'Vi into positions where they couldn't really rotate anymore. You saw, for example, they pressured the Valkyrie right into the hands of the player on Skylight.
Yeah.
Just leaving them nowhere to go on that top floor, turning into more of a death trap almost. And that initial kill on the Pyre really helped with that because it cleared up a lot of space they were able to use to get in up there. And I gotta imagine they're just doing a good job getting around his pests. Maybe they needed to go with the Mute Mozzie combo to be able to stop a lot of those drones. I imagine some of that's Ace's silent drones sneaking around as well, getting some good intel. They are going to bring something out here. They're finally bringing the Electro Claw now. Trying to deny the garage door. Again, it's just weird how little denial. I know the garage door is going to get open and, like, yeah, you don't want to commit too much utility to it because you're going to lose the garage door, but you burn so much time by making them have to work for it. Not to mention forcing them to do certain things, either take piano or push pressure from the yellow stairs, because not a single person has brought Thatcher this entire match, and it's not banned. It's weird. It's almost like we're watching a Latam match.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
That's actually very true.
It's strange.
It's like they forget. It's like how they forget Maverick a lot of times.
Yeah.
Like, come on, you're playing Clubhouse. It's not banned. Just use it.
Yeah.
They banned Habana. You can still use the Thermite and the Maverick. Why?
I don't know. It's just, it's been odd.
Why?
I mean,
It's been round after round.
Yeah.
Let me go home.
I mean, there's so much gadgets to deal with as well that can help with, but I mean, you saw how much an ADS was able to burn, for example.
It
That's why
all
you
could have been
those
solved.
EMPs, yeah.
You could have thrown it right above, and bam, it's all done.
Yeah. It's been a strange choice, and it's definitely been hurting both teams, I think. But Rogue seemed to be a little bit less worse for the wear in terms of hurting them on their attacks, because they're still able to execute on it. Just it puts a little more time pressure on them is all. But honestly, it seems like Rogue's a bit more concerned with just killing all the members of Na'Vi than they are with planting anyways. And, well, they're doing a good job at that, so I guess I can't blame them. Right now, just trying to find where some of those members are. Corey getting quite a bit of top floor control, really uncontested here. Appreciate the thoroughness in players checking for default cams.
And they're checking for every nook and cranny in the map so far. So
Yeah.
this is great droning. This is the difficulty of Consulate, is that there's just so much to drone. But once you do it, you're very comfortable throughout the rest of the round. And this allows Aces to do exactly what he's doing right now, which is come in aggressively from behind in the servers. Aces is one of the players that can definitely be trusted to pull something off correctly there with the flank.
Well, the Electric Claw gone now.
The clear is there. Does Nello still have one more Electro Claw?
I would think so, but you never know.
No, it's done. So maybe he used it already. We didn't check it.
Yeah, well, either way, the garage door, I believe, got opened or is going to be opened.
Yeah, so it's a good situation. Again, that's really the downside of the Electro Claw, is that because on Consulate, yellow stairs is kind of something that you forfeit.
Yeah.
It's very easy to snipe off.
I mean, in this case, it was from above from piano, but that's because there's only one position where you're going to get all three walls from. So it pretty much guarantees where that's going to be at.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Grenade caught by an ADS.
That's always a big bummer.
Good positioning. See, the second grenade might be used from the top floor now. From piano, no. Corey will reposition himself. They're, oddly enough, Rogue are not actually destroying much of the floorboard and really utilizing the skeleton key, at least from what we could tell. There's no ammo left, so maybe they were able to destroy parts of it, but I'm not sure how that was put in play. Nello will snipe off Hicks, though, with the TCSG. He's still firing her off. Corey will take a bit of damage from the smoke. And Ace is holding off rotations. And there's two players actually on their own inside of server. Saves will get one, Nello for the second, and they're getting a lot of damage done to them through the smoke. Rise will get dropped and killed off. Corey collects 1 kill, 2 kills. But those are inconsequential. Round 11 is done, and we're staring down the barrel of a tie, which would be terrible for both teams.
Well, that's all Na'Vi can hope for at this point because Rogue managed to get there first. So we'll see where they're going to go. Now, they have yet to go to console, so they're going to go there. So this is one strat that they won't necessarily be able to adapt to because they hadn't shown what they're going to do on it, as they've been playing Garage, Archives, Lobby, Lobby, Garage. So, but I do think the Electrical helped a little bit that round in terms of forcing them to take piano and play from above a bit. It did slow things down a little. But at the end of the day, it was mostly just them pushing back a lot stronger and getting some of those picks. A lot of just lost gunfights for Rogue that they had been able to win previously, not working out for them. And, I mean, they did do a good job trying to start the plant early, but the smoke also did a great job of countering that. landing those smokes in the right spot to get the kill. We'll see how they go for this console defense. They're going to bring Nello on the dock. Be able to play those long angles. Very, very helpful to have someone on an ACOG to be able to fight that long desk across from to the soda machine from the basically the bathroom pot side near the flag. Kendra really just opening things up here. That's going to help him hear the repels that come up, but also make him concerned. Are we going to get peeked? They have to be a little more careful, seeing those windows already pre-opened. Kendra doing a little bit more of that as well. Now, taking out the glass is what's going to help with the sound there, so you hear him shooting just enough to clear out the glass. And actually, speaking of making them concerned about the windows, Nello's actually taking advantage of this here. I like his staying on that angle when the window gets destroyed, because they're going to think they're clear on it. He does eventually back off it, though, as he gets nothing. It's that confidence holding that nice angle like that. Lots of places to stand up on from and get like those sort of side angles. Nello, though, does find one. So his patience paid off a little bit and taking down Hicks early. That's their only hard breacher. That means it's going to save some of those hard walls from getting angles opened on them, which definitely helps on projector, especially for them. They usually see people coming from the admin side and opening up a bit of the projector wall. It's generally what Habana's good for here. Well,
it actually does hold on the ledge.
Oh, there it goes.
Rise.
Oh boy.
The rise and fall.
Yeah, he's gonna be burning quite a bit of extra time getting that back up.
They call him in Polish "rysie,"
Okay.
which actually means feather in Arabic, oddly enough. Anyways, Corey prepping for a grenade there, and this is where, as you said, it would be lovely to have a Thatcher,
Oh boy.
right?
Or let's just, you know, burn our grenades against ADSs.
And there's a nade.
Oh, boy.
No! Yeah, there you go. Good old
Just do that at the end of the day. Rise loses a lot of health in that smoke, though.
That's 2 kills, though. That's huge.
Yeah.
Habana being killed obviously is what forces Rogue to go for this play from Yellow, but you take off the Jaeger and the dock. This means that bathroom and Yellow are open, and you can really commence the pressure onto the site, and you can hold on to your rappel on that western side and really push into the console chambers.
Well, now they're trying to find a lot of angles from outside to pressure them, so Navi need to stay in a little tighter spots, take advantage of the fact that no hard breaches can happen, use those reinforced walls to kind of set up some ambushes here. Those mute jammers also helping a little bit, forcing members of Rogue to find angles to sneak drones in, but they are going to get some intel that it possibly is clear inside console, and then just now take admin. There's even a wooden barricade on that doorway right there.
Ace is checking in for any rotations from below, just to be sure that there's nobody coming in from the servers, from the server stairs. Mute jammers on the floor. It's blocking actually 2 drones. So Corey, if you could shoot those for just a second.
Yeah, you'd free up 2 drones.
I know they're not teammates, but you can still shoot at it. Rips will be taken off, but Aces comes around from the flank. He fires into 2. Aces is doing work. That's a 2K for him. Kendra's last alive. And Rogue are looking to claim the points. He gets one on Corey. That's Yellow Stairs lost. Nitro Cell is in Kendra's back pocket, so he can use them whenever he'd like. But no, it'll be used preemptively onto Yellow Stairs. Go for the plant. Carry it. Go for it. Oh my god, they're so far away. The round's gonna get lost just because of this Rogue. What are you doing?
Operators, you have
The
run out of
diffuser
time.
just sitting outside for so long. That was such a huge mistake, leaving the diffuser out there. That cost them the round and
Okay.
2 points.
Okay. They lost the round because of that?
Yeah. It was just sitting out there. I mean, obviously, I believe someone had died on the rappel of the console window with
They did.
but then they left it there for quite some time. They had a man advantage on Kendrew. It's like, okay, well, he could run out Yellow Stairs, so just maybe someone watch it. I'm going to drop down and get the diffuser real quick. They could have done that, but instead they were so concerned with, oh, let's just kill him, because that was Rogue's MO, was just let's kill Navi as much as possible. Yeah, they tried to get plants down, but really the focus was killing.
You know, what really irks me is that Aces came around the back from the service stairs to try and find a projector. He got the 2 kills, but just before he did, there was the vault, the attempted vault, where the Valkyrie got the kill off on the rappel. And you're like, why? Wait until Aces is there. Once he clears the flank, then you can go in.
They got a little desperate there in just terms of coordination, and it cost them 2 points. And Navi now get 1 as well. So definitely going to be interesting to see, but I think that was a much better match for Navi this time.
Yeah, but still, as you said, better match for Na'Vi, but I think a lot of mistakes on Rogue.
Yeah.
I have to say, Ace is just still shining as he always does. He was shining a bit brighter than others. I don't know what to say about this. This was...
I still think the lack of Thatcher was not a great plan.
Yeah.
It worked okay.
I wanted
but
I wanted to ask about it, but we didn't get any.
yeah, someone needed to win for that. So oh well. 2 more matches to go though after
Yep.
this break.
So we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 2 games have already gone down. 2 more left in this evening. G2 versus Vitality is coming up next. G2 are trying to connect right now.
Yeah, I mean, G2 had a pretty good performance their first play day. They obviously made some adjustments in their roster, and we'll look at the roster in a sec. But Vitality, the ones need to make up for it here. G2 having actually exchanged Goga over to Vitality, which we'll see in a second.
Yeah.
They have picked up Cryan, another former member of the Orgless team we were talking about, had played with Corey and Rips. Discovered, I guess, technically by Orgless. He wasn't, as Pengu said, the first choice, but he seemed to be a good fit for them. So
if you listen to the rumors, Hungary was apparently a big choice as well. So, you know, maybe this is like a double whammy.
Yeah, I mean,
because Hungary is now playing for Vitality. Obviously, Vitality did not have a great day number 1.
No, and
Empire just wiped the floor with them.
And I think there's still some communication issues going on. You saw a couple of team kills coming out, one from Goga, and I forget who the other one was from. But Hungary was also trying to put in his best effort, but they are still trying to gel as a team now. You saw one of the former members as well, Rafael, was over on BDS earlier. So a lot of these members, spreading out, going around to different teams. EU definitely exchanging a bit more on the NA scale lately. In terms of swapping players around.
It's like once a year there's a big EU shift.
Yeah.
And then you start the year and then you see, okay, what can we do, right?
Well, you heard Pengu last time. They tried to stick with the roster for a long time and didn't work. Nothing seemed to be working. So they decided, okay, well, we will make some roster changes. And I think some at NAs, it was also the same. With the EG, for example, they were struggling for so long and they finally said, okay, let's finally make a change. And teams are trying it. You don't want a team like that just doesn't have the chemistry working at the moment to end up in a situation like Rogue did, where they just eventually they kept making changes and it didn't work.
Yeah, you don't have to just like force your head against a brick wall and see like, yeah, we're gonna keep trying it even though we're failing every single time. That's where EG's change basically came from. With Rogue, for example, in North America, it was more like, we don't really gel together anymore. Maybe we need a fresh start. And you can tell easily has been posting that he's been scrimming finally. The other players basically have gone over to other teams and they've been playing really well. I mean, I want to really highlight Slash for a moment. Because,
absolutely.
Man, on Luminosity, he has just been doing excellently. Yeah. So sometimes going to a new place renews your motivation and your will to play.
Still, that being said, though, Gogo will be missed on this team.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, we'll see what happens in chat in the game.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of saltiness. I mean, Fabian definitely likes to use the chat.
I was told that, well, this was a post from Goga last night where he said he doesn't like cheese or pizzas or anything like that. I'm like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, no, that I would have probably kicked him much earlier.
See? Makes a lot of sense.
For sure.
You're asking at home. Though we have our map bans. Let's see which map we're going to be playing on. Of course, as we touched on in our first game, because we already played our first play day, we have 1 map banned off of each team. That's our auto ban off of the last matchup, so we get a fresh new 5 maps.
And nice thing about it is we didn't have a lot of duplicates. We didn't have any duplicates, I don't think.
In EU, no.
So it meant a more variety of map bans. Cafe being a good map actually for both these teams. Both of their records flawless on this map for the second half of last season. I think it was 3 wins for Vitality on this map, 2 for G2 if I remember correctly. But both teams, good map for them, just like Consulate was for the last matchup. So see what you guys think, though. I got to imagine maybe a bit swinging G2's side, especially after Monday.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot. I mean, Vitality played pretty poorly on Monday, so I can understand this.
It's a bit of a bigger swing there.
Yeah, definitely a 3% draw. Really no one's seeing this draw happening for the most part.
No.
So we'll see if G2 can keep it up, though. They've obviously got to continue to try and adjust with Cryan on there, as they had plenty of time for Uno to get comfortable, and he has done so. It's more on Crying to find his spot.
Uno in the last game against BDS really popped off. And it was really the team effort. Fabian was the one that wasn't really showing up as much, but
it's been unfortunately a pattern lately.
For me, it's fine because you're the IGL, you're the one doing all these.
Yeah, but you don't want him to be Canadian, where like he would really struggle and just get killed all the time, and then spend most of his time dead IGLing. You don't really want that.
It's unusual to see Fabian playing with a CZ75, so I think it'll be okay.
All right, well, Oregon's also out of the map pool for the moment.
Actually true. So there we go. There's the comfort that Fabian allows himself every now and then after he goes and spends all his dosh on some cat food that's premium.
It's,
It's a millennial, so the word premium instantly triggers that thing in your mind.
The special feeling.
Yeah, it is. But Cafe Dostoevsky, it's a map that you're saying is very good for both of these teams.
Definitely.
They're comfortable on it.
Obviously, both teams have made changes, but if Goga's going to be good on this map either way, because whichever team he was on, they're both good at.
You know what I'm afraid of? This is something, I think G2, you remember the very first Playday of the last season? It was for Cafe Dostoevsky's as it was introduced, right?
It was definitely EU wanting to debut this map pretty heavily.
What happened, G2 obviously played on this. They had Uno playing Gridlock, and he did so well on the Ops debut.
Sledge ban. That feels like a target ban for
Wait, isn't that your own operator with a skin that makes you money? I think Carlos Ocelot...
Yeah, that was a misplay in terms of marketing.
Yeah, Ocelot is not happy right now.
Yeah, that was... No, you don't do that. We had seen some sledge bans from them in the past, though. And they also like the target ban.
There's the buck.
Oh, the two similar operators both gone now. So
you're going to have to rely on breach charges.
Secondary shotguns, though, too, from members like Gridlock and Jackal as well, could be in play.
Yeah, the more we go down these bans, the more I think Gridlock is going to be a big deal. I mean, holding on to Red Stairs is really way easier. Having the Gridlock.
I do wonder if we'll see some Goyo played, especially with more grenades off the board now.
That's actually very true.
It definitely is a possibility. It means Zofia is much more important. Legion actually to go. So again,
so Shield?
Yeah.
Shield play is what I'd expect in this.
Yeah, I mean combined with like the Maestro and the Echo being available as well.
These are cool bands. I actually like this.
I really like the G2. It's generally comfortable with most operators, and they usually will target ban either things they don't want to deal with or things they don't want a specific player playing. So they tend to be one of the more flexible teams on bans, as opposed to just doing whatever the meta bans are.
So that last ban on the Legion was one that G2 went for, and they're starting off on the defense. So in general, because the Sledge and the Buck are banned, it gives still a ton of flexibility to the defenders to play first. So this benefits G2 in their beginning, but obviously they have something prepared to have the Legion banned. And there's the 6-pick switch. Echo is in for Fabian, and Stigi is going to pick up the Capitao. Unsurprising. Capitao is one of the highest banned operators so far. I think we'll see that in the next couple of weeks.
That 6-pick may backfire on them, though, not knowing what Stiggy's was, because now they've got smoke, and they've got no cameras to see through that smoke.
True.
So, however, the Echo Drone might go high enough to be able to see over it for the most part. Get some idea. There we go. Let's promote the skin they can't play. Ha! That's what
Congratulations, you played yourself.
So at least it got seen. It's not like the elite MIBR skin that Kicks and Terror were promoting so much last night.
10 seconds remaining.
That bundle apparently is it makes you win faster.
We are contractually obligated to tell you this.
So
Objective
let's see how that choice works out though, because I feel like having the Maestro and the Echo is just better, as opposed to just having like the Doc. I mean, I understand the Kaed pick. You kind of want him to be able to deny those freezer walls a lot of the times. But I don't know. I mean, losing that Maestro is so strong across the bar. It's similar to the long desk on console, having that long ACOG. They do at least have the ACOG of the Echo in the Doc, but it's the ACOG and the Alda is so much stronger than either of those other choices.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, both of them are MP5s, the other ones, you know, one with the silencer, one without. So they're both pretty weak, and you have to hit your headshots. We'll see, though, how they're able to play it. They are going to open up, as you said, those breach charges being essential. They're going to use those to open up hatches.
I want to see, does Bride have breach charges?
If he did, then
no, but Bibu does.
Yeah.
So 2 players with breach charges, and then 1 with Claymore. I'm completely behind this. Then 6 flashbangs. You can use those, the stuns, to burn off ADSs. In general, I think this is the correct setup when it comes to utility.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, they, 6th picked over the Capitao. That's probably a good choice to be able to go for a potential smoke plant. And also,
soft wall into piano?
Yeah, that's a choice. Obviously, one of the reinforcements elsewhere.
Because the Legion isn't here, I understand why they wouldn't reinforce it, because they just don't want to play piano in that case, right?
Yeah. I mean, you can make them burn some utility by doing that, and make Goga use 1 on that wall, so then he only has 1 left for the freezer wall. But still, good use of the Doc there, docking up Fabian. Hopefully he can hit his shots off that. He's going to be playing that long angle. If he gets into too many gunfights early, though, he might die and then they lose the yokai control. He might still have 1 for visibility, but it is kind of important for him to stay alive.
Hungry. So watching any plays from that White Hall. Fabian's going to remaneuver his yokai. I assume both of them have been deployed. And there's... Oh, no.
Yeah,
don't lose.
On bar.
No, he missed it. He's going to have to contest here, at least having his teammates to help him out. And I assume that that's one of the yokais that was picked off. Not sure if there is a second one, but the IQ is just so great at dealing with all of that. That's literally why she exists in this case. Burn off the ADS. Now the shield is still there. The second one will take it away. Playday finds Fabian, though. This is actually pretty big. Even though he didn't have any yokais left in the end, it's still a big kill to remove that potential headshot machine off the board.
At least they still have the yokai above the bar, I believe.
Oh god, Goga so close there to finding the kill. And in general, the health is very equal between the two, but this is the loss. Kryan is going to go down to Bibu. Go for the fire. Pengu with the dock. He drops one, but he gets taken off by Stigi. Kenta Roketi wins the gunfight against Hungry. And it's Stigi against Uno. Again, it's a 3v1 as Kenta Roketi goes in. It's post-plant position. Doesn't know that there's a player now. Oh, he's going to try to stick it. No, he goes away. Kanto is just all over the place right now. He's trying to confuse his opponents as much as ourselves. Two players now. One of them is lying down on the floor. And there's Goga that turns around and slaps his ex-teammate in the face. It's a bit odd to see Goga killing Kenta Roketi in a competitive match.
And it not be a team kill.
Yet here we are. I mean, Goga, let's be honest, Goga got a decent chunk of team kills in the last game they played, but not so far.
Yeah. We'll see how things go on Kitchen, but again, that was just Fabian overplaying his hand. He really needed to stay alive and not play so aggressive. You had another player in Pengu with the ACOG who should have been the one who's aggressive, and you saw him docking up a lot of his teammates as well playing back there. Fabian had actually 6-pick off the Echo this time. They will be playing down in the Kitchen. Kitchen good for Mozzie because there's a lot of choke points on doorways to deny Kitchen, especially if they can't get the walls opened up. They will, of course, have the Thermite. This time they're not 6-picking to the Cap Tow, as that was only really sneaking for the first round. Now I imagine they'll probably predict either Reading or Kitchen, as it's unlikely they were going to go mining dining, so they have some idea what the bomb site's likely to be for this one. You're going to see Kryan on the Alibi, which is an interesting choice, and they are bringing deployable shields. The last time the Echo brought a deployable shield, looks like this time the Alibi to bring it. Some barbed wire there, of course, as usual, from the Jaeger. C4, you got to have that on Mozzie. So flexible as a player when you have that C4, you have the shotgun. So it's interesting to see some players prefer the Roni, some prefer the Commando 9. Just personal preference, both really great guns. A lot of roamers tend to really enjoy the gun on the Alibi as well that Kryan's going to be playing, but Fabian also going to be playing, I imagine, a somewhat aggressive roamer. Generally that's what Ella's good at, especially now you have to kind of, after the nerf a while back, that you have to fight at a bit closer range, especially with the amount of people bringing the FO12 shotgun. That's really about close range, so.
Actually, one interesting point that was posted by It's Not Duffman 89. In the previous matchup, spoiler alerts. Okay, now I can say it. That was Navi's first draw in Pro League.
Wow, ever?
Yeah, 10 wins, 4 losses, no draws in the last season.
Wow.
And they drew for the first time ever.
Well, that's impressive, I guess. I mean, they had to come back from a deficit, and that's why they drew, because they couldn't win at that point.
Yeah, they drew thanks to Ken Drew, I guess.
Now he's Ken Draw.
No, he drew. It's past tense.
Oh, okay. It won't happen again.
I hope so. Bibu's going to vault on in here and hold on to the white stairs solo. He's peeking around the corner. No drone to help him out in this. Would be great, though. Still. At least this time, we'll be seeing a lot of Thatcher play. Vitality are definitely holding on to the operator, and Stigi is controlling brown stairs all on his lonesome up from the bar. Sipping on some of that lean or whatever they call it. It's a North American thing. Yeah, I need to ask Parker about that. I don't know, like right now, any drop of sugar might down the guy, so we don't want to.
Need Doc with him at all times.
So, well, you would know. Goga's going to walk on in here and go down the hallway. Bibu's in support. There's nobody really from G2 contesting. They're just playing on site, turtling very.
Yeah, and it's already burned up a lot of time clearing the first 2 floors. Or the top 2 floors, I guess. They are starting to get some pressure downwards, though, with opening up the floor, but without the buck of the sledge, they can only open a limited amount of holes, and they have no grenades to drop down there. So there's actually Kitchen, in theory, should be a lot more defendable, just given the two bans, because that is a lot of the play sometimes down here, is dropping grenades and looking for picks. Fabian, trying to make up for last round, finds one, quickly followed up with a trade on him, and then Kanto and Uno to find one each on Stiggy and Hungry.
Oh no!
There, but Bibu trades it right back. 2v3 now, as Vitality loses one more from Cryan. 3v1.
Cryan rotating back onto the site. Goga on his own against the old team, and well, he's going to survive for a bit longer. Goes around, looks the other way. Kanto Roketi now gets his revenge in the round. Takes down Goga, turns it into a 1-2-1. It's odd. Vitality were running out of time, but there was nothing happening the entire round. They were expecting G2 to do something, but G2 just were sitting around quite nice.
It's funny because most of the gunfights were on a bar, yet it's the one downstairs they were successful on. That's not the site. Well, reading it'll be here for their third site. They're not going to go back to bar just yet. There are a few teams who try mining dining these days, so it's nice to see that it's still somewhat of the rotation, but
Did someone play mining?
pretty rare. I believe it was mining dining, I think might have got played yesterday.
In LATAM?
I think so. I don't know. I
a
recall being
mistake?
played recently.
Did someone misclick it?
It's
Did
not-
all
it's-
5 misclick it?
It's not
Attackers
suddenly
need
a
to
bad
locate and
site. It's
defuse
just
as
a
many
little bit
bombs
worse
as
of a
they
site.
can.
So,
There's
Oh.
a tweet that we need to look at. Capel are 6 small details and mistake that cost us a few rounds. It could have gone better, but a point is a point. Time to get back to work. Go Rogue.
I'm glad he's already got the org promotions prepared.
Of course, Capel, the coach of Rogue.
One of the longest running coaches, besides coaches like Shaz and things like that. There are a few other long ones as well, but
I mean,
it's
you
nice to see
consider-
those don't get dropped constantly.
When you consider it, Capel is like, he has had some of the highest achievements in Siege as a coach. In general, like you look at the entire history of him behind teams.
Yeah.
So you could definitely put him amongst the top
Attackers'
3 out
objective
there.
is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's definitely nice to see just all the support staff from a lot of teams. The whole support staff industry, if you will, has been growing a lot for this game, and I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
We actually have G2 has 2 analysts now, by the way. For those who didn't know, Fresh has joined in addition to Sua. Bibu, though, takes Uno out early, and that's the Bandit lost.
I wonder how do you analyze that one.
The bullet through the head.
CSI Cafe Dostoyevsky.
The Russian equivalent of CSI involved. Well, that's,
CSI Novosibirsk.
There you go.
I would watch that show.
there might be one, you never know. Well, we'll see if they can be a little more swift this time and they're taking the top floor. Especially with that early pick. Hungry a little cautious here. There are no pests in play here. There are mute jammers, but there's no Mozzie to be able to capture that. We were waiting for the call-outs from his team here, or maybe asking someone to open the window for him, but Fabian...
He
Again,
wanted
finding
to
the
protect his teammate, but it didn't work out.
Well,
Fabian went all the way from the bottom, though. That's definitely not something you're expecting. It's very unusual, I have to say. But here's Hungry. He's going to try to breach into Piano as, again, because you don't have the Legion, G2 don't actually need to hold on to this.
did he time that just to damage Brigade?
Oh.
No, I don't think so. Brigade just dropped it just the wrong moment, but it was only a sliver of damage there.
I am dropping Hungry.
Is that how he sounds?
It's just my French accent because my Franglish. EMP in the back, and that'll allow the Habana to open up a bit more of the wall. That's just a whole enough. But that shield is going to be really costly in the white hallway. Kanto Roketi can sit behind it for ages, unless Bibu can use his impacts to destroy it. There's double reinforcement plus a couple batteries that have been put up to deny, pushes deep into the freezer, and Cryan's in support. Fabian from below will hit the Nitro Cell onto Bibu. To allow Kanto Roketi to be a bit safer for now. It's Pixie around the corner. Let's go, guys. Shot in the face. Pengu in support of Kanto. Beautiful crossfire here set up by G2. Cryan's on the floor, and the smoke will actually cover him, but Hungry's making a lot of noise. And Cryan doesn't know that he's actually relatively exposed. There he is. He gets 1 kill. The smoke was perfectly timed there from Pengu to save his teammate. And Bride is the last alive.
With that shield next to the diffuser, this is nigh unwinnable for Brigade.
you're not going to win. Well, as I say that, he gets 1 kill, 12 seconds left. This is all done and dusted. If you're G2, you just scatter right now. You let him hold the diffuser if he wants. It's not going to matter. That's 2 kills. He's going to save the op and pass some stats. That's the round done. G2 secure it. They're really, G2 that is, they are very much controlling the pace of this game, which is something G2 kind of has lacked over the past few months. But they're here, they're doing it, and Vitality are unable to recover. I know we're early in the map so far, but that last round was just so dominant.
Well, now we go back to Bar. This was the site that Vitality was able to win previously. Part of that was due to just a little bit of misplays, taking fights they didn't need to take, and not slowing Vitality down enough as a result. Interestingly, Crying going over to the castle. That should be interesting to see what he does with it. Are we getting an interesting count for this VOD as well? Love to see that. I think last time someone did an interesting count for us. We had 58 interestings.
A lot of the times that you'll hear me saying it is in a very ironic manner. I literally look into
such
like,
a hipster.
Is it interesting then, Devin?
You're not interested in anything.
That's not true. It's definitely not true. You know me. I'm interested in many things.
You may be interested, but you're not interesting. I'm just kidding. You're wonderful. I didn't mean that.
So this is what Yaskir must have felt like.
Who?
Dandelion.
10 seconds to go.
You didn't watch The Witcher.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
Well, when we see one caster...
Cost a subscription to your caster.
I like that. The mute jammer on the castle barricade because they have no sledge to be able to open it. Now they just have to hit it. They can't open it with the breach charges. That's great.
Honestly, like that.
So tilted, man.
Yeah. I thought I knew you better.
Really? You thought I'd watch that? I guess you don't. Not my thing. Slow going here to start with for Vitality. Gotta get the drone going on here, trying to clear all 3 floors as best they can. They know Bar is a site, and there is going to likely be at least 1 roamer, as you can only really stack so many people between the freezer and the heaven side of the balcony. A lot of droning, but really not a lot of finding players of G2. And a little bit slow on the map control as well, but at least Bibu is in, taking control of reading for the moment. He's going to sit and wait for his teammates to take some more control.
This is actually great. There's nobody downstairs from G2 to contest him right now. And if he gets the drone information from his own teammates, then he's going to be able to do a lot of work to push the Maestro out of position. And that's exactly what he just did. Double. Sophia charges have been used, and you see the damage. There's no kill just yet. He's actually, oh my god, actually sitting on top of the bar. Keeps firing all over to try to hit the Maestro, but Fabian is ducking and dodging and weaving. A lot of damage will be done to him. He vaults over. Oh my god, how is he even still alive? Kanto, in the meantime, finds him.
What a great setup, though, between Stiggy and Bibu, but it just took way too long for Bibu. Fabian just managed to vault out of it.
That was tunnel vision in a nutshell. Fabian's feet were just spotted, but he's somehow alive. How does he even do it? The best player in the world, many would call him. Not us, though.
No.
In the meantime, Goga is droning and making sure no drops will be happening anytime soon, and making sure that reading will still be clear, especially around the pillars area. Deny Kanto Raketti the comfort of maneuvering around the map at will. Goga droning into fridge, the freezer, checking everything. Nobody's in stock, but he does spot one player. That's the Castle of Cryan at top the white stairs. Very standard position to play at. Yeah, I wonder if this is going to turn into a rush for Skylight.
It might have to be at this point. 30 seconds left, and no one's really in.
Kanto Raketti's going to go for the peak, and that's the kill. That's the fuser. That is huge. Uno Meister with another one, and Fabian on to Sigi. It's all done and dusted. Pengu finds Playday with a flawless run for G2. Vitality stay so safe for so long. The round would have ended on time in a 4v5.
This is definitely shades of old Vitality, but without the picks. Old Vitality used to take a long time to execute, and it would be a very swift execution, but they would almost always get 1 or 2 picks along the way, take a ton of map control. That wasn't that. They didn't have map control. They weren't getting picks. They would put so much work just into killing Fabian and then failed to do so and lost Bibu's life in the process. this is just not really working out here. The slow and steady play, you saw what happened when G2 finally had time on their side at the very end, just completely capitalized on it with the jump outs. I mean, getting the diffuser kill alone pretty much sealed the deal that round, but then the second jump out there, getting the other repeller, it's the way to do it. Nomad coming out, probably a good choice. Try and control things a little bit here.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Although I got to imagine the IQ would have been somewhat useful for finding some of those Grishmonts and the pests a little bit ahead of time.
Yokai didn't really have much of an effect on the game so far, right? The one time that G2.
No, because Echo died early, so
Yeah.
You know, it was Fabian's fault though.
I think you're gonna have to save this moment, Devin, but I'm starting to think that I was wrong.
Clip that. About what?
About Vitality
10 seconds to go.
really coming in as a super team day one.
Well,
I think it's still
5
early
seconds
to
left
judge
before
them,
insertion.
but
yeah.
man,
But they're definitely looking worse for wear this season so far. However, that said, it's only been 4 rounds so far.
that's true. You are good at math. It's 1v3, 1 plus 3.
There you go. That's the limit of my math. 1 plus 3.
You usually let machines do that work for you.
That's right.
Playday looking in to enter into the bakery, at least the small tea room, if you want to call it.
I like that, opening up just enough of the window for him to get the air jab where he wants to, and then opening up the rest of it.
Okay. I wonder what the mindset is behind that.
Well, the mindset is you don't want to give them anything to fight back against you, but you want to cut off the rotation from the bottom of red right there and be able to seal that deal because you want to get that room to be able to fight into bakery with much stronger crossfire, and you don't want the players in coat check to be able to sneak around on you.
Now there's one player, G2, that's sitting on his own. He's got some support on the opposite end. That's Fabian, actually, helping out with some crossfire. His shield has just been destroyed, and you see just so many shields in play.
Yeah.
As we were talking about this before, it seems like a lot of teams are just bringing Goyo to have shields, nothing more.
Not so much from G2. They're just
Yeah.
bringing the shields with other operators.
Oh, it's close.
Oh, Uno.
Close for the finisher. He's not going to follow up with a Nitro Cell, though, but he does drop Pipu on the floor. We're going to just continue to wreak havoc whenever he wants, really. If he holds on to those red stairs, he's going to be really tough to deal with. And Vitality are now going to start hugging the walls, that's for sure. And what I've really find curious is that Vitality did not clear top down and aren't using that sort of advantage at all. In the meantime, Stigi will take down Crying from behind here. Speaking from the window.
Still, it's over a minute and a half into the round, and they have yet to enter into the building.
At least the tea room is cleared, but you don't know. Because of the separation between these two sites, there might not be a castle in play, but it's still something that you're going to have to think about. Like, hey, maybe they can come around swinging because G2 have control of those red stairs. At any point in time, it could come down
Attackers
to
have
bite
located a bomb.
us behind. Pengu is going to have to be careful here, close to finding the headshot. He's actually going to get dropped very low in HP, but
bomb
will
has been
survive.
located.
Smoke canisters will be used, and Fabian in the usual position here behind the big window, in the big vault. Long angle for Kentroketti to be holding with a hollow, but he's doing a lot of damage on the other side. Right now, Vitality are taking damage. They're not dying. As I say that, though, Fabian gets one. Bengu with another one, but it's Playday to shut down Fabian. Playday with another one onto Uno. There's Nomad doing a ton of work, and suddenly all of Vitality collapse as they had the positional advantage. G2 cornered into the kitchen. I get pulled apart.
Surprising Vitality were able to pull that off, just given how long it took them. But it was just gunfight after gunfight from the bakery until they were able to get into the kitchen. They just pretty much forced their way in. Smoke doing a good job helping cover for that as well. And just too many lost gunfights towards the end there. Not enough finishers. For example, the kill attempt from Uno onto Bibu. Had he got that kill, as well as the attempted kill from Kanto on the Jaeger, those two might have changed things dramatically. But because they were unable to finish those kills and just doing damage and that's it, that wasn't enough to get that real man advantage, especially since they lost Cryin from the flank from behind through the window to the bakery prep. So it's just down to a few not solid plays, I would say, from G2. However, they still looked pretty good that round. Vitality looked a little bit weak. They just were able to really close it out at the end when they needed to. And we will go to reading once again for the final defensive round for G2. We'll see if we end on a 3-3 even or if they're able to get that 4-2 advantage. Hungary bringing out a Finka. Interesting choice you don't see too often outside of Latin America, but might benefit him here. There is a smoke though, and that is definitely the biggest weakness, as well as Legion would be. But Legion's not in play because G2 banned it. So it's interesting that they would take advantage of G2's ban like that. Similar to if you were to bring Nook, for example. Barbed Wire's still in play, but hey, not having a Legion, that could make a big difference in how you're able to play Nook. And maybe that's what we'll see G2 do when they switch to the attack side, but I don't think that's likely, but it opens it up as a possibility.
Look, let's just say something, get it out of the way, because I'm sick and tired of Sua DMing me about this after every time we talk about it. Shas is the head coach. Sua is a co-coach. We say analyst just to piss him off, and does analysis as well. And Fresh is the main analyst. So kind of Sua is wedged in between the two.
How does he fit there?
They're not that thick, are they? That's all I'm going to say. You can imagine that as much as you'd like in whatever way you'd like. But here's the information. Get off my back, Sua. We're done. Thank you.
That's not the
Back to shoot.
Back to analyzing, Sua.
Co-analyzing, okay? Co-coaching, analyzing.
He types in the numbers for him. It's dictated to him by Fresh.
All right. We made fun of things enough, I guess.
Yeah. Let's see if Vitality can speed things up a little bit here. They are at least taking a little bit more control in the first minute. Bibu, usually the entry here, doing his job.
I'm really curious about that Finka. I think it's just to have those extra grenades, right?
It can also be the benefit of the Adrenal Surge, but yeah, the grenades are definitely a strong part of that because the Buck and Sledge being banned, that is pretty much your only other choice for grenades, so. I mean, I suppose you could always bring a fuse and then just fuse down. That can clear a lot of utility,
but it wouldn't clear shields. Oh my
nice.
God!
Or we get to witness that firsthand.
That was actually beautiful. Uno, wonderfully done with the Nitro Cell. And now Kanto Pengu doubling up with their cross angles and crossfire angles. They have support in that mute jammer that's kind of allowing them to sit behind the reinforced wall, but Hungry nades out Pengu. There's the surprise after being destroyed with the Nitro Cell a bit before. Goga finding Cryan. It's now the advantage. And oh, the flick from Kanto Raketti. He gets one close to the second, but Goga will be victorious in this gunfight. It's a 3v2. With Uno, no Nitro left. Does Fabian have one?
Right. Nope. No C4s left. So they have to both be on the floor they're going to be playing on. But things slow down for Vitality here, despite the one Adrenal boost still being in pocket. But at least the grenades paid off in terms of picking that operator.
I think with the changes of the Adrenal Surge over the...
Whoops.
Okay,
Goga. Oh.
He's really low on HP.
Yeah, that could really cost them a lot here. However, he's going to be the one to try and plant, but he's going to be easy to take out.
CC, plant. No! Uno takes down Hungry, but now he has to deal with one more, actually, as he shuts down Goga. It's only Playday alive, and he's the IQ. And they can actually counter one another. He's trying to scan around here, Uno, make sure he knows where that IQ is, but he can't find her. Where is she? Where did he go? Where's Playday? You're going to have to walk into this. Oh, he's a bit further back. He's watching by the pillars. The pulse peaks around the wrong angle, and Playday, the Clutch Master, very calm under fire, pulls back and denies Uno saving grace.
Well, there we go with the 3-3 split. See if things switch when G2's on defense, but pretty good start.
Do we have any stats on like how close this map has been in general between the two sides?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the split?
Like in general? I don't really understand what you're asking there. Oh, Goyo?
Is the defense more favored to win?
Oh, you mean it overall, not just necessarily these two teams, or?
Yeah, overall.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if we have stats on that. So Goyo and Capital. A lot of fire going to come out here. The Echo over to the Maestro instead of the Maestro to the Echo. So things a bit different. I don't know why I said G2 on defense earlier. They were already on defense. I meant Vitality on defense. We'll see if we see some extra shields as well from Hungry. They'll go with the typical 4 shield strat we see so often. Interesting, Playday actually destroying a lot of the furniture with impacts to be able to set up a shield there in the typical pixel spot area. be able to play behind that at a very tight 90-degree angle. ADS also being set up from Bibu, so they can't try and nade that as easily. Although they don't really have very many nades anyways. It's more going to be flashbangs, actually. It's going to be safe against. Although, there is the Zofia in play and the Ashe, so both those. There's some stats for you, Milosh, on the season 10, or rather the last 6 months. So definitely a little more defender-sided.
I'm looking at the wrong monitor for it. I'm like, wait a second. It's not our feed.
Mining Dining, however, has been a complete failure.
It was played like once.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Still a complete failure.
it's a bit towards the defense.
Kitchen seems like the most balanced of those, judging by that, though. Still slightly attacker favored, though.
Yeah, in the beginning it was very tough to tell how Kitchen would
I felt like it was pretty attacker favored just because a lot of teams were losing it early on.
Yeah, I think with Kitchen, like, the way you burn the time and the way you control the rest of the map really dictates how the site itself happens.
It's how well they can take Bakery and start opening things up.
Basically. Good observation. Would you like to be an analyst?
Sure, where do I apply?
On Rainbow Six Reddit.
I'll take Sua's job then.
Oh my god. We love you, Sua, by the way. We're just joking around. If anybody's out there that's like, oh my god, they're bullying him, come on, man.
Attackers have
Come on,
dropped the bomb
cyberbullying.
Just,
This is always one of the maps where IQ especially helpful, being able to spot a lot of gadgets from upstairs on the roof. Especially when Thatcher's in play, which oddly again is not. He was taking a lot of damage initially.
actually, like that crossbow, you might be thinking like, oh, why did he use it? But it's all to aid Kanto in being able to secure this 1 kill on Bibu. Gonna throw another stun grenade and go in for the push. He's gonna fire behind, but Bibu, what a close angle that he's using. That's a pixel angle there. And Fabian finally drops in. This is right now Vitality in a lead in terms of manpower, but also they put in reinforcements onto Piano. Finally, Bibu shut down, but he's done the work. The Ashe traded off for the Jaeger. As Stokes would say, ladies and gentlemen, it's a tie.
Yeah. Seems to be the case here. A lot of shields and freezers from both teams. Those may be exploding shields, though, and that's something they've got to worry about. As you need to destroy those earlier rather than later. There's one destroyed, the one we talked about in the pixel spot earlier. Bulletproof camera was providing some intel, but no longer. Can't sledge it without sledge, but you can still melee it from the side.
This setup is actually very interesting from the way that Vitality have set it up. There's so many ways. It's like a jigsaw puzzle, basically, trying to walk into it. Pengu's going to turn around the corner, and unfortunately, he'll get bopped. There's 2 players waiting for him. Should have just waited around until you open up the reinforced wall. Finally, it'll happen, and there's Cryan trying to save the round. Smokes are being thrown into G2's face as Tigi will be the one to find 2. Cryan and Fabian are down, and all up to Uno. He drops in a bit disappointed with how the round has gone so far. It looks like a Vitality advantage. There we go, 4-3. Vitality successful on the bar.
Well, that's better than G2 did at the start, where they lost the bar the first time around. Just a lot of good angles being played by Vitality. You saw a lot of the kills from prone angles. People like Bibu hiding behind the display case. You had the prone angle near top of white stairs as well. Just a lot of good coverage from each other as well. You saw that was when they were trying to peek a different player around the corner. And just players setting up covering for each other really worked that round. But also just being on top of hitting their shots through those tight angles they were playing. The shield's also slowing down G2 a lot. Now, they're not going to go for the Goyo this time, but Fabian, interesting enough, bringing a Maverick, of all things, here for reading. That's an interesting choice. It could be to set up to try and sneak into Dining, for example. There's some possibility there. But, I guess the hatches still could be useful to an extent, like if he wants to drop into Train. So I don't know. There's not a ton of special uses. I guess there's also that wall that you saw Stiggy reinforce into pillars from reading. There's a few possibilities, but this bomb site certainly doesn't scream Maverick, although you might have been thinking it was Kitchen, as that was the secondary site for G2. So they could have gotten, outplayed in that sense, I suppose. We'll see what he does with it, though. Did some pretty good work with that crossbow last time, so him on Captal seems like a good choice. They've got, of course, both the Ashe and the Zofia to be able to take out any deployable shields they might be bringing, as they are not bringing the Goyo for it. And I imagine they suspected the possibility of a 6-bit Goyo, but definitely was the case. Nice to see some of those pest spots as well. You want to deny their ability to drone that white hallway, because you need to control the white stairs here as long as possible.
I think we've pretty much understood this as best as humanly possible. The white hallway and white stairs are a massive linchpin. We haven't really seen much in the way of plays in and around of red stairs in the past while, have
No, I mean, without it even being reinforced some of the time, it's not really been so much about red stairs. White is definitely the fighting spot here. Is when it's bar, you really need to kind of get behind on heaven. When it's this site, you want to get behind on dining.
Oh, there's the camera. It'll spot Uno coming up brown stairs here. There's one player downstairs to deal with, and there's Playday. Actually, with 1 kill, Gogo with the second. TCSG tearing into Uno. As Fabian is able to find 1 kill, a big one on the smoke nonetheless. But Cryant's just shot around the corner. Steegi wonderfully done there on the dock.
Again, G2 players walking into angles being held by Vitality. Pegu at least able to even it up a little bit, but 2v3, at least they got a lot of time left to work with.
It's the dastardly duo here for G2 with Fabian and Pengu. They're trying to hold on. Pengu going up for a drone, and it's going to get shot instantly. You see Steegi is on call for that one. Goga's looking for the taps again. TCSG, even if you don't kill a player, 1 shot up to 20 meters is 80 damage. That is a lot of damage, to say the least. There's the peak, and there's the loss. Fabian and Pengu will find a kill each. They actually turn it advantageously into their side. Pengu can pick himself up, but it doesn't matter. Fabian controls it. G2 come back in the round off of that. Only 2 players alive.
It really came down to they just couldn't hold the plant off. They really had no way to protect against it. They wanted to play a little more conservatively, which in theory is the smart choice, right? You don't want to start throwing bodies at them, but by the time they did, it was post-plant. And then Pengu and Fabian were just ready to hit those shots. I mean, yes, we did get 1 knockdown, but it wasn't enough to really end things. Good recovery by G2 and a round that really started pretty poorly for them.
I'm glad that the Zofia didn't get the final kill there after being picked up or after picking herself up. I don't want to see Twitter after something like that happens.
Yeah, it's quite a tilter. Well, we are tied still, though. We went into the half 3-3, and then we got 1 round each. We'll see how this Kitchen goes. There's that Maverick pick again that I think was ideally for Kitchen. And now that he knows it's going to be Kitchen, he can just pick it. He's like, whatever. It's not sneaky anymore. So, we'll see. They're going with pretty much the same lineup on attackers, but on defense, interesting that Alibi is the pick for both teams for Kitchen. We had Cryan playing it on G2's Kitchen defense. Now we have Playday playing it on Vitality's Kitchen defense. So it's interesting. Oh, Sua,
Run! There's me narrating. I would be a good voice actor, right? No, I know. Okay, don't look at me that way. You don't think I would be good at anything,
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Oh my god. Can we, production, can he turn off his mic for the rest of the game?
give you the silent treatment.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Be great.
Better know that it's self-inflicted.
It makes you feel better about it. They're opening up a lot here, but this is pretty typical in terms of opening up between the sites a bit in terms of angles to give them the ability to fight if they start to open that wall. But we saw what happened last time when Vitality would open the wall. It just pretty much was over from there in terms of getting a lot of kills and pressure once they droned out where most of the positioning of G2 players were. So G2 going to have to do something similar here, but it looks like they're actually pretty focused on the top floor clear first, which is a little bit different. Vitality were very focused on getting into Bakery and stacking up there, whereas G2 want to actually clear the map and put some pressure in from above. The problem is, it's very difficult to put a lot of pressure from above when you have to use breach charges on the floor and you don't have a sledge or a buck. You really want to get a lot of angles open on the floor. We've seen that, for example, from Pengu quite a bit, where he'll buck open a lot of the floor and then try and find angles on the players to be able to try and grenade down on, which is very helpful in terms of clearing out or at least corralling a lot of the players in advantageous positions when you go for that push. Whereas now they're not going to have a lot of that ability to corral the players or to control a lot of the positioning inside there. However, that being said, just opening up the floor sometimes can have that same effect in terms of at least making them a little cautious about their positioning. We also seen a lot of players in Kitchen oftentimes just fight upwards and say, you know what, that's fine. Like, I know where you're going to be standing too because there's only a few holes.
And there we go. You're kind of done with breach charges right now.
Freezer drop. That's what this is for.
Is it for an actual drop, or are they just going to open up the holes?
Well, they set up that rotate hole that he just opened into dining from train. That says to me they're going to be playing in here and using this. I mean, obviously you don't have to drop everyone in freezer, but the smoke from the Captal very helpful in guarding that. Also, if Captal can get some angles to try and cut off some rotations towards them first.
That was a really good breach.
Oh.
Man, Fabian has been practicing his breach plays.
I'm glad he's been practicing something. As he's well known for just playing RTS games and strategy games.
He's really
instead
good
of
at
this.
Crusader Kings.
This is not Crusader Kings though, so this Captal just waiting for the right call. You know, just doesn't want to give his position away. They're being very cautious about giving too much information away now. They really want to box Vitality in and make this execute quick as they've got 30 seconds left. And smoke starting to come out now from Uno. That means execute short.
Oh no! Oh, the smoke misses it! Crying! Left with little HP, but he's done the work. There's 2 players trying to push in here through the bar. Playday will find 2 kills of his own. And G2 are coming around the flank. There's 1 player right behind the bar. No, he's actually on the other side of that wall. Hungry Kids, Kanto Raketti in the hallway. And now you're going to have to drop. You're going to have to fight it. You talked about a drop. Here it goes. You find 1 kill. And there's another one around the corner, though. Playday finishes things off with the Bailiff. Vitality take a lead again.
Well, now Vitality's looking a bit better here on the defense. So far, it's been almost defensive-sided, but not really because we had the 3-3 half. But now with defense in the lead with a 2-round versus 1 round for G2 here on the second half. G2 spent so much time setting up that attack and then just failed at it. That was really unfortunate. Even with the smoke pretty much giving them a freebie. That was not great. We'll see how it goes on bar again. Now, so far, Reading is the only site that G2's won, and honestly, it was just barely. So this is looking pretty Vitality-sided right now, and I have to say I don't have a ton of confidence in G2 to actually be able to get to 6 before Vitality can. So at the very least, I feel like G2 are going to be pushing for a tie here. I'm going to see Cryan sneak to the Twitch and Goga over to the Mozzie. That definitely seems a good idea. Deny some of that intel as G2 obviously want to rely a lot on droning. You saw how much they relied on droning and setting up that last round, especially. And they really want to make sure that they cover all the roamers that could potentially be downstairs first. Make sure when they go to execute here on bar, they do so without getting flanked. Alibi being played again, this time by Stiggy though. On bar, interesting choice. Not sure how much utility they're going to get from that, but
Have discovered the location of a bomb.
it's always interesting to see. If we do get the interview with Vitality, though, it'd be interesting to have you ask them why so much Alibi play.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
actually.
I just like to know their particular reasoning for playing the operators. The operator doesn't necessarily do anything specifically that screams like this is a must pick for any site or
Attackers are
map,
heading out to defuse a bomb.
but a lot of barbed wire and holes in the floor, pretty typical for this site.
What if we end up with a tie?
We very likely might. I mean, it's definitely possible. We had a
So
tie
far?
here, yeah.
It's been like back and forth and back and forth. G2 had the 2-round advantage earlier, right?
Yeah, they were looking pretty good in the. They had the 2-round advantage on after round 4, but then lost that into the half.
Well, G2 now, they're not going to be attacking kitchen anymore. I mean, they will in 2 rounds. So, let's see if that takes them somewhere. But there's droning everywhere, making sure that there's no roamers from Vitality. Again, you're really afraid of having a Mozzie roaming. What was, okay, like, wait a second, there's no echo. What was that just dropped out of the sky? It's confusing. I'm so confused. Oh, there's the Alibi, crosses around the corner. Kanto Raketti with the spray through the wall. And the Twitch drone has been lost. This is big here, even if Stiggy didn't get a kill off of it. Oh, he's taking a lot of damage. And now he's taken out. Pengu with a crossfire, he'll get 1, but then traded off Playday from above. Well done with the Maestro, making sure that the numbers are thinned. Uno's dropped on the floor here in white. And Mozzie, he gets another one. Bibu with 1. Oh no! There's the confirmation. It dropped down to the perfect moment. Bibu making waves in the round here. And White Stairs crying his last alive versus 3. Vitality are on the cusp of securing match point. That's pretty huge.
Community vote might have been wrong on this one.
Well, it's got to happen in some.
We'll see what Cryan can do, but at least Bibu on low enough health for him to potentially finish him off, especially with the F2. But Facing the Maestro and a Smoke who is able to kind of box you in a little bit, that's not going to be great. He's got one breach charge left to help, I suppose, a little bit, but I don't think that's going to do a lot for him. Maybe he can finish off BB with a shock drone, give himself a little bit of advantage here. He's got some time to play with, and that has helped G2 before.
Nope,
Not going to happen.
Nothing left. First one was shot by the Alibi. Breach charges won't do anything here. Pick around the corner very slowly. There's the default cam.
Oh, that's going to give his position away now, though.
He's got no other way. The Evil Eye does so too. It's probably going to force him to go into this white hallway. There's a shotgun waiting for him.
He tried to pre-fire where the player was when the drone died.
Yeah, Hungry actually played this so well. He pulled back. Yeah, he smoked it and then pulled back. Because you're expecting someone to be close in a corner with a shotgun and not in the position Hungry was, especially not in SMG.
He's such a good smoke player, though.
Yeah, that's why. I was actually surprised last week, or last week.
Feels like so long.
I know. Last Playday, when Vitality were playing Border, I was so surprised that Hungry
You had him on like Clash.
not play Smoke. He played Mute a lot of times.
Yeah.
He played Clash for that round.
People who are good at Smoke can also play very good Mute because it's only the gadget that's different at the point.
But still, he is so good at using that gadget.
Absolutely.
That's what was so surprising.
Yeah.
So personally, I'm happy to see him on the Operator, but if anything, it gives Vitality flexibility, right?
Okay.
You can give it to Playday, you can give it to Hungry, and it's all fine.
There are a lot of good Smoke players out there.
Yeah.
Now, Fabian obviously, I guess, did want the Maverick for reading because they know it's reading again, as they can't play Kitchen again, and he's going to go with the Maverick. So it is definitely something where he has some strategy for how he's going to use the Maverick. They did manage to win this bomb site last time, the only bomb site they've won on attack. So they're going to have to try and sneak in another plant. But at this point, all they can fight for is a tie. And that's not great for G2, who struggled the last 2 seasons already off on a back foot by not being able to get 3 points today. But it's good for Vitality, guaranteeing themselves 1 point after a pretty significant loss on day 1. So they seem to have figured out in the last day what they were doing wrong and adjusted accordingly. Playday, though, a big part of figuring that out, it seems, and Bibu also doing quite well. Sticky with 7. Hungry actually at the lowest, but he's also been playing a lot of played back roles like the Smoke, for example. But in this case, he's actually the Valkyrie, and Playday taking over the Smoke. So that's a lot of role changes back and forth. They're a pretty flexible team, though, and it seems to be working out for them pretty well. Fabian also taking advantage of the Maverick to open these hatches without requiring breach charges. That seems like a good extra use of the utility.
Yeah.
As you get quite a bit of torch, you probably don't need a ton of it. So
I mean, Fabian has been very effective at it regardless.
Yeah.
Maximum, you're going to open up 1 hatch, maybe.
Or a wall.
You know, 1 wall. Otherwise, you're kind of fine,
Yeah.
right?
He's got 5 breach torches left. You barely use any to open a
I
hatch.
mean, it's 1, it's just different canisters. Come on, get with the program.
Well, you know what I mean. I'm reading Breaching Torch. They're not listed as Breaching Torch canisters. Blame Ubisoft on that one, okay? I didn't write it. At least they're not called slithers. Oh, Stiggy. That's why you got to play an ACOG right there.
Slithered into that one. Cantor Raketti shot down. Vitality, again, every single kill here is going to be so amazing for them. G2 can only tie in this matchup. Nothing more.
Looking like that might even be a hard ask at this point. Although that being said, they were in the back foot last time when they won this. But that's going to be a little bit more expected by Vitality this time that they go for the plant in that situation.
Rage Monster are available for the Zofia, so you can use those stuns to lock down players. Yeah, Uno has a ton of crossbow support here for himself. This is where Fabian is going to be excellent with that Breaching Torch. They also have support in the... Oh, no! Turns around at the wrong moment there. Goga spraying in with the Mossy. He's got the better angle. Fabian is going to get dropped down to the headshot. Pengu walking in closely. There's the kill that he's looking for from the train. Cigar Balcony, Hungry wins it. He threads it against Cryan. So 4 versus 2. Only one has been taken off the board here for Vitality. G2 are scrambling with whatever they have left. There you go. 1 in Laundry taken out. That's Playday. Uno comfortable here with a pair of 308. And Uno gets another one on the Hungry. Makes it a 2v2, but Stiggy from above. That's the Overwatch that's just so strong for Vitality, and now they have Crossfire. 2 players are above, and Pengu picks up the diffuser. He can go and plant an A, where he's relatively safe, but there's a soft wall in front of him. There might be something to give out information for Vitality. Winnable for Pengu,
Attackers activating diffuser.
but he doesn't have any lifelines left. That's the kill that he's looking for. Doesn't know where the second player is coming from, though. Bibu, the 1v1 against Pengu, the 2 star players of their respective teams. He peeks around the corner. The Jaeger knows where it's at, and there's Pengu. He clutches it. The Sofia is in, and G2 survive for yet another round.
It's all off these plant clutches from Pengu, and it was with Fabian as well last time. But it's reading's definitely their best side, but it is always so tight at the end there. They lose way too many people too early.
The fact that there's always somebody left alive on that bar floor for Vitality is just so baffling.
The problem is they don't push to guard the site. Like, they guarded the diffuser, that was smart, sure. But then they just let him plant, similar to the previous time. They're not pushing. And I understand, again, you don't want to throw people away. But it's letting them get into an advantageous position and losing gunfights after.
I don't know why the Doc dropped without having the Jaeger support him somewhere.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of a scramble there at the end. Well,
Attackers need to
will we get the
locate and
tie?
defuse as many bombs
Or will
as they
Vitality
can.
get the win? This is the last possible round of this match. Kitchen so far has been good for Vitality, both on attack and defense. So they might just be able to pull it off again. The last time, like I said, is due to just not being able to finish off kills a lot of the times. Trying to get those long angle shots or some plays. We had Uno trying to fight from above a little bit. But I don't know, this is going to be tricky for them to pull it off because they just seem to lose way too many people going into most of the actual executes.
10 seconds left before
Vitality
insertion.
doing a good job just pushing them back. They got the Mute Mozzie combo as well, which is really going to slow G2 down even more. At least they got the IQ to be able to spot where a lot of the gadgetry is going to be, but you're mostly going to find it with your drone anyways when it gets jammed up or gets the pest indicator.
There's Playday. I mean, we talk about a hard support for Vitality, but my God.
This has been a very low Thatcher play day.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Thatcher, what, twice in this game?
It's just, it's been so low. And he's not been banned. That's the weird part to me, is just Thatcher's a very strong operator, but just so many like must-haves at this point in time that it is hard sometimes to fit everything you want into an attack lineup.
Yeah, and with that, you know, obviously having the Thatcher means that you throw in the EMP and the work's done, right? Job's done, and there's your peon. But on the other hand, if you don't bring him, then you maybe can have a Capitao, which affords you with more firepower and crowd control on a site. But it also means that you have to waste something like 30 or 45 seconds to do extra work, which is exactly what Fabian is doing right now.
Good efficiency from him again.
He is pretty good
I like how they're using the wooden barricades to their benefit.
Of course, surviving behind them and making sure that they do not get shot in those barricades. If you saw this is the Maverick trick, basically, but there's the opener. There's the important kill. Cryan takes that one player on the flank. If he finds Hungry, that's really the thing that they're looking for here. Cryan, still alive. Oh my, did he hear the vault?
He hears the shots at the very least. Capitao also doing some work for Uno. Here we go.
Oh no! Peeking the wrong way! Cryan loses it! Bibo with another one on the Cantor Raketti. Gives the manpower advantage now for Vitality. Pengu had the goo mine stuck. Well, actually, it isn't the... I don't know why I saw that as a goo mine, but still, Uno is looking for the headshot in the back, but the smoke is going to get thrown right in his face, and Pengu is trying to survive. That was the smoke damage from the smoke, of course, playing in the back. There's one kill. Pengu's last alive. The diffuser is all on its own, and so far, Pack is just so exposed. He's dead. He's out. Vitality victorious. G2 mucked it up, crying. You got one kill, and then to contest, you literally walked into the line of sight.
Definitely not the best play we've seen from G2. Even the rounds that they won were very close. Just the complete opposite of what we saw from Playday 1. Vitality not playing poorly, G2 playing much worse. Much better lineup for Vitality. Playday, though, just dominating in terms of kills. Very good play from him overall.
15 kills. This is your heart support.
Yeah, against a team like G2, yes, they've struggled more lately, but still, that's impressive. This is Vitality. Definitely, again, whatever they did yesterday seemed to have helped.
I'm surprised that there was a Legion ban, but there was no Monty played, and that was G2's own ban, which is so surprising
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to do it, might as well utilize it.
Yeah, it's again, there's Nook was also an option potentially.
Yeah? You
Because
saw
you could do-
Aces playing that in the past.
Yeah, and you can sneak up to, say, reading door from that doorway pretty quickly, and without even shooting out the cam right there, and they'll just assume no one's there. And there's not going to be barbed wire right there a lot of times till you get in the doorway.
That does mean we can ask why the alibi.
Absolutely. So I guess that's the plus side of this here. But community vote, complete opposite this time. So a bit of an unexpected win, but good for Vitality. Good to know that they are definitely not slacking off this season. It was just a bad day on day one. G2, the exact opposite. They had a great day one. They have some stuff to work on. I think there's a lot they could learn. They should have Sua, the analyst, get on that immediately to figure out what went wrong.
The co-coach.
Yeah, that's what I said.
All right, we have our interview ready, so let's go for that. Good evening, Bibou. Bonsoir. How are you doing?
Good evening. I'm good. Pretty happy. Before the match, we were like a little bit disappointed of ourselves.
Yeah.
And now I think we correct that a little bit. Even if it was close, we are happy. So
I want to ask you a technical question. This is something that Emzo pointed out very clearly. We're asking why the alibi, why bringing her so many times? Is it specifically Cafe, or what's the strategy behind it?
like there is no really strat behind. We know that we have like sometimes a flex role, like a flex operator with impact. They ban the most of the time you take Legion because it's very powerful. You have a lot of information, traps, slowing down the enemy. They ban it, so we need impact, and it's like a 3-speed good gunfight. Like it's pretty close gunfight that you have in Cafe, so it was a good weapon. So yeah, I think it's Playday take it once, and maybe Stiggy, I think. So yeah, it's just not strategic. It's like more like a flex role, and we pick it.
And because you mentioned the Legion, I want to double down on this. When you saw G2 banning the Legion, what was the first thing that came into your head as a team?
Okay, like just we knew with our analyst Afi that he joined soon in trial. He said to us before the match, and Linun, our coach too. Sometimes G2 are making weird bans, and it happened. Like they ban Legion, like not weirds, but it's like not common. But so like Legion and Sledge, we ban Bug too. So it was a really specific ban phase. But yeah, we were okay and just play it. We are not playing it a lot. It's like sometimes we play it because I said it's powerful, but we are not abusing. We are not depending of Legion, so it's okay. We can play without it.
So you didn't expect the Monty, for example, to come out at some point, or was it something haunting you in the back of the head?
To be honest, for myself, I didn't expect it at all. But it could be we know that Pengu is very good on Monty, so it could be a solution. They didn't put it out today, so I guess we are not lucky, but we play with what against we have, and okay.
For you, was it weird that G2 weren't really pushing into bar and clearing you out there when you were playing specifically in reading? Because you always had two players that were staged on what are the new two balconies, between Cigar and the bar on the other side. How is that strategy, that dynamic set up for the team? Like
it's at the first time that I think they're not rush, but they kinda rush the jungle and what we call jungle, but the reading. They push fast, not rush, but they push fast. And yeah, we are not surprised, but we were expecting something else with our analysis. But we just adapt on what they were doing. On the first time it's happened, it was really close. The two times they won the round with a good clash of Pengu the second time, but it was really close round every time. So no, it's like we just adapt, call out. Maybe Hungry, you should go downstairs. He just rotate fast, and yeah. No, it's like we know that some teams are doing that, like not taking the cocktail, playing just the piano side heaven, holding the balconies, and just going on side by mining sometimes, most of the time. But there they just go for reading. Yeah, just a lot of times holding pianos, you're saying, and then pushing down white stairs, taking control of mining, going in from pillars. It's really the strategy we've been seeing so often, but it's very good to just hold on to those
to those balconies. They've proven to be very effective, even if in the end the rounds didn't really go your way. That said, Bibu, congratulations on your victory. After last week, I know you, well, last week, I say last week, but with this schedule, it's completely different. After the last Playday, I know you guys felt a bit down after your defeat against Empire. We understand that completely, but now you've brought it in, you've beaten G2. How does it feel, and what do you want to say to everybody out there?
Like I said at the beginning of the interview, it's like feeling good. We really messed up. Like we do a lot of mistake and messed up against Empire. They're playing good too, so it's like 7-1. It's just talking by the score. And yeah, now we were like we really wanted to prove that we are better with this team. We make this change for something, and I think we prove it today. Happy to have Afi with Laurie now to help her in the staff coaching coaching staff, and we use the analysis and it works. So yeah, happy, and we will keep it like this on the road of the win.
All right. Well, Afi's been
proving for all the fans, obviously.
As is tradition. It's clear to see that Afi has been doing a good job, even though it's been only a couple of days now since he's joined. You know, it's something to keep in mind for coaching staff in the future. I know Vitality as a team hasn't really had a full roster of, you know, staff behind the team itself for a while, to say the least. But hey, you're all here. Thank you again on this matchup. It was a close game at the end between you and G2. A victory at the end, though, for Vitality. Redemption, as we saw with Empire a couple days ago. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and bonne nuit, people.
Bonne nuit. See you. Thanks.
It's good to hear some of that strat info in terms of what they're thinking, and good to know that those balconies that they added to Cafe, one of the changes that they made when they revamped it, really like play into the strategy a lot more. And I mean, we've seen that especially in Bar, just the way that Heaven's held, but also the way they play the other side of it too. It's really changed up the dynamic of the map, and it's made the top floor a lot more interesting, I think. Maybe interesting the wrong way for G2, but definitely for Vitality, definitely worked pretty well for them. For the most part.
We have a player to highlight in this matchup. I think it's very clear, right?
Yeah.
Today, that's a pretty high rating there,
1.
to say the least.
Yeah, pretty good. 15-5, KD.
He's been having an effect on pretty much every single round. That's even more. High kill death ratio, good entry, and this is a guy that's a hard support.
Yeah, he was very hard support previously in Vitality, so it's been interesting to see how that's working out in terms of just role changes and stuff, bringing the new players on. And it seems to have gelled a lot better today overall. I mean, definitely fitting in. I mean, I got to imagine they're all in English. We were talking about that a little bit earlier with the all-French team, and this was originally a team that was all-French. They switched to English, and now they've been able to bring in more players, more flexible players like Goga, Hungry, and I think they looked a lot cleaner today. Communication seemed to be a lot better. So.
Well, that said, those are 3 games done and dusted. Chaos versus Force, though. The newcomer versus really one of the older bloods in Pro League fight up against one another. That's after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One final game here to finish things off in EU. Chaos versus Force is our last matchup. Again, Chaos representing really some of the oldest guard that there is in EU Pro League, and Force being a lot of the newer blood. Of course, coming in Challenger League this season.
I think Force have made a good debut. They performed pretty well. We saw at Raleigh as well. They are definitely a strong team, and we know how strong Russia is in general at the moment. You also have a former member of Empire there with Shockwave, but you've also got WTG, Rask, Kama, and Pasha. All very good players. We saw some great performance from Rask, especially on Monday, but everyone on this team really showing up for the most part. It's definitely a force to be reckoned with. It's trouble for a lot of teams because this is a new team coming in, and they took a lot from Empire because Shockwave brought over a lot of their mentality, and it showed. They play in some similar ways, but they have a very different style to it, and I think teams are going to struggle a little bit with dealing with this early on in the season. Now maybe they'll adapt later on, but I think initially this is going to be a strong team.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the entirety of the squad, as you're saying, it's definitely playing out of their minds, and it's the first game. So, as we said before, even for successes, you still can't weigh it too hard. Here we are for Chaos, Secretly, Red Groove, Renouls, Vito, and Shate. Between Secretly, Renouls, and Shate, you really have some of the oldest guard in the league when it comes to them playing since basically the start, compared to just being old, which is not the case, definitely. Red Groove and Vitaline, representing the newest groove in those players, the ones that really came in by year 3 and really went their way throughout the year. And Vitaline, of course, being a response around a year ago. It's been less than a year after Invitational.
Sure. He's been in there a little bit, but it's definitely, he was a newer member at the
second half of the last season.
Yeah,
Milan,
something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Shate, the newer addition, he's been, a lot of good experience, a lot of good games over the years, but he's been seeming to struggle to kind of come back since his initial break he took a while back.
Yeah, he's had some great matches here and there, but it really seemed that by the end of the last season, with Sisu in general, it was just the team cohesion that wasn't working. You can mirror it to how Rogue was as well on the North American side. Players that have a lot of experience in between them. Then suddenly in Sisu, they just ended up getting picked off one by one. Some players went to North America, some players went to other places or retired. And in this case now, we get to see Shate move on to Chaos. So something that was planned really by the end of the last season. I think it's a great move. Yeah. I really want to see how they really all mesh together. Chaos really got close against Rogue in a 7-5 loss. Victory for Rogue at the end there on Coastline. Interesting, though, is the Lion Band, though, from Chaos. But our map videos, let's talk about those.
Where we'll be playing, that will matter. Of course, we saw no repeats the first play day, and I don't believe we've seen any repeats today. It was Coastline, Consulate, and then Cafe, and another no repeat day for EU, Bank. This is a pretty good map. I'm not sure about Force, but Chaos, the last time they played this, did pretty well on it. For recall, they still lost, but it was a 7-5 loss. So that's close to a tie. So it's not a bad map for them. So we'll see how Force play on it, though.
Definitely. So I think this is a map that Force would be very comfortable on, right? Yeah. Any map that just has a lot of space to walk around in is something that benefits Force because they're a team that is just so good at clamping down on their opponents, especially if they're on the attacking side. I would be really worried I'm thinking Secretly, but then Chaos. If Chaos aren't able to win many of their defensive rounds.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Obviously, we need to see what side they're starting on as well.
What do you guys think, though? We're going to get that info in just a second. Wow.
19%. Wow, not a lot of faith. I mean, to be fair, Fours are a pretty strong team, and I probably would say I agree that Fours are likely to win, but I don't know if I'd say by that dramatic of an amount. But hey, they're a newer team. They're a bit more of an unknown, so we'll see. Obviously, a lot of fans, whether they'll be fans of the org or fans of just how the team's kind of shown up and really done quite well in a lot of different things. We'll see.
All right. Yeah, we definitely can't wait to get into the game, and the players seem to be ready, though, but we have some tweet. Slow ramp up for us from G2 Pengu, of course. Took too long to get comfortable in the game. GG well played to Vitality, and of course to Goga. Well played, man. What?
And then I don't know what the rest of that says.
That's in Polish, and I don't know what that means.
Oh, well. Someone knows out there.
And yes, I don't know what that is. Oh, the game is about to start. We're on Bank Again, Force versus Chaos. Swedish/Finnish lineup versus Russian. See how long Chaos can hold on in this match. Because again, after the way that Force played in how they played against one another.
Thatcher banned. So what does that even do at this point with how many times Thatcher has just not even been played? We'll see what the next ban's going to be. And that comes out from Chaos. So no Lion ban this time, as you're talking about. But Habana on Bank, very, very common. So this is not unusual at all. The Thatcher ban will be interesting to see, though, especially for like CEO. You're going to have trouble getting through that wall. Then again, there's impact tricking is already a thing anyway, so maybe it's not a big a deal on that.
You have to deal with impact tricking, with you have to play against Bandit. You also have to play against sneaky Maestro cameras that are set by the couch, something that Chaos does quite consistently. So maybe something to look out for. There's Mira at the end. Overall, the bans make a lot of sense for the map, as they usually do. Thatcher is, quote-unquote, the standout, but that kind of tells you the level of, wow, this is amazing, kind of.
Yeah, and it's obviously something specific they plan to work around. The Kayed being left, though, with the Thatcher ban is interesting. I imagine Maverick might be a big, important part of this, and you see Rask already picking that, because you do want a lot of hatches. There are quite a few you have to deal with. And because of that, you're really going to be struggling to deal with any kind of Kayed play, if there was any. But the Maverick's going to be in play, so you're not going to have to use the Thermite for those. But the Kayed is going to come out anyways, just to make it more difficult. And I think that is a good idea. You really want to make it hard, especially if you can get a Maverick kill somehow. That's going to make it really difficult for them. So we'll see how they end up playing it.
Attackers need
We are, of
to
course,
locate and defuse
going to start
bomb.
down in the basement. No surprise there. CCTV. This is basically the best bomb side of the map. The one you want to start on for the most part, but it is always interesting when teams want to go CEO first. It's just rare these days. We saw, for example, Rogue, the NA Rogue, doing that early on and kind of setting a trend on that for a little bit of time, but it did eventually fall off. CEO has become a better bomb site, though, over time as teams have figured out better strategies on it. But we're actually seeing, I think, our first Jackal of the day. Hadn't seen a whole lot of that earlier. We're going to have the Mozzie with no mute to back him up, but still, the Mozzie is going to be very strong on this map, especially if he's going to be supporting his own roam, as it looks, but he has yet to put up any pests. So it makes me think he also wants to make sure that they can't identify where those are at ahead of time with their initial drones, but it means he also won't be capturing any initial drones likely. Starting to set them up now and then rotate back. He could be playing down here in open office, setting up another pest there as well. So it looks like he could be just trying to support his own roam. We'll see if he plays. Nope, he's not going to play too aggressive, but ironic enough, he's going to get droned. They're going to find out he's playing those main stairs. They're going to have the Jackal potentially catching some of his footprints as he left quite a bit going from the top floor down. So there should be, if they're able to get in soon enough, Shete should be able to find those. Those breach charges coming out. We've seen a lot of use of those today.
Yeah, and sometimes because, well, we remove both the buck and the sledge, and sometimes it's because having extra breach charge is just so huge. It affords you so much flexibility, right? So it's always great to have that. Breaching charge is going to come in and open up that that hatch, and we've been seeing a lot of G8 in play. Right?
Yeah, like you said, the angled grip made a huge difference on that because players really feel like they can ADS fast enough, because that's the big downside with LMGs is slow ADS time.
Thermite is there, and there's WTG actually. Finds Shate first, and that's the Maestro. That's actually a huge pick. Where did he...
Oh, yeah, I said Shate earlier, but I meant Shockwave on the Jackal just because of the SH at the beginning.
I don't know where Shate was playing.
He plays such aggressive Maestros. It's always weird to me because it rarely seems to work out for him. So it confuses me why he continues to do that on a different team as well. Doesn't seem like the right choice, but hey, if he wants to go for it.
There you go, trying to look for that Rtila. It's right under. It's literally right under center. That was actually well placed. It actually ends up doing some decent chunk of damage. Rask will take a couple of bullets, finding their way onto him.
Well, at least Maverick did his job.
I mean, Kama can use one of his charges, but he won't. He needs them for later. The problem is, because you don't have anybody destroying this Skylight hatch, this is what's going to happen. Renewals finds WTG, and a second one on Shockwave. Beautifully done there from Chaos. Honestly, that hatch should be opened. Pressure it, because if you don't, this is what you're going to end up with. It's a 3v4. Fours lose their man advantage off of getting what is pretty much a free kill on the Shate, but they recover by taking down Secret. Taking out the Clyde, but his job is already done. So one at least locked down. The site is close to open, but Red Groove with the TK on Renault's. That's the wrong one. And all the commotion, it's Pasha that drops in on site. Vito, though, with the extended barrel SMG-11 will come in and find a kill. What is happening right now? Rask is trying to pick up the diffuser and come in and go for the plant, but Pasha's dropped on the floor. Rask is all on his own. 40 health left on him. And Red Groove Vito are trying to drop down to help. There's Pasha dead. Diffuser's going to be set at the last second. Rask might go in for the fight. It's still winnable for him. Still in 1v2. Full. Oh no, there's a lot of ammo, but it's none of it being thrown the way of Red Groove. And that's the round done. Chaos somehow are able to bring this one back. And the 2v1, it was inevitable.
Yeah.
That flank, that last flank, I have to say, was just so important from the smoke.
I mean, smoke players are so vital because, especially if you stay alive long enough, you're in a vital position, but being able to get those flanks off like that definitely matters a lot, and especially when one of your teammates just dies early due to what I imagine was a misplay. We didn't get to see it, but Shate dying early was not the play. He's going to be on the Clash this time, so I imagine he should live quite a bit longer in theory, and they're going to be going to that CEO bomb site that I said is a pretty good bomb site these days, but just not as much of a primary. No, he's going to 6-pick off of it. Okay, well, we'll see how he ends up doing that. Shockwave get a 6-pick off the Jackal he played last round. This time to the Ash. I imagine they might play a little more aggressively. Going to CEO, that actually is a pretty good operator for this attack here. Extra utility to clear up those castle barricades that you know are going to be there, in addition with those Maestro Evil Eyes. So that'll definitely be very helpful. Nothing going to be set up to deny the walls on the backside there of CEO from being opened up, though, as they are going to have the Thermite. So, choice. So a rotation set up there as well, it looked like, but I imagine they might reinforce over the rotation out of the back of CEO. Might just been for now to get out there, although it would be interesting to see if they kept that. So, see how the rest of the setup goes.
5 seconds left before insertion.
A lot of barbed wire on those stairs, but that, you know, honestly, it's worth it. You really don't want anyone rushing up those spiral stairs, especially with an Ash in play, which they don't necessarily know about, but you got to keep in mind, even Maverick is a 3-speed. So they've got, what, three speeds on there between the IQ, the Ash, and the Maverick. So definitely they could play aggressively if they wanted to up those stairs. So that'll definitely make a difference. And you may also see some of those Ash breach charges actually used on that barbed wire if they want to go up that direction, as they will have the extra utility with the Zofia in play as well.
Bomb located by attackers.
And no, they did leave it soft. That is an odd choice. I mean, it's not a bad one, especially if you could play those angles. But it does leave a lot of that room exposed, not to mention angles into further rooms, which obviously you can play from. But you're going to have to make sure that the attack is somewhat one-directional, because if you get pinched from both sides, that open wall can really work against you. We'll see, though. Maybe it'll help in stopping people from entering even the square door altogether. You might have to see people enter from different approaches. They are going to come in from stock, potentially here. Nope, Shockwave's just going to peek it first.
Shockwave, there's breaching round coming up. Open up the wall. Is there somebody that's trying to contest on the rappel? No, it doesn't. Yeah, there is. There is Kama. Yeah. There's nobody pushing him right now.
No, probably no one going to jump out of the windows just yet, but that might be inevitable. It happens so often on this map.
Shockwave still checking his drone. This is something that we saw mirrored with Team Empire as well, where they're spending so much time on drones and verifying. See, there are drones everywhere. There's the run-up. Vito will find one, but Pasha will refrag. That's a Thermite out. And still not the most important. I wanted to say that, but it is a pretty important operator right now. Like, yeah, we would love to have him, but the walls are soft, so it's definitely possible to walk on in just using the breaching round. So in the end, yeah, still not really the most important of kills. At least there's Pasha still alive to provide Overwatch, and that's the important one. Your flank is now softer. Secretly is dead, and there are no smokes to be used at the 1-minute mark.
In theory, they can at least get in without having to use the Thermite because they can Zofia or Ash the wall. But they also have the Maverick to help out. Wow, there we go. Well, there goes the Ash. Red Groove with a nice kill there. Playing it a bit better than Shate did, who's you know, still alive at least. There's that, but they are down 2 men at 3v3 so far. 30 seconds or so left. Red Group finds another one. Defender's looking pretty good here.
Oh, there's Nitro Cell, but it's already done. There's the kill from Pacha on to Shate in a 2v2. Pasha finds Red Group. He's looking for a fourth one here. He's already hit the 3K. Renewals. It's the last one alive for Chaos. Finds one kill. WTG is down. Pasha will have to get that 4K to win out the round for his team, and he definitely has a ton of ammo to make it happen. Renewals is looking the other way. He's going to make a lot of noise here, Pasha, and he's actually going to keep firing through the walls. It's all reinforced here. It might help him to go for a plant, but no, he's actually going to go for the fight, and Pasha wins it! The 4K to win it out. Fours take the round against Chaos.
They definitely needed to be a bit further offside, it seems. Usually chasing the kill like that doesn't really work out in your favor, but certainly did. Really, time advantage was in the defender's side. They peaked a little too aggressively, more than they needed to, but at the same time, I can understand they didn't want to give map control. They didn't want to be in a situation like last round where the plant got put down without them being able to fight it. So I suppose it's not the worst idea, but that did end up costing them the round. So we'll see how they can shake things up when they play Teller's Archives. They don't want to try CEO again. I imagine we'll see it again one more time, though. Vito going to go over to the Pulse. Should be pretty useful. We'll see if he ends up playing downstairs or just up support. Could even play inside site, although I don't know. It's tricky because there's not a lot of places you can play totally protected. More so somewhat insight, but you can be pushed somewhat both sides from the backside of Archives through the window and the doorway. Also Tellers, especially if they open up one of the walls. And there's 2 doorways there as well, so it's not the safest operator to be kind of running around calling things out. Shate will be back on that Maestro. We'll have to mute this time to potentially deny some insight. Mute is a good one for this site if you want to cover a lot of the reinforced walls to make it harder for them to be breached. As again, Thatcher is banned, so you can somewhat secure, say for example, the wall from the open area office into Archives. If they even reinforce that one, they actually have left it soft. So the interesting choice there to leave it completely soft and just dedicate a lot more resources upstairs. You see secretly placing one of those mute jammers down. He's going to be trying to deny, I believe, the drone hole. Just trying to play in here as long as he could. He's actually denying a bit of the hallway as well. There was one near the door. He's going to deny the door and I think some of the hallway, trying to drone past Janitor. So we'll see if he ends up kind of trapping himself in there. Barbed wire as well for Kitchen, but does get spotted, so Shockwave going to take a different route. He was going to go in through the doorway, I imagine. So good droning coming out so far, at least trying to identify the problems they're going to have to deal with. It's just a matter of how they deal with them. Vitalin actually has taken a bit of damage already. Might have been friendly fire, though. Hard to say where his position was.
Yeah, maybe he got shot from Pasha at some point. He was checking him. I don't know, because Pasha does run a suppressed pistol, so it's possible that he just does so little damage because it hits his shoulder or something like that.
Yeah.
It is possible. Again, the suppressed pistol is not a bad idea on the IQ, because a lot of times you'll be doing damage, but it's still one-shot headshot regardless. So, do you want to be a bit more stealthy in where you're shooting from? Your opponents won't exactly know where you are. It's an option, that's for sure. Rask, in the meantime, is going to use his breaching torch. Oh my, he's literally sitting there. WTG takes down secretly. Well done by Force, forcing Chaos out of that position. He was going to die regardless, but secretly might have been. Was there a hatch open maybe that he could use to drop? I'm not sure if the hatch in Janitor was open, but there's Rask to get Renaults. That's 2 now for Force.
Looking pretty good on this attack. Definitely dismantling them. I mean, at least Shate's alive a little bit longer, but losing the mute with that C4, I imagine, and the Jaeger early with pretty much no scratches on Fours. A minute left, so they can play a little bit of time here, but the upstairs being torn apart now on the floor. It's funny because no Buck or Sledge band this time, yet just not being played. Oh, Shockwave down at least.
WTG dropping in down. Rask will find Red Groove. More kills for him. In the meantime, Shockwave's dropped on the floor. Can you save him? Yeah, he should be able to do so. Yeah, there you go. Pasha will come out. They're safe. There's no nitros, nothing that can hit them at that level. On the balcony. Flashbangs will be thrown on in to slow things down here. WTG gets another one. This is really Force all over the place when it comes to holding on the right angles at the right time. And Shate turns around the corner. He tries to thread it, but no, he'll fail. He won't for this one against Shockwave, but it's going to be an inconsequential kill as he gets felled, and WTG collects one more. Force really putting up the rounds.
At least the good news for Chaos is they can go back down to CCTV basement, but that was still not the best performance from them. It was one they won, but Force seemed to be just really tapping out players one at a time fairly quickly in these rounds. Chaos just trying to push back, not really working out at all in terms of, they had so much denial in terms of with the mutes, but I think mute Mozzie is needed. At least they're bringing the Mozzie this time, just to really deny the drones, because you saw how easily they were able to identify the locations, pick off the players. But they're going to have to do a bit more here, be a lot more careful, but at least Shate making up for the guff I was giving him just in terms of staying alive longer. That was a good round for him. Just couldn't clutch it out. A lot of players left on fours. I like him taking advantage of the ping though with the wall bang. Just unfortunately missing the one shot of tight angle in the open area doorway. I imagine we'll have Rask doing his job fairly quickly again here, getting the hatches open. Essential job for the Maverick. And that's the thing is, you get all these Hibana bans on this map, but it doesn't change things too much because, yes, the Hibana can't quickly open as many hatches. It does make for a little bit more work. But at the same time, Maverick's also an equally good operator, and it doesn't take that much longer to get those hatches open in terms of if you're doing it efficiently, they're going to get open and you're not necessarily going to lose too much for it. So I don't know that the Hibana ban and then bringing a kite is really necessarily doing a ton. They almost might want to consider just bringing some other operator instead of the kite, just because if they're being efficient on the Maverick, it's not helping as much as they'd like. It just forces, Thermite to not be helping with that, I suppose. See how they end up going into the site here. They got to take top floor control. The pretty typical approach here is to take CEO first, as CWGG doing. He's got breach charges as well, as if they want to open up some of the floor. There's not as much soft floor to open on that second floor, and more so from above on that third floor. So not going to get a ton of utility out of that, but
I mean, Chaos aren't really doing anything super special. They're just sitting back, playing the turtle style. They're not even bringing the pulse in this case, which is an operator we do see quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty dang useful. Server stairs fight, though, this is where we see a lot of people waste their lives trying to rush the shotgun.
Was that actually, that was caught by an ADS. All of the ADSs are being used here to hold on to blue, and there's the smoke to pop off. It's still a very, very good trade here. The smoke is doing work. He can pull back at the end. That Electro Claw really is causing a lot of problems for Force. First round and right now in the fourth.
Well, it's still a minute 30 left here to make something happen. But the fact that they cannot get server stairs is a real problem. They need to do something. Even the shotgun on the drone there. They're trying the stuns. They go in unfortunately, the 2 to cover ends up just being a freebie for Rask. Fortunately, they lined up. Red Groove, though, able to trade whack one onto Shockwave, former teammate at one point, I believe. Nice try from WTG, but he might end up having to get himself up here.
That's drone support. Rask is really doing Cut's work right now. Because what's going to be thrown in, but actually doesn't connect. He's already fallen back there, the Mozzie playing behind the server. He's being tagged, but that doesn't mean that he's going to die anytime soon. And the amount of time that is being burned right now. Red Groove still finds one more kill, but Kama takes him down finally. Look at how low Kama is.
Yeah.
Shate is secretly alive. There you go. Shate, beautiful there. Using the pixel angle from Garage. And now it's a 2v2 with a Maestro and a Kaid alive. Man, there's little time left. This is great for Chaos. This is definitely doable, and the beepers will be triggered, so Rask can come on in, but his opponents will know exactly where he should be coming from. Oh no, the Maestro's looking the other way! Shate bamboozled here with 3K for Rask, and secretly has a Nitro Cell. Still can save it.
15 seconds
Kama
left.
can't bait for anything here. They have to time this correctly for us. Secretly throw that Nitro Cell. Does it connect? Yes, it does. Oh, there it is! Secretly on to Rask! And the 2v1 goes the way of Chaos. The Nords strike back.
Much like the previous time they won it, they probably shouldn't have. That was a little bit of a slow peak and shot, and letting his teammate unfortunately die due to the C4 in the meantime. Just poor timing, but his play onto the Maestro was great. That Maestro's so hard to deal with.
Square Skylight Hatch again.
Yeah.
That Thatcher band, Chaos know what they're doing.
I mean, it is tricky to sit out there on a Maverick and do that. I can understand. You can get away with it in the admin office of open area because, well, you're pretty well secluded. But yeah, doing that out in the open on that square skylight hatch, I can understand why it's trickier. And then that is generally the hatch that the Habana band is mostly addressing.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
But good on Chaos, working that out there. Just barely able to pull that off thanks to a great clutch. It's the problem with getting tunnel vision to that Maestro. But to be fair, that was what Maestro should have been doing because you cannot contest him when he's right there very easily. And that was the way to play it. They just didn't have the manpower to cover him.
It was smart for the Maverick to rotate, though.
The problem was, though, that's also what cost him his ability to cover his teammate in the end, unfortunately.
Thatcher operator ban rate on Bank over the past 6 months is 3%. So this is probably his third or fourth time being banned in total.
Well,
that's actually huge.
Probably more so in Latin America. Or is that including Latin America? Because
that's including everything.
Wow, that's surprising.
Literally everything from the Rally Major, Pro League, Minors, all the way to here, specifically on Bank. This is how we're told the strats are.
I'm sure if we were including more maps, it would be much higher, but
we don't do them ourselves. But it's all very specific to Bank. We just got told what to say. It's all scripted.
Puppets.
There you go. There's the castle barricade being removed. Shockwave will probably be the one to stay on rappel, maybe, or maybe we'll just see him rotate around to the balcony and then be the team's entry along the hallway. No, it looks like it's going to stay here. It was a bad idea to have the thermite on the rappel the whole time, so maybe that maybe change it up.
Well, they're definitely trying to get some positioning and map control at least from below, which they do have, but they
there's four. Was that a downward nitro? It hit so well. Chatino, he's actually in the opposite end of the room, and Tellers and an Archives is close to finishing off Rask. He doesn't want to get shot in the back. Renewals is taking a lot of damage himself. Can rotate up. There's the finisher, and you can just add your headshot percentage there, Shate. WTG is the one trying to fight. He really doesn't know if he's being pushed or not, which is exactly what you want to be the case as Chaos. Just put your opponents on edge the whole time.
Well, definitely slowed down.
Oh, the run out!
There we go.
Pasha, beautifully done.
That's definitely not what you want to happen here. When you had an advantage, you were man advantage. Time was dwindling down. It was a nice idea, but terribly executed. And Pasha's ready for a peek from lobby as well. Shatse doesn't make this work here, but he is going to at least pressure Pasha down.
And it all is given away. It 100% is given away because of the jump out. You know now that Chaos are going to focus on this rappel, and now it's going to be Pasha holding on and really baiting you into discomfort.
Yeah, he's waiting. He might even have a drone somewhere over there that's providing intel for him. Oh, he's looking for some gadgets.
There's the push. Shockwave in the meantime exploits all of that comfort, and Shate will be downed. Renewals, the second one to fall, spraying through the wall right now. The Ash, you can hear the G36C. That popcorn voice, basically, popcorn noise going off into the back of the site here near B. Red Groove is holding off. And there's secretly with a headshot. WTG try to vault in to trading, but he instantly gets taken off the board. Now Red Groove watching for peaks. They have an evil eye here, Chaos, inside of the site. But Pasha, the beautiful flank, he comes around from Spiral. There's one right around the corner. There's Red Groove taken out. He pre-fires into the next, and Pasha! There's two! The game sense on this man is like nothing else.
He goes from being trapped on a rappel to just coming in and slaughtering them. That's how you do it. What a good round. Fours, though, it definitely looked like it was a tough one for them on that round. But Pasha came alive at the end when he really needed to. And really, it's been a lot of clutch situations in this match. That just shows it is a pretty close matchup between these two. Just because it's gotten down to a lot of those desperate plays towards the end. People just getting 2Ks or clutch positions. Open area, though. So, we will see the full tour come out from Chaos. They have now played all 4 bomb sites, if you count this one. Shadze teasing the pulse. Potentially making them think they're going to be playing a different bomb site. We'll see how they do with open, though. This is a difficult bomb site to hold. Castle is definitely an essential part of it. So Red Groove will be bringing that. Sending up his reinforcement first before getting the castle barricades up. Now you got the rotate. You definitely want to have the ability to not be trapped completely in sight, and that's why you have the rotate over to Archives from that admin office that I was talking about earlier. You really want that. You want to be able to play in Archives as well, But it does make it a little difficult sometimes in that you can also get boxed in because you can't reinforce and set up tellers the same way necessarily. But those castle barricades that Red Groove is setting up there on the window, for example, will help at least give some flexibility. And they actually will reinforce quite a bit of tellers here.
10 seconds to insertion.
Shate doing that on the wall. Trying to make sure that
5
they at
seconds
least
left
will be
before
somewhat
insertion.
protected. The thing is, though, you can't dedicate a ton of people to any one area because you're so spread out. So if fours read into that and can start to get some pinches going or get some man advantage early, they have plenty of utility to open the castle barricades as well. That can make it very difficult for Chaos to be able to do what they want to do. And that's why this is such a tough bomb site to win. Is you really, yeah, you have a big open area to play in, but that often works out in the attacker's advantage.
So WTG, he's looking for runouts. He's expecting something, but
Yeah, baiting with that repel.
it's a smart move, and so far it's been proven that Chaos are very prone to making those usually very difficult choices of just jumping out and firing very early and very easily. So it's a wise choice, but now forced that because they've droned the entirety of the top floor, they know that there's nobody coming into them anytime soon. Pasha, the great drone throw there, and sets it up to watch over the lobby. It's for later, but because of this site, you really need to clear out not only vertically, but also start pressuring from the horizontal areas. So it requires a lot of coordination from fours to push back Chaos.
Yeah. I mean, they're doing a good job so far. They have a decent amount of upstairs map control. That's step one. Step two is the hatches. Once you start opening these, this puts a lot of downward pressure on their positioning. Then there's also the floor that you can start to open up with those breaching charges. So as long as they can continue to stay alive and do this at least in a somewhat time-efficient manner, all the damage there, worth it. I like also that Pasha's covering the angles to try and make sure people don't try and look for opportunities to catch the Maverick in the act. And this is where the pressure continues.
So there's Pasha using the breaching charges, and this is great here. Not only do you corner Chaos into the open area, but you also make sure that you're pressuring them from above to get the free kills. There we go. That's the information you wanted on the castle. Kama's looking for the angle, but he doesn't exactly know where his opponent is. You don't really want to risk that drone being exposed and losing this vital intel. You're still uneasy, unsure, probably. We didn't know if that drone was taken out or not, but there's the gunfight. A bit sloppy there, but Kama's going to be alive for just a second. Shockwave fighting, but Kama wins out against Vitaline, actually. It's the Legion all on his own, probably coming in to support Red Groove. And Shockwave, top of the stairs, laying down on the floor. There's the pre-fire around the corner. The ACOG doesn't help. Kama with another one on the Shakti, taking down the Valkyrie. There's two, though, from Secretly. Huge here with the smoke onto Rask and Pasha. And WTG is going to try to walk into sight on his own in A. There's one watching, though, from each angle. Beautiful crossfire coming out from Chaos. Whilst in the meantime, that Qaed is down on the floor. Getting shot from the side, though, is Renewals. Actually, no, he still had a tiny bit of HP on the Qaed. And Kama, with no diffuser in hand, is just going to get dunked on here. Secretly well done with the SMG-11. Shuts him down. Chaos with a very wide setup, but also so different than what we've seen the past couple of rounds where they're a lot calmer.
Yeah, it was definitely playing aggressive. They were very passive at first, kind of letting them get that upstairs, but then they unleashed. Honestly, the MVP for me that round was the smoke. That 2K from the smoke, that really turned things around because Kama was going pretty wild getting those 2K himself as the thermite. But then once they tried to get the plant down, getting a little stacked up, that smoke did its job. Are they going to stick this Monty? No, it's just a tease. I don't think it changed any of the picks there, but... Well, this is interesting. A Ying versus a Warden. He sees the Warden and still picks Ying. Very interesting choice. You got to imagine the Warden is meant to be played the way Laxing plays it, which is on the server stairs. But this is the first defense here from Fours, so we'll see how well Chaos reads into that. But the Ying choice is interesting. It's so rarely played with an operator now. And we used to see it from Hungry quite a bit, for example, back in the day.
Yeah. So now, Fours, of course, being on the... Oh. You know, the great counter is having the Warden, right? we've had some moments with Warden, right?
Mostly because he happens to have a shotgun as well,
Yeah.
which you see him running.
Have we seen Warden specifically on Bank and Blue, right?
Attackers are moving out to
Yeah, I
locate
mean
a
on the
bomb
blue
and
stairs,
defuse
but
it.
I think it's primarily only been from Laxing. I don't know if anyone else has like adopted it.
He's had a great, great specific round. I don't know how many he got there, but he really shut down. He pretty much won the entire round. Just
Yeah, I think there was one time it worked, one time it didn't work so great. And there might have been one more time that I'm not recalling, but it's definitely a good strategy overall.
But what is it for you? If right now you're Chaos, you saw that there's a Warden, and you know that you're bringing out the Ying, because apparently it was very much expected, what do? Is your rush just to go to the other way to Garage?
It certainly looks like it because that's where the Ying is going. This looks like it's a shock and awe strat. Kama gives away his position, but they also give away theirs, pushing here. So are they going to rotate over to support him is the question, because they get the down there.
Great shot. The GA doing so much work, and Vito hitting Kama in the head.
This is game changer right here.
No, it's going to take a bit more than just Warden to save you from this round. Vito going in, just stepping bit by bit.
They really shouldn't have won those fights. That was just definitely some misplays there from Fours. But being in this early advantage here, having Garage on this attack, and it being, I was going to say a 5v3, but Pasha wins his fight without getting scratched.
Yeah, Vito is not expecting anybody to peek around that corner. Bless you, my friend. And that's not a great spot, no. But at least Chaos still have control of Garage. They haven't lost it, which means there will be constant pressure. And what do Chaos opt for? They're going to go for a push into the gold vault, which makes sense. You have a man advantage. You can afford to lose one. And with all thermite charges available, you can use them to open up quite a few hatches here to drop on down. All you need to do is keep up the pressure from Garage. But, funnily enough, everybody from Fours, all three left, are in great positions to deal with such a play.
Yeah, they're going to have to really commit to whatever play they go to make on this attack here.
Oh!
Now they have got man advantage.
Renewals, that's the shot you were looking for. In the meantime, it's WTG and Rask, the last two alive. WTG on his own, but he finds secretly looking for a kill, but he was spotted and taken out. Predicted there. Well done by the smoke. Renewals walking on in. There we go. Finally, default cam has been shot. It takes a while, but WTG peeks around the corner into the elevator. Firing does a bit of damage to Red Groove, but it's really those bars that are just so difficult to deal with. Rask, SMG-12 in hand. They're going to try to both double up. One is on the floor. Rask going to walk on in. He actually does get one kill, though. That's huge. That's the headshot on Red Groove. Renewals will find the refrag. Now it's up to Shate to watch for rotations. They're actually looking the wrong way. WTG is coming in. They're just not looking at him at all. He makes a lot of noise, though. This will reveal his position. One smoke used, but they turn around the corner, and Renewals will get it. There it is. Chaos win out in their first attacking round.
Unfortunately, the big loss there, of course, for Fours was the 2 in Garage. Once they lost those two, especially being the Maestro, things really kind of fell apart. It was some good trade backs eventually. Pasha, especially with a great kill onto the Ying, which obviously you don't want to face those Candelas. They still had the Warden, I suppose, to be able to counter that to some extent. But overall, there just wasn't a lot left for the smoke to do. A lot of those fights over the bars by the vault as well. It's interesting. They're going to try CCTV one more time, though. See if they can correct it. But I do like that interesting approach of just going for the Garage. They're going to tease the Blackbeard and then go to the Ying again. Shockwave going to sneak to the guide. I want to see some bit more from the Warden this time, but it is interesting to see him running the SMG-12. And that I feel like only one person I know of that can control that gun, and that's Slash. It's just such a difficult gun to control. Somehow he makes it work.
Yeah?
But maybe he needs to teach a class or something, because it's just
Hey guys, welcome to my workshop.
SMG 101. SMG 1201, I guess.
It really is an advanced lesson at that point, because you can control the... You can really go ham with the SMG-11.
Yeah.
But
the 12 is
it's
just...
the 12.
That thing's difficult.
Yeah. It's number up.
Yeah. Apparently that number made a huge difference in recoil.
Well, if the balance team is watching here, maybe that number can be tweaked down.
I think that would honestly make Warden much more viable choice if it was...
Yeah, but I say this also knowing that SMG-12 back in the day was broken. It was just, oh my god. It was better than half the guns in the game. It was basically the Alda of the SMGs.
Yeah, and it definitely made Dokubi a bit stronger as well.
Yeah. Imagine white stairs with SMG-12.
Someday.
Here we are, Shate. Trying to walk on in on the IQ, the Claymore in play, not the breaching charges that we're seeing so much of.
Doesn't look like they're going for garage this time, but hard to say. They could rotate later. Obviously, that would be pretty well predicted this time. Not, I mean, yeah, they won the gunfights on it, but that was, you know, they might not get so lucky this time. So I can appreciate them not wanting to go for that the same way. They're going to take top floor control instead first. Then we got some breach charges, some extra ones here coming out from the Ying itself. Just hoping for a free pick on someone trying to play too aggressively at the top of the server stairs there. And the typical breach charge to open up an angle down into that doorway. We can set up first. Now maybe they're going to, or these guys just going to try and flash out here as best they can. Of course, this is where the Warden's got his strength. The flash is really more to burn the ADS than they are to flash out the player.
Yeah, and this is not going to work at all.
No.
Just turns them on and he'll be ready. The flashes literally do nothing to Warden there. He's barely moved. He's barely flinching. The man is a rock.
Maybe they're hoping he'll drain out his glasses before they go with Candelas.
There's the Candela, and it does blind him. And they get the kill. Huge play, but the Jaeger turns around the right moment. Pasha on Jaeger is basically Joystick Jr. He's going to get one on Vito. That's huge. It's a big hit on your crutch.
Trading the Ying for the Warden seems like the appropriate trade to make for the attackers.
And now suddenly the game turns into a very normal match on Bank.
And that is the thing to be concerned about with Warden is he has a limited time on those glasses. If you throw enough flashbangs, he's going to be using that, even though you're really trying to clear ADS. Because of that, he's going to be just drained out. He couldn't do anything against Kendall. So appropriately timed, they waited just long enough. That was very smart of Vitalin. It did help, but they still got to execute from here in 45 seconds or so.
Warden should probably be checking with his optometrist for maybe better equipment that he can be using in the future. Otherwise, Red Groove just now at 40 seconds will be opening up the hatch. I'll allow him to drop in at the last second. Use that reinforcement because the wall is not completely open there.
They need to take out that Evil Eye or it's going to be able to kill Thermite during the plant here.
This is the huge bit, but Kama shuts down the rotation. Nitro Cell comes out from Shockwave. Smoke is out as well. And this is pretty much around done and dusted. Kama with one angle. Red Groove is last alive. You can save the gun as much as you would want, but he's actually just going to try to walk on in, save the day, but they're ready for him. The smoke is going to pre-fire it, and there's the finisher from Pasha. The fact that Pasha got that oh-so-important kill really delayed things for Chaos, and you could really see it in the way that they were playing a lot more conservatively after they lost the Ying.
It was also that, like, for example, they didn't clear the Maestro Evil Eye before they went to fake the plant the first time. And doing so, the Thermite took a ton of damage, making him a lot more vulnerable in future plant attempts. They really needed to do that. But also, you know, you did need to make sure you timed the IQ push from the garage much better. You need Maestro to be distracted. You need him not looking that way. And it is hard to time that correctly, but at least you're on a 3-speed to be able to make that rotation at the right time. But either way, this is definitely a heck of a back and forth match. I mean, literally tied up here. Ying going to come out again, this time for CEO. Now, they know it's not CCTV, so it's definitely not a pick for that. So I am curious to see how it gets used. I mean, so far, this is the first Ying we've seen in a very, very long time. So it's always nice to see what people are trying to do with some older ops and some new strategies. You're going to have the castle barricades trying to seal off a lot of these windows. There's a bit of variety in which windows you choose, I've noticed from different teams, and what you castle barricade. But really, what you're trying to do is deny window angles, is what it comes down to. You want to give yourself some freedom of movement, and with Habana banned, they have to use an Ashe or a Zofia to be able to clear those castle barricades from long distance. In this case, all they have to do so is the Zofia, and they probably want to save those for the Maestro Evil Eye, so those castle barricades likely to stay relatively safe. That's good for those players playing inside the reception or the other smaller office leading into CEO. We'll see, though, who could do it here. Pasha, though, definitely been the standout player for 4s, as you can see, up there in double digits with 11. Everyone else relatively between 4 and 6 with 1-7 on Chaos' side. So it has the kills show a relatively close match with just Pasha being the standout. He's definitely had some important picks as well.
Oh, yes. Definitely so. You've had quite a few flanks. I mean, and the IQ in general did a lot of work when he was playing on the attacking side, right? But
yeah.
In this case, this is what I was expecting. Red Groove bringing out the Dokevi. Red Groove is someone that has been known for doing a lot of work on the operator.
To the point where it was getting banned against him.
Yeah. He is just that good. The only other player that I can see in EU that can compete with him on Dokebi would be Aces.
I think Sexy Cake was pretty good as well.
EU.
Yeah, but
you just leak?
As an aside.
Did you just leak Sexy Cake's move to EU?
Did you just confirm it?
Oh my god, I didn't confirm it. I was just asking.
Okay.
Sorry, boss. Shot is going to destroy any cameras that were preset here by Karma. Bosch taking a lot of damage. The wall is left soft here into the meeting table, so is there. You kind of have to live with it, but it affords you the ability to fight up anybody getting up from the spiral stairs onto the island.
At least this is a good start with for Chaos with the lead player Pasha having taken a bit of damage so far. These Cantelas, they take a bit longer to go off now. You can't just spam them as easily, so it's really down to using them a lot more strategically. So I do kind of like the change. He actually could have done.
He could have Candelas through it. Yeah, 100%. So yeah, that's a secondary use of the Candela. I know a lot of people don't know that it even exists, that it's a thing, but
it's actually kind of weird to do. It's very tricky. It doesn't work the same way as fuses in terms of how you do it.
Yeah, you have to like hold it and then
you have to do the timer first. Yeah.
You have to do the timer and then it then goes for the animation where it puts it on. But
I can't tell you how many times I've accidentally just dropped the Candela, mistiming that.
I wouldn't be surprised at all, to be honest. But there's Vito, and he's going to throw an extra one. The last Candela into the office. And it was timed, and actually does a decent chunk of work. Kama's been detected, so right now this site is open. All that Chaos need to do is just walk on in. Shockwave loses the gunfight, a very important one here against Vito. The fuser should be set. Oh, WTG, a crucial kill here on Vito as Shate's fighting for it. He gets the kill and turns it into a 2v1. Possible for Chaos to bring this round back as all reinforcements everywhere. Fours did not have any of those contested. He's going to jump on into site, reveals position, Kama. And the fuser is set behind a reinforced wall. So there's something that he can do, but he's got to go for a fight, at least eliminating one of the players. He's unsure of where the attackers are. The post-plant positions are just so good. He pre-fires into one, finds the headshot. Half the magazine left. Fires into the second. Shate trying to stay alive, and he gets it. Shate with a headshot on Kama. Chaos are fighting back. They showed that they can keep up with Rogue in last Playday 2 days ago at a 7-5 loss. And right here, they're proving that even with all the hype behind Fours, Chaos are still gonna fight back.
That was still a very close round, though. That could have easily worked out for Fours because they were really... He was pre-firing the right spots for the most part and almost was able to get the prone player, but just couldn't get him. Just barely. Shate bringing it out in the end, but still... This is so close and back and forth between these two teams. A lot of players just making plays when it counts. It seems like whenever either of these teams gets down players, they're still able to fight back. And that's the real strength of these teams. That's what makes you a Pro League team, is not just rolling over as soon as you start losing players. And I think that bodes well for both these teams going forward into the future. But the question is any of them going to take home more than 1 point today? Because we're definitely looking so far at a potential tie. They are going to try CEO again, though, because, well, that was pretty close to a win. And they're going to, again, bring the Ying. We'll see if maybe he'll go for the fuse-style trick. And to be clear, what we mean by that is sticking it to the castle barricade so that it shoots through the castle barricade, similar to what you could do with Fuse's cluster charge. Just for anyone who might have been unclear on what that meant, just because you don't see it very often. They are not going with a full soft wall. And the wall Shockwave is reinforcing right now. That was an interesting idea, though. Kama to be bringing this bulletproof camera, but has yet to set it up. Usually it gets set up the top by Banana, similar to the way that Kanto sort of pioneered that play. Yeah. He was very good at that, and that's why a lot of people started using that, where they put the bulletproof camera on the Banana to be able to provide intel onto both Banana as well as to a lot of the lobby area, and then use that to help the Doc play the top of those spiral stairs by the elevator. Kama instead, off in Narnia with a bulletproof camera in his pocket. Probably should have set that up before he went off on a walkabout, but you never know. Might be able to find someone, catch someone by surprise. The roaming Doc is definitely usually a surprise factor, and he can heal himself up. I like this angle being used as well by Vitamin to be able to open up a bit of the window. Obviously can't do that with the castle barricades, but might as well open up the ones you can open up for angles, because, well, he doesn't castle barricade all of them. I like that drone as well on the spiral stairs railing, providing some extra intel.
Did he throw it in from the skylight?
Yeah, maybe. It could have also just been a bit of Droney Hawk jumping up there.
I like that, Droney Hawk. Actually, the reverse Spider-Man through the skylights thing is actually a valid strategy.
Yeah, we've
Shate.
twice in Pro League, I think.
Yeah, Shate is going to find one, though. That's Kama.
That roaming dock, fortunately, it did not work out. I like that rappel just hanging over the front door. There's a lot of windows in this map. That's what makes the lobby just a deadly area to be in. Both attack and defense, really.
Who knew lobbying was such a strong thing, right?
Money talks, especially in a bank.
Especially in a bank, that's for sure. There we go. More drones will be thrown in as Candela is being prepared. That's a very cool animation there with the hands so far out. But Ying is so excited to go. And she's holding. That's the crown of command there. 2 Candelas will be popped, one in the hallway. Vito will find one as he takes one tick of damage from behind. And he's just checking. All these soft walls that have been set up by Force are really going to play against them as Chaos are utilizing every bit of them to their advantage. Shate snaking his way along the floorboards. He's getting closer. The last Candela has been used by Vito. It was very vital, to say the least. There's one in the back, right behind the CEO chair. And they're not, still unsure of where the player was. That's the castle on the floor. Shockwave. Shate's walking in, but he's looking the wrong way.
He's got it.
Unsure. He thinks that there's somebody's going to push him from the opposite end, though, or maybe pressure from Janitor. Shate walks on up behind, but it's the castle that wins it. Close to winning the second, but Red Groove is going to be the one to save the day, though. 3v1 with 25 seconds. This round has Chaos all over it. Jumps over, makes some noise, and Rask will make it known that he's in conference room. At least that's what you would expect. Plan to save behind the reinforced wall. Renewals plays it smart. Singular peek. There's very few locations where his opponents could be coming from. And there was the round Chaos on a map and match point. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, this is the first 2-round lead we've seen this entire match. So that's pretty good for Chaos. They've guaranteed themselves the 1 point, and now 4's on the back foot. That was a big play for them that round was, first off, killing the Doc that took out the ACOG. The second ACOG of the Maestro and Pasha, taking him out second. They really eliminated a lot of their ability to fight at range. They were able to push in close, get a lot of fights. I mean, the IQ being able to walk around for so long in CEO, yes, he did lose his gunfight, but that opened up the opportunity for the Dokkaebi to get it from the window, although just barely as well. The castle was definitely on top of that, but overall, good round for Chaos. Those initial picks really paying off. Kama on that long roam, the Doc just really was not the play. We'll see the Warden get tried again here against probably the Ying. That should be interesting to see if it works a second time. Just because it was down to timing working last time, Rask might be a little wiser about that this time. He's going to help use his shotgun there to do some setup so that Smoke can be focusing on other things. This is always nice when you have multiple shotguns on defense to be able to do that. He's also got his deployable shield to be set up upstairs, up top of the stairs rather. Pasha was the one to try and come in to back him up last time a little bit late, didn't get the trade, but might consider backing him up a little earlier if he hears those Candelas go off to try and maybe save his life if possible. See how they approach this. You got Renewals trying to get those double digits along with Shate at 8 as well. The whole team really contributing though, and you can see that in the points for Chaos. Actually, in some ways less frags, but just more points at the end of the day. Able to get those plants down occasionally. I like this angle here. That really is a nice angle we rarely see used. Shate absolutely capitalizing it, catching Kama at the wrong time. Vito did take a bit of damage in that push, surprisingly, as he was in the way of distraction.
This is still worth it. Like, taking out the Maestro in that case is really huge. And this is the big change that Chaos performed, right? They try to come in from servers, didn't work out at all. They come in from this side, pretty much, from the garage. And, you know, before it worked out fine, right? Yeah, definitely a possibility. And, oh, I love this. This barricade is actually good. Double barricade. This is huge. This will really give you a lot of warning.
Which is ironic because they're not coming from that side this time. Oh, there we go.
There's the pressure. And he walks around. Oh, Renewals, you sly dog.
And they put that shield in there that's actually not going to benefit them now.
So wasted utility overall. Shate's gonna walk on in with the drone and confirm 9 positions. He's gonna see there's one. Oh, renewals. Oh my, he can actually do a lot of work with this one. If he times this one correctly, there we go. He sees the tip of the head. He's walking very slowly, going for the fire, pre-firing it to the side, but no, Shockwave is still alive there. I'd assume that was the pulse, and Shockwave in the meantime will take down secretly. That's not good at all. Turns it into a 4 versus 4, trying to contest. Player in the back, there's the Gizmot. It will trigger, and there's the second one. Take down the shield. That might actually help out the defender trying to walk out. No, I was wrong. That was not Shockwave. I assume that was Rask then. One of the thick boys.
This is really slowed down, but at the same time, there's still plenty of time left for Chaos.
Look where Rask is now. He lies down on the floor with a shotgun as Warden.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good choice, especially knowing those Candelas are in play.
There we go. That's the opener. You should not be pushing in, though. The Zofia is just supposed to stay in position, but unfortunately, Rask still finds renewals. Pasha onto Red Groove. Vito gets shot down so quickly. It does not work out at all here for Chaos. And Fours close to tying things up now.
Yeah, it's still possible for Chaos to use their 2-round lead to actually get the win. And we could just end up in the back and forth again. But at this point, if it continues back and forth, of course, then that means Chaos wins this next one, gets it 7-5. Open area defense for Fours. That is a risky move to make on what is your last round here to try and tie this up. That's, I don't know if that's the play. We'll see. I mean, to be fair, it worked for Chaos, but it's risky. You're better off on Tellers. I mean, or in some ways better off on CEO, but they've not been successful on CEO. They lost it both times. Vito really pushing this Ying thing. He's really trying to bring it back. And to be fair, it's not been working against them. It's actually been working out to their benefit somewhat. Just didn't really do as much for them last round, although he made for good bait to help Shate get the kill through that crack in the garage door.
Located by attackers.
See a somewhat common setup, but this is the odd thing to me. Open area, no castle. That seems like a curious choice, just because you really want to be able to control the flow here into this site. Otherwise, it just becomes open season. I mean, they might set up wooden barricades, maybe, but this is definitely going to come down to making sure you hold your angles tight and don't give up an inch of space.
10 seconds left.
But if you're able to pick off a few members of the defense first, and start to just have numbers advantage, it becomes very difficult to hold enough angles to control this site.
Attackers are heading out to defuse
We'll see if that works for him, but this is a very risky play overall. Pasha might even be on that roam with that Mozzie. I mean, he's been doing pretty well still there at 13. The rest of his team is literally at 8 or 7. Shate still sticking to this G8 IQ.
Yeah, it's a very valid strategy. I mean, every single time we see it, we're like, yeah, it's good. Really, like don't diss the G8, boys.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
That was something else that Slash had kind of helped pioneer.
Yeah, I remember like playing Skyscraper with a G8. That's something I remember.
Yeah, I'm sure Slash has many fond memories of Skyscraper.
I don't think anybody has any fond memories of Skyscraper, but sure. Go ahead, buddy.
It was fun at the first Invitational.
I still always chuckle when I see the clip of King George saying that, you know, Favela is a great Pro League map.
It got played once.
Yeah. Oh, geez, remember.
Yeah.
Here we are, though. Shate looking to take this round for Chaos. Trying to push in, and this is a bit of a wider defense from Fours. You do need to put a lot of pressure on Teller's archives in this case, right? And drones are going to be very important to give you that information, but opening up the hatches is so as well. There's only one hard breacher, which you can use one of the exothermic charges on a hatch and then the second one to open up the wall, but it's a lost drone. It gets shot down at least, but both charges of the thermite have been used on hatches, and Shockwave gets a kill on Shate. Your flank watch in the AQ is now dead.
Well, Renewal's definitely cautious that there could be some more roamers around because that Mozzie's still doing his thing. Rask as well holding a nice angle and tries to capitalize on it, just doesn't land enough of the bullets to get the kill.
Oh!
There we go, Renewals trades it.
Close to the second, and he gets it! Kama with the refrag on Renewals, but it only equalizes the numbers to make it a 3v3. I wonder where Pasha is. Is he still playing in blue right now? No, he's gone a bit down and he's been found.
All the way down.
Vito, he's 6 feet under at this point here. And that's a great job by Vito. It makes it a big advantage for Chaos with 35 seconds left. Definitely a possibility, but do you know that there's a player behind you? Oh no, they're completely blind to it. And Shockwave, he's unsure. Does he peek? Yes, he does. He finds the kill, but secretly in the meantime, he's eliminated one player in the back. That's Kama down. Shockwave at 45 HP. You go for the plant, you're relatively safe there behind the bomb site. Do not push. It's the call now for Redgroove. He's going to try to spray in with the EBR. Shockwave is going to make his way and trigger the beepers. Now you know where your opponent is. Fours. Oh, they lose it. Chaos take the W. A 7-5 win. They lost 7-5 in the very first Playday against Rogue, a tough opponent. And here, they come back. Here they are as Chaos, your victors.
Well, once again, Community Vote didn't have this one in the bag.
Nope.
But still, that was a very good, very close match between what seemed like two evenly matched teams. Overall, we've seen Chaos have some real ups and downs in the past, but it seemed like a pretty good Chaos.
It was a pretty entertaining match as well.
Yeah. Pasha the first to leave, too, after such great play. He definitely put up a valiant effort. It just seems like everyone was able to counter each other back and forth. There was just trades after trades after trades. There was never really a dominant round for either team for the most part, other than, maybe a round here or there where they got a lot of early picks. Yeah, the Garage, the 2 picks early there. But still, that was only 2 kills. It didn't turn into a super dominant steamroll. There wasn't flawless rounds really coming out. Maybe there was one I missed, but overall, it was very evenly matched. And I think that made for a great game. I mean, we'll see how these two teams go forward. Is obviously they've had roster changes as well as being a new team here into Pro League. So I think a lot of potential for both these teams this season, but we've also seen the other teams in this league are nuts as well.
Yeah. Overall, EU, North America, Latin America is still a bit more top-heavy than other regions, especially this season, I want to say. But even then, you see upsets. Liquid's loss was definitely an upset, to say the least.
I think right now the only clear leader for me is Empire.
Yeah. I think that really is the case. You've really seen them hammer things out.
Everyone else has kind of been a bit more back and forth, I think. But Empire is just straight ahead.
Straight to the point. And, well, who knows? Maybe in the next couple of weeks we'll figure out quite a bit about how the players really are adapting. And for me, by Playday number 5, you should be able to now say, okay, this thing is definitely wrong. We should definitely change it. Maybe a role that a player is on.
Now they have a few more days break. I mean, doing 2 matches back-to-back in terms of like a small gap.
Yeah.
Obviously, you prep for both those matches if you can ahead of time. But it's still difficult to make up for a lot of mistakes that were made the previous time. Should be a little bit better next week, I think, for some of these teams.
All right, well, we have our interview ready. So let's have a quick chat with Secretly. Tjenare, Secretly, how are you doing this evening?
Hey, Tjena. I'm doing well, man. How are you?
That was a pretty close game, I have to say. It was definitely a super entertaining one for us to watch on Bank. And there's a lot of hype behind Force, especially after their performance at the Raleigh Major and how they're able to fight against Empire in the Russian Major. For you, what's the difficulty of going up against a team that just now got into Pro League and they seem to be so strong and so hot off the start?
I think the difficult part is making them lose their confidence, right? Because you need to stop that machine they have going on. They might do the same thing over and over again, but they're so confident in everything they do. So we just had to mix it up with a little bit of playmaking to stop their momentum, to stop them from taking control of the game. And I think that was the key.
And dictating the pace, was that the reasoning behind bringing the Ying and being such a consistent pick for the team on the attacking side?
Yeah, for sure. And we just wanted to, throw something in that they're probably not that used to playing against. And it was the same with the Garage push, just Russian Garage. Not a lot of people do that anymore. So that would also, it would mess with how comfortable they were. It would force them to rotate, force them to make a lot of hectic decisions. So
on your side, on the defense, though, I have to say, in servers, seems like the reinforced hatch, the box skylight one, was a bit difficult for Force to deal with. The Electro Claw was definitely shutting it down constantly. Did you expect it to be such a major stopgap, or basically just a major brick wall ahead of them?
Yeah, so our analyst Hyperino, he did a lot of good scouting, and since Force doesn't change up that much, we knew that banning the Thatcher was going to be a major play here because of how slow they are at getting the hatch open. Even with the Maverick, because then they still have to pick. Do we open the A hatch or do we open the server hatch? What do we do here?
Correct.
So that was definitely pre-planned, and we put a lot of effort into making our server hold as good as possible.
And how's it now with Shate on the team? Do you all really feel comfortable in this lineup? Is this what you were looking for?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's a very funny guy. He's very easy to get along with. He's a great personality, and I couldn't be more happy to have him on the team.
All right. Well, congratulations again on your victory. Anything you'd like to say to all the Chaos fans out there?
Thank you so much, as always, for sticking with us, even though we're having our ups and downs all the freaking time. Hopefully, we're on our way up again. This is a big win for us, so let's keep the momentum going forward.
All right. Congratulations again, secretly, and we'll see you in our next Playday. That's only on Monday night. You guys have a tough game against Na'Vi, the reigning Pro League champions, so that'll be an entertaining one for sure. Good night.
Good night.
It's always good to hear the analysts doing their job in terms of scouting out those weaknesses, take advantage of them, what he was talking about with the Maverick on the hatches.
Yep.
Banning that Thatcher. Now we know for sure why they were going for that and how it actually worked out in their advantage. And it worked. It proved that there's a weakness now. Hopefully Force comes back and watches that interview and goes, well, that's something we should shore up. Then we should make sure Thatcher bans aren't a weakness for us. But otherwise, maybe they take classes from Fabian on being a little more efficient in the Maverick. But like you said, it forces them to make choices. And I think that's the important thing there, is just making sure they have to choose, and then you could try and capitalize on whatever choice they make. But overall, again, I love hearing the inside information on what they're doing to be a better Pro League team and when it's working and when it's not.
Okay, here's our player highlight for this match. Again, this is not an MVP. The MVP is something you can vote on Twitter. So after each game is done, go check out twitter.com/ESL Rainbow Six and vote on there. Our player highlight is Renewals, the 1.05 rating. He did pretty well. Overall, everybody on both teams was pretty much performing well. But for Chaos, it was still more of a spread out effort than it was on Forge's end.
Yeah, and I do see a lot of potential for Forge, especially for players like Pasha. But it just comes down to not getting counter-stratted like that, for example.
You mean it'd calm us down?
Yeah, there was mistakes made, but there's mistakes they can correct the next time Bank comes around.
All right, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to recap things here at the end of the day, our standings and where we are. Reminder that when two teams are tied in points, the separation between them is their head-to-head. And right now, we haven't had head-to-heads with everyone, of course. Empire with 6 points. They're at number 1. Rogue at 4. Force at 3. G2 at 3. They haven't played, so they're kind of tied exactly at one another. Vitality at 3. Chaos at 3. Na'Vi at 1. And BDS, a big fan favorite, 0 points so far. Of course, coming out from Challenger League, the squad is definitely a very strong one. If you look at EU overall the past few days, there's 2 play days that we've had. It's been a clash of titans.
Yeah, and I expect BDS to make up for some of those points. Some of it's just been the matchups they've had so far, but overall, I don't think the scoreboard yet reflects the strengths of these teams after just 2 play days. More so when we get towards the half, but overall, a lot of these teams have really shown what they've been working on over the break, and I look forward to seeing a bit more of that as more maps are played.
All right. I think that's pretty much it for us. So thank you very much for watching, but we're not done with Pro League because what time is it right now? We're close to midnight. It's 11:30, which means in 2.5 hours, we'll be starting with North America. And of course, Kixen and Terra will be bringing that show. That'll be second to last show of this week. Of course, Latin America, that'll be both of us tomorrow night. So thank you very much for watching. We'll be back on the stream here in 2.5 hours for the matchups for North American Pro League. Thanks so much for watching. We love you. Good night.